You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Since a lot of you listeners like sleeping to old-time radio shows playing in the background, I've made this 8+ hour-long compilation just for you. It has a black screen, so no images or video will interrupt the darkness of your room, and I've made sure there are no YouTube ads for the same reason. And my audio commentary, which only takes up a few minutes of the entire video, will be softly spoken. Remember the Night was broadcast on Lux Radio Theater on December 22nd, 1941, and stars Jean Arthur and Fred McMurray, with Bob Hope and Rita Hayworth guest starring. Directed by Cecil B. DeMille, this great Christmas story is about a prosecutor who takes a beautiful jewel thief home with him to visit his family over Christmas on the judge's orders. A heartwarming tale of trust, redemption, and finding love in the least likely of places. Airing on August 21, 1940, The Foster Family, from Manhattan at Midnight, is about a woman, Peggy, who tries to get her lazy bum of a brother a job. A fountain pen given to him for his birthday turns up a surprising shock, and then he is accused of murder. Then, the great story The Absent-Minded Professor, dramatized by the Wayside Theater and broadcast on January 1, 1939, starring Owen Sewell, Patricia Dunlap, Bill Bush, Herb Butterfield, and Vern Smith announcing. This is a really great adaptation of the story, although it is a bit limited as it had to be cut down to 30 minutes. Next, extension of time from The Key, that great 1956 suspense and mystery show. A man is forced to hock a watch that his mother gave him to a loan shark. Later, when he still can't come up with what he owes, and is given 2 hours to come up with it, he goes to a bar, and a stranger gives him a proposition that will allow him to get the money. However, the proposal is almost as bad as the loan shark's penalty. Next we have Shipboard Beauty from True Detective Mysteries, that great show that was based on the magazine of the same name. In this episode, a passenger ship arrives at the port of Los Angeles. A woman's trunk is checked by the port customs officer, who detains her and finds that the trunk contains heroin hidden in the bottom. The woman is accused of illegal drug smuggling. A great, exciting tale ensues as she tries to prove her innocence. And lastly, from Theatre Guild on the Air, the wonderful adaptation of that classic comedic tale of romance, Cyrano de Bergerac by Edmond Rostand. Cyrano is played by Frederick March and Florence Eldridge as Roxanne. Cyrano is a romantic, intelligent poet in love with the sophisticated and beautiful Roxanne, but he's cursed with a large nose, which causes him to doubt himself. He writes her love letters, posing as the man that she's in love with, a handsome man who's too tongue-tied to return her affections. Now close your eyes, lay back, and let these old-time radio tales take you off to sleep.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Jean Arthur and Fred McMurray with Beulah Bondi in Remember the Night, and as special guests, Bob Hope and Rita Hayworth. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This is Christmas week, and our holiday present to you is the play called Remember the Night. It's all tied up in a glittering, glamorous package, and the gayest decorations of all are those two bright stars, Jean Arthur and Fred McMurray. Christmas is a time when all wanderers think of home, a time when we appreciate most the warmth and the gladness of home. And Remember the Night, adapted from the Paramount screen hit, is the story of what home meant to one man and one girl at Christmas time. The man is a prosecuting attorney, and he's trying to send the girl to prison. But Christmas calls a strange truce in their conflict and throws a magic spell over them both. You'll hear Fred McMurray as the prosecutor. He played that part in the picture. And Jean Arthur will be the girl on trial. Their story has more spirit of Christmas in it than almost any modern play I've read. It's told in a new way and a sure way to our hearts. Remember the Night is a story of what makes the wheels go round in American life. Ordinary American life. A way of life that won't be stopped by anything. This National Theater, we're proud to say, is part of that life. And so is the product that keeps this theater going, Lux Flakes, which also helps to keep your household going year in and year out. With the weatherman off the air, you may not know if you're going to have real snow for Christmas or not. But you can outdo the weatherman by whipping up an indoor blizzard for your Christmas tree with these speedy little flakes. Anyway, winter or summer, you'll find Lux Flakes breaking the speed limit to make the American way of life a little smoother. Now the spotlight turns to the center of the stage as the curtain goes up for the first act of Remember the Night, starring Jean Arthur as Lee Leander and Fred McMurray as Jack Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as Jack's mother. The jewelry store on New York's Fifth Avenue. In the glittering showcases, 1,000 precious stones sparkle in their brilliant settings. Although it's just a few weeks before Christmas, this afternoon there's only one customer in the store, a pretty girl in costly furs. On her wrist is a diamond bracelet, placed there by the enthusiastic clerk. He smiles happily, sensing that the sale is practically complete.
Glorious, madame, isn't it? One of our most beautiful bracelets, really.
Yes, it is beautiful.
You won't regret taking it, madame.
I'm sure I won't. Well, what's the price, please?
Only $5,000.
$5,000. That's reasonable. I think I'd like to see one or two more before I make up my mind. That one in the lower tray, please. Let me see that.
Of course, madame. Personally, I prefer the one you're wearing. But this one's quite beautiful, too. The emeralds set the diamonds off very nicely. Now, if you'll just place this one on your... Madame, where... She's gone! Mr. Meyer! Police!
Jones, what is it?
That girl, she went out the door while my back was turned. She went out with a $5,000 bracelet.
Calling car number 17. Pickup girl, 23 years, dark complexion, silver fox furs. Search for diamond bracelet stolen from Meyer and Company. That is all.
Hello? Officer Cassidy reporting to headquarters. We picked up that girl. Yeah, caught her cold with the goods in a hawk shop over on 3rd Avenue. I'll bring her in now.
District Attorney's office. Just a moment.
Who is it?
Commissioner's office. It's about that acquittal yesterday in the shooting case.
Oh, tell him I'm busy.
Hello? Can the district attorney call you back? Thank you.
That all they have to do, beef about acquittals? Now, let's get going, Tom.
Okay, boss.
What's the first case today?
That's a cinch. Dame by the name of Lee Leander cops a bracelet out of Meyer and Company and hawks it on 3rd Avenue, open and shut.
First offense?
Nah, she's got a record. This is a third offense.
Oh, that's good, that's good. First offender at Christmas time is tougher than tiger meat. Let's look at that chart. Conviction's only 78%, as against 82% last year.
Hey, boss, can I handle this case? I'll get you conviction.
Nothing doing, Tom. Your face isn't right to prosecute a woman. We'll get Sergeant on this one.
Sergeant? What's his face got that mine hasn't got?
Oh, whatever it is, he never lost a case for me yet.
Yeah, but he's gone home for Christmas. Ohio or Oklahoma or someplace like that. Now, listen, I could get you a conviction so
now,
quick
take
that
it easy. Take it easy. Oh, Miss Day, get me John Sargent on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sergeant! Mr. Sergeant! The telephone's ringing.
Well, answer it, will you? I'm trying to get packed up in here.
Okay, I'll answer. Hello?
Hey, wait a minute, Rufus. Listen.
Huh?
If that's the office, tell him I've already left, huh?
Oh, okay. Hello? Yowza. Yowza. Well, if this is the office, he's already left.
Oh, you blockhead. Give me that phone.
Well, I only said what you told me.
Shut up. Good morning. Who all wants to speak to Master Sergeant, please?
Oh, hello, Sergeant. Who do you think you're kidding?
All right, never mind. Who is this?
This is your boss. It's a good thing you didn't take up acting for a living.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
We got a case to try this morning. I'll see you at the office in 15 minutes.
Now, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be going home for Christmas.
Oh, sure. You can leave this afternoon.
Yeah, but I got 730 miles to drive. You told me I could...
Look, Jack, don't argue. It's a female case, and I need you. Now, come on.
Oh, I was afraid of this. Who's defending?
Oh, Larry?
That windbag? He'll give us the Gettysburg Address, the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, no, he won't. I'll have Tom meet you in court, and you'll be out of there by noon. I'll get right down here. Goodbye.
But listen, boss. Hello. Oh, Leary. He'll talk all day long.
When you leaving, Mr. Sergeant?
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Quiet, please. Proceed with your summation, Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Sargent, attempt to prove that a valuable bracelet was stolen from the premises of Meyer and Company by the defendant. All of this has been a waste of time, ladies and gentlemen. Time we could spend to better advantage in last-minute Christmas shopping. I know that's what I'd like to be doing.
May it please the court, we object, Your Honor. The jury's Christmas shopping has nothing to do with the case.
Objection sustained.
I withdraw the illusion, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, the state has gone to great lengths to prove that Anna Rose Malone, sometimes known as Lee Leander,
And sometimes known as a lot of other things.
did on the afternoon of December 3rd walk out upon Fifth Avenue with a bracelet which was still the property of Meyer and Company, to prove something she freely admits, as if the proof of this fact constituted a proof of guilt. Ladies and gentlemen, we must not be hoodwinked by circumstantial evidence. The contents of a whiskey bottle...
Hey, Jack, I don't like the smile on that jury's pan.
All juries get soft-hearted at Christmas, Tommy.
Yeah.
If you ever get a case to prosecute and you see that peace on earth, goodwill to men look come in their eyes, get a continuance, even if you have to fall down and tell the judge you ate green apples.
...is necessarily an evildoer. How flimsy is this argument? How unfair. But on it and because of it, you have been asked to take away the liberty of a fellow human being. The truth is simple. The bracelet was removed during a temporary loss of will and consciousness, now known as schizophrenia, but formerly known as hypnotism.
Holy mackerel, that's a sweet one, hypnotism.
Shut up, Tommy.
You mean you're not going to object?
Shut up. He's just postponed the case till after Christmas.
Huh? How do you figure that?
Hypnotism.
Yes, I said hypnotism, and that is exactly what I meant. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this girl, this poor, unfortunate creature, went into that jewelry store not to buy, not to steal, but only to look. A salesman showed her the bracelet, begged her to examine it under a more powerful light, and then excused himself. The young girl stares at the bracelet. Closer, closer. The great central stone flashes blindingly in her eyes. Blue, green, purple, orange. Suddenly the colors are gone. Everything is dark. A breath of cold air brings her to her senses. But what's this? Where is the jewelry store? What is she doing on Fifth Avenue, blocks away from Meyer and Company? She doesn't know. Her mind is a blank. And why? This girl, this poor, unfortunate creature, was a victim, an unwilling victim of hypnosis. Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right now, Tommy. Watch. Your Honor.
Yes?
Your Honor, the hypothesis of hypnotism is a very interesting one. But unfortunately, I am no Svengali. Nor are you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The people of the state of New York will require the expert testimony of Dr. Kindness, the psychiatrist. For this purpose, the people request that a continuance be granted till after the Christmas holiday.
We object, Your Honor. The defense is already summed up.
Objection overruled. The defendant will remain in custody, subject to giving a $5,000 bond. And all jurors, parties, and witnesses are instructed to return to the court January 2nd. Court adjourned, and a very Merry Christmas to you all.
Thank you very much.
Just a minute, Sergeant. That was a dirty trick you played on me. It means another day in court, and I don't get paid by the state. I have to earn my money.
No more sense of humor than a gravestone. Well, Merry Christmas, Francis.
Now, take it easy, Miss
Let me go.
Leander.
I want to speak to my lawyer. Mr. O'Leary, this guard says I have to have a bond to stay in jail.
That's right.
Is it right? You ought to know, Mr. District Attorney.
I'm afraid it is.
Well, how can I get a bond? I haven't got any more money. I don't want to spend Christmas in jail. Please don't let him do that.
What do you mean you haven't got any more money? What have I been talking for, to hear my own voice?
If you hadn't talked so much, I'd be out of here right now. Hypnotism. That gag so old it's got whiskers. Oh, please, don't let him keep me here over Christmas.
What's the difference? What could you do if you haven't got any money?
I could walk around, couldn't I?
Come on, miss. It ain't as bad as you think. You get a nice little room, a nice turkey dinner on Christmas, all the trimmings.
Never mind the build-up. Let's go. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, Mr. Sergeant.
Hey, she's kind of sore at you, Jack.
Yeah. Say, Tom, on your way out, send Fat Mike in here, will you?
Fat Mike, the bondsman?
If you know any other Fat Mikes, you can send them, too.
Okay.
Hey, Mike. Mr. Sergeant wants to see you right away.
Just coming. Hello, Mr. Sergeant. You want to see me?
Yeah. What do you charge for 5,000 bail from now till January 3rd?
Did they pin something on you, pal?
It isn't for me. It's for the young woman who was just here.
Ah, I see.
How much?
For a friend of yours, nothing. Not a red Samelka.
I didn't ask you for any favors.
Favors? It's a privilege. You still living at the same place?
Yeah. Why?
How soon you want her out?
Right away.
Okay, she's out.
Thanks. So long. Hey, Rufus, you got those other grips packed? Rufus!
Yeah, I am, boss.
What's the matter with you?
She's here, boss.
Who's here?
I don't know.
Well, then how do you know she's here?
I just let her in the living room.
You let who in?
The lady.
What lady? I told you I wasn't home to anyone.
Yes, sir. I told him that. But he shoved the door open anyhow and pushed the lady in with his compliments.
Who did?
A man, a Fat Ike.
Fat Ike?
Yes, sir.
You mean Fat Mike?
Yes, sir. He sure ain't thin, Mike.
Well, what did he bring her here for?
I don't know.
Well, I guess I'll have to go and speak to her.
I guess you will.
Well, hello.
Hello.
What are you doing here?
I don't know yet. I got a rough idea.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you're out.
Sure. Now, what do I have to do for it?
Well, for one thing, you could say thank you, but if that doesn't fit in with your plans, just skip it. My motives in this matter are...
Here you are, boss. Here's the drinks.
What drinks? I didn't tell you to bring
Scotch and soda, miss.
Thanks.
Drink, boss?
Get out of here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know.
You know, one of these days, one of you boys is going to start one of these scenes differently. And some girl's going to drop dead from surprise.
What are you talking about?
I suppose you do this with all the lady prisoners?
Oh, yes. My life is just one long round of whoopee.
You're in a good spot for it.
Wonderful. I have only to wave a finger and I can satisfy my slightest whim.
And I suppose if anybody says no, you put them right back in the cooler.
Sure. Now, look. When court reconvenes, I'm going to try to put you in jail for a good long time. That's my business. But you haven't been convicted yet, so I don't see why you shouldn't enjoy Christmas like the rest of us. That's why I told Mike to get you out.
And bring me up here.
I did not tell him to bring you up here.
Then why did that gorilla bring me up here?
Because he's got a mind like a sewer.
You mean I don't have to stay here if I don't want to?
You most certainly do not.
Then I'll stay. I just don't want to be forced.
Now, wait a minute.
You know, there's nothing as dangerous as a square shooter. If all men were like you, there wouldn't be any nice girls left.
Yes, well, all this is leading into a very interesting subject that I haven't time to pursue at the moment. I'm going away on a little trip, and it's quite a drive.
Oh, you mean you want me to go?
Well, yes.
Where?
Where what?
I mean, I was on my way to a nice, comfortable jail, 3 meals a day, turkey for Christmas, and now, well...
Well, don't you live someplace?
No.
Well, where have you been living? In a tree?
I had a room in a hotel, but they locked me out.
Oh. Well, how much do you owe this hotel?
$126.40.
Oh. Well, that doesn't solve any problems.
Why don't you just put me back in the clink? That solves a lot of problems.
Well, for one thing, I'm not sure I can, and... Well, that wasn't the idea. Have you had your dinner?
Not yet.
Come on, then. I'll buy you that Christmas dinner, and we'll figure something out. Rufus!
Here's your hat, boss. Going out, huh?
Yes, I am.
Hot dog. But don't forget, you gotta go see your ma.
Shut up. You know, I was thinking I might lend you my apartment while I'm away.
That sounds like a play, doesn't it?
Yeah, sounds like a flop.
Don't worry about me. I can always chisel a hotel for a week or two.
That's a nice, cheesy idea.
Well, I'm not going to sleep in the subway. As far as the holiday's concerned, I guess I'll get plenty of that when you get through with me. Not that I mean it in a disagreeable way, you understand?
I understand.
Your business is your business. Of course, some people wouldn't care for that kind of business. Somebody has to do the dirty work.
Thanks.
Just too bad it has to be somebody as nice as you.
How long have you been swiping things?
Long time.
Have you been caught before?
Just twice.
Did you take things you didn't need?
Sure.
In the presence of beautiful things, did you feel a sudden irresistible urge to take them in your hands and hurry away with them?
You mean, was I hypnotized?
No, I mean maybe you're a kleptomaniac.
No, they tried that. You see, to be a kleptomaniac, you can't sell any of this stuff afterwards, or you lose your amateur standing.
I don't understand it.
I don't think you ever could understand because, well, your mind is different. Rights and wrongs aren't the same for everybody. They should be, but they just aren't.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it? Try it like this. Suppose you were starving to death.
Yes?
And you didn't have any food and you didn't have any money.
Yeah.
And there was some loaves of bread out in front of a market, and the man's back was turned. Would you swipe one?
You bet I would.
Well, that's because you're honest. You see, I'd have a 6-course dinner at the restaurant across the street. Then I'd say I'd forgotten my purse. You get the difference?
Yeah. I think your way is smarter.
Oh, sure. Sure, we're smart. We're very smart.
Well, if we're all finished. Waiter, check, please.
Right away, sir.
Well, Miss Leander, I've got a couple of bucks extra I don't need, enough for a room anyway, and a couple of breakfasts.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Your check, sir.
Oh. Here you are. Oh, will you ask the band to play my Indiana home?
Yes, sir.
Why do you want him to play that?
Because that's where I'm going.
No. Are you a Hoosier?
Yeah, Wabash, Indiana. That is a farm just outside of Wabash.
Wabash, Indiana. No wonder I liked you. I'm from Eltonville.
No. Why, that's only about 50 miles
Yes,
from...
sir.
Well, I'll be darned, and we had to come here and meet like this.
Funny, isn't it? So you're going back home, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I go home every Christmas.
You do, huh? Gee, that's great.
My mother still runs a farm. She does all right, too. Raises partridge, Wyandottes, Poland, China.
Oh, we never had anything that swell.
We never did either till lately. How long since you've been home?
Never.
Why?
I ran away.
Oh. Well, I don't know what the circumstances were, of course.
Not so hot.
Well, time takes care of those things. Did they write to you?
I got a letter from my mother when my father died.
Oh, your mother's alive then.
I hope so. That song, it's awful pretty, isn't it? Kind of does things to you.
Say, look, how would you like to go home for Christmas?
What?
I mean it. I could drop you off at your place and pick you up on my way back.
Home? Oh, gee, I don't know.
Come on, it'll do you good. What do you say?
Well, all right. Unless, aren't you afraid?
Afraid of what?
How it might look. Rising young district attorney and me.
I didn't think of it.
Say, you never think of anything wrong, do you? That's what makes you such a swell guy.
Our stars, Jean Arthur and Fred McMurray, will be back in just a moment for Act Two of Remember the Night. Now, listen a minute with Sally and me. Do you remember how, to the strains of that well-loved music, familiar things came alive on Christmas Eve? How the wooden soldiers marched in the toy shop, the sugar plum fairy danced?
If things only could come alive at Christmas time, it might solve a lot of problems. For girls like Anne, for instance. Anne's pretty. You'd think she'd be popular. But here it's 2 days before Christmas, and she's crying herself to sleep because she hasn't a date for New Year's Eve. And she's not been asked to as many holiday parties as the other girls. Now, if only the lacy pink silk slip across the back of the chair in Anne's room could talk like this.
Anne, we're what's wrong. We under things. People notice if we're not always fresh and dainty. You mustn't take chances. We need to be luxed every night. Then you'd really be just as sweet and pretty and dainty as you look.
It's so foolish to take chances with a thing as important as daintiness.
Well, girls who do are apt to find themselves left out of things, missing out on romance.
But Lux girls know what fun the holiday whirl can be.
You're wonderful. Where have you been all my life?
Same old line, but isn't it fun to hear it? Lux girls do. And it's easy to be a Lux girl, easy to avoid offending, by luxing under things every night. Dresses, blouses, and sweaters often.
New Quick Lux gives you suds so fast, rich, gentle suds that just float away perspiration, yet keep fabrics and colors new-looking longer. Lux is safe for anything safe in water alone. And it's so thrifty. A little goes so far. Get the generous big box of New Quick Lux first thing tomorrow morning. It comes in the same familiar package. It costs you no more. And one big box of Lux Flakes will do under things every night for weeks and weeks. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Remember the Night, starring Jean Arthur as Lee Leander and Fred McMurray as Jack Sargent, with Beulah Bundy as Jack's mother. Westward, along the snow-banked highways from New York, more than 20 hours of steady driving have brought Lee Leander and Jack Sargent to Eltonville, Indiana, and the front gate of Lee's former home. A bright moon softens the outline of the ramshackle house that stands cold and dark on the outskirts of town. From within the house comes the warning wail of a dog as Jack swings the car up to the sagging front porch.
This is it, huh?
Yeah.
out, end of the line.
Oh, please, let's wait till... Yeah, my mother might not even live here anymore.
Come on, now, don't be so nervous.
Well, will you go in with me?
Sure, I'll go in with you. Come on, I've got your bag.
You see that tree?
Yeah?
I fell out of it when I was 12. See, from that branch right up there. Landed on my head, too.
That's a better gag than hypnotism. Your lawyer should have used that. Come on, now, smile. Here we are.
Gee, I didn't mean to knock so loud. Oh, that sounds like Mickey barking. Oh, no, but it couldn't be. Here's somebody coming.
Yeah. Now, look, I'll pick you up on New Year's Day in the afternoon. Don't forget.
No. Gee, you've been sweet.
Will you shut up? Yes?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Doesn't Mrs. Malone live here?
Oh, I guess you want my wife.
Oh, I didn't know.
Who is it, Henry? Somebody want me?
Mama. Hello, Mama. Merry Christmas. Well, don't you know me?
Come in.
This is Mr.
Sergeant, how do you do?
Sit down.
Oh, you're looking fine, Mama.
What'd you come here for? What do you want?
I don't want anything. It was just Christmas, and Mr. Sergeant happened to be driving past
You
here.
see, I live in Wabash. I knew you'd be glad if she...
Glad? Why should I be glad? Good riddance to bad rubbish, I said the day she left.
Oh, Mama, please, Mr. Sergeant.
Just like her father she was. Always laughing at serious things. Never doing what she's told till she winds up stealing. Stealing my mission money. Money I'd put by with the sweat of my brow, that's what.
I didn't steal it. I told you 1,000 times I only borrowed it. I was going to pay you back.
But you didn't pay me back, did you? And you never paid me back.
How could I after you called me a thief in front of the whole town? Nobody'd give me a job.
And you left here. The great lady. We weren't good enough for you. A decent home, a hard-working mother, and a crook for a daughter.
Oh, Mom.
Look, Lee, I don't want to tear you away, but we still have 50 miles to go.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Oh, yes.
It's been very interesting to meet you, Mrs.
The name doesn't concern you.
It most certainly does not. Come on, kid.
I'd forgotten how much that woman hates me. And how much I hate her. It's a terrible thing to say, isn't it?
No.
But ever since I was little, she was always so right. And I was always so wrong. Thanks for getting me out. I'll stay anywhere. Any old place will do. If I'm far enough away from her.
Now, take it easy.
I wish I'd broken my neck when I fell out of that tree.
It's a little too late to think about that now, isn't it?
You won't make me stay in Eltonville, will you? You'll find me a room somewhere else.
Sure.
Any old dump will do.
That's just what you're going to get. It's got only one window, and the mattress is stuffed with rocks, and it's got a painting of the cross-eyedest old guy you ever saw in your life.
How do you know?
How do I know what? That my grandfather was cross-eyed?
You mean you're taking me home with you?
Why not?
Oh.
Oh, now, for God's sake, come on, stop it. Stop it. Hey, anyone home?
John!
Hello, Mother.
Oh, my boy, my boy.
Oh, gosh, Mother, it's good to see
Oh,
you.
my dear, I can't believe you're here at last.
Well, John Sargent.
Hello, Aunt Emmy. How about a kiss?
Oh, I do declare I'm glad you're here. If only to stop your mother from taking leave of her senses.
Boy, I'll say, hello, John. Welcome home.
Hiya, Willie. The girl still chasing you?
What made you so late, dear? We thought you'd be here by 6 at least.
Hey, who's that in the front seat, John?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mother, this is Miss Lee Leander. She's come to spend Christmas with us.
How do you do?
Well, how nice. I'm glad to know you, my dear.
And this is my Aunt Emmy. She knows more about flannel cakes than the guy who invented them.
Hello.
I'm right pleased to meet you, Miss Leander.
And this is Willie Sims, our hired boy. He's crazy about the girls, and the girls are... Well, this is Willie Sims.
I'm pleased to meet you.
Hello. I hope I won't be too much trouble, Mrs. Sargent.
Trouble? Why, bless your child, it's a joy to have you here.
No trouble at all.
Sure ain't.
Not a speck.
Come along, child. You must be near freezing to death, and here we are, cackling like... Emmy?
Huh?
Did you leave those cookies in the oven?
Oh, jeepers creepers.
Come along now, everyone. This way, Miss Leander.
Thanks.
Oh, boy, John.
Huh?
Ain't she a pizzerino?
Who? Oh!
Hot dog.
Come on, grab a grip, Willie. I want to thaw out in a hurry.
Go on, John. Don't stop. Play that other piece you used to do so good.
No, I can't remember it, Mother.
Oh, well, try, dear. Don't you think he plays nice, Miss Leander?
You don't have to answer that. I had $14 worth of piano lessons one time, and they've never forgotten it.
Willie, hand me that popcorn. We gotta have it all strung for the tree tomorrow night.
Here you are.
Here, you can help me. You ain't done a thing all evening.
Didn't I help Miss Leander with the dinner dishes?
Should have done those yourself, Willie. Miss Leander's a guest.
Oh, I like doing them, Mrs. Sargent. I've lived in hotels and places so long I haven't been around a house as much as I'd like.
Your folks dead?
Willie, be quiet.
Oh, I don't mind. My father's dead. My mother's remarried.
Well, that's too bad, dear. I always say it's so hard on the children. It just isn't the same with a new parent.
John, just one more piece.
No, that's all till next year, Aunt Emmy.
Oh, dear.
I'll play a piece if you want.
Well, that'd be fine.
Can you play?
Well, I used to play a little. What would you all like?
It doesn't make any difference.
I can sing Silent Night.
Now, Willie.
Well, I can.
Silent Night. I think I remember it.
Well, let's all sing it.
Go ahead, Miss Leander.
Well, son, time for bed. Oh, gracious, the evening's gone fast. The rest went up long ago.
Mother, wait. There's one thing you must be curious about.
What, dear?
Miss Leander.
Yes?
I don't know whether to tell you this or not, but I don't like to bring somebody under your roof without you knowing exactly who she is.
Oh, John, I think I can guess.
Huh? Oh, no, not at all. This young woman isn't even a friend of mine.
Well, she certainly should be. I think she's charming.
She is charming, Mother.
She reminds me of your father's cousin, Winifred. I was saying to Emmy tonight.
Wait a minute, Mother. The girl's a crook. I'm going to put her in jail when we get back to New York.
What?
But in the meanwhile, she had no place to go for Christmas.
Why, the poor lamb. You'll do no such thing, John Sargent. Why, that girl's as honest as all outdoors. I can tell by just looking at her face. If she did take some little thing, well, I'm sure it was entirely by mistake. She's probably a hypochondriac.
She might be at that, Mother.
She hasn't really taken things now, has she, dear? You're just making a bad joke, aren't you?
No, Mother. And I'm afraid this isn't even her first offense. But that doesn't mean she wasn't unhappy and lonely and a human being like the rest of us.
Well, the poor thing probably didn't get enough love as a child. Do you remember how bad you were? Well, you weren't really bad, but do you remember the time you took my egg money I was going to get a new dress with, and then how hard you worked to pay it back when you understood?
You made me understand.
No, dear. It was love that made you understand. Well, I do hope she enjoys her stay here. Do you think we ought to lock up the silver?
No, I don't think it's necessary.
Good night, son.
Good night, Mother.
Honestly,
Oh, look at all them presents yonder.
Beautifully. Look at this present. And, my dear, I've never seen so many presents in all my life.
Here's another one for you, Mother.
For me?
We always open our presents on Christmas Eve, Miss Leander, ever since John grew up.
Oh, John, another bottle of perfume. Ecstasy, too. Well, I haven't even started on that bottle of ecstasy you gave me last year.
Lucy.
What? Oh.
Well, gee, we've got all our stuff open, and, well, I'm sorry about the present situation, Miss Leander. If we'd only known sooner.
Well, John, there's some presents for Miss Leander over there on the sofa.
Huh?
Of course, Jack. You must have forgotten.
Oh, well, I guess you can always trust Santa Claus. 3 packages, Miss Leander. Merry Christmas.
Oh, no. Oh, you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble.
Open them up now, dear.
Oh, what a lovely pincushion. Oh, it's so pretty.
Nothing at all, just scraps and things I've been collecting for years.
Here's the next one. A very Merry Christmas to Miss Leander from Jack's Aunt Emma. Well,
Stockings. Oh, thank you so much.
Bed socks. Not so fancy, but wonderful on a cold night for a spinster lady.
Oh, it's awfully sweet of you all.
Here's another, Miss Leander.
Not really.
yeah, who's that from, Willie?
Oh, It's from you, you big dunce.
From
Can't
me?
you remember anything?
Oh, but I didn't-
Gracious sakes, Jack. Keep quiet.
Perfume. Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's nothing. Just a bottle of perfume.
And ecstasy, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you're all much too kind. I don't think I've ever met anyone so thoughtful
Oh,
and...
nonsense, child. We're so happy to have you and so anxious for you to enjoy your stay. Of course, there isn't much to do here, except tonight we're having a caroling party, and Thursday's the charity bazaar, and we have a treasure hunt on Friday, and then we start resting up for New Year's Eve.
Indeed, that's all there is. You know, farmers' wives don't die of boredom anymore. They die of heart failure.
Emmy, I do declare this is the best caroling we've ever had.
Yes. They look nice together, don't they?
Who?
Jack and Miss Leander. Like they was made for each other.
Now, if you're hinting that John's in love with her, well, he isn't, Emmy.
Fiddlesticks, Lucy. Fiddlesticks. She's in love with him, too.
I tell you they're not. You don't know anything about these things, Emmy. They're not in love. They just can't be.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
You tired, Lee?
Oh, no, it's wonderful.
Well, just the same, we'd better get along home. We've got a long week ahead.
Long. I imagine it's going to seem pretty short.
Don't go away, folks. Stay right in the hall. It'll be New Year's in just about a minute.
It's almost over, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost over.
Second will be one day nearer.
The second? Oh, you mean that second?
When my case comes up again.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it.
I have. But you've all been so sweet. No matter what happens after we get back, it won't matter so much. I'll have some wonderful memories.
So will I.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to wish you all a very happy New Year!
Happy New Year, Lee.
Happy New Year, Jack.
You know, it's an old-fashioned custom, but people always kiss each other, well, at this time.
I know it.
Well, what am I waiting for?
I don't know. Why are you? Just a minute. Oh, Mrs. Sargent.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Miss Leander, but you'll be in such a rush in the morning.
Oh, you're not disturbing me. Come in.
Thank you. First of all, I want you to know how glad we are to have had you here and how much I hope you've enjoyed your stay.
Oh, you'll never know how much.
And then, well, I want you to know how sorry I am you're in trouble and how much I hope it'll all come out all right.
Oh, I didn't know you knew about that.
Oh, you poor child. You can be sure I never would have mentioned it now, only... Well, has Jack ever told you anything about his childhood?
No. Why?
We were very poor after my husband died. In fact, we had nothing. Jack had to do the chores before school and then after the chores, he studied in the evening so he could go to college. And then he had to work his way through college and through law school. Oh, I don't mean there's anything unusual about it. I'm only trying to tell you that he worked very hard to get where he is. Very, very hard, and he's my son. And I wouldn't want anything or anyone to spoil it for him now.
I see. But I don't see why anything should spoil it for him, do you?
He's in love with you.
Oh, but he isn't in love with me. He's never had any more interest in me than some panhandler he'd buy a meal for.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
He kissed you tonight.
Well, I'm not ugly. Oh, he might have had a little fever for me, but it isn't going any further. Hasn't been any place either.
I see.
He's no fool. Even if he was, I wouldn't hurt him. Or you, or Aunt Emmy, or even Willie.
Thank you, my dear. And good night. But you do love him, don't you?
I'm afraid so.
I knew you did. Good night, my dear.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Act 3 of Remember the Night, starring Jean Arthur and Fred McMurray. But now, let's look ahead to that magic moment on Christmas Eve. When the Christmas tree stands fragrant in the corner, the star gleams at the top, and...
Now, John, let's turn on the tree lights.
Oh, Mommy, it's beautiful, beautiful. Just like a tree in the fairy story, covered with snow that doesn't ever melt.
Yes, a fairy tale tree with frosty snow on its branches. Snow that will stay white and lovely right in your living room for the whole holiday season, because it's made from the same pure white Lux Flakes that you use for washing all your pretty things. It's so easy to make this Lux Snow. Here's what you do. Empty a large box of Lux Flakes into a big bowl. Gradually add to it 2 cups of warm water, beating the mixture with an egg beater until it looks like rich whipped cream.
Then you pick it right up in your hands and spread it along the branches with your fingers, so it looks just like real snow.
If you like, you can sprinkle some shiny artificial snow on top of the Lux Snow while it's still damp, so it will catch the light.
We put some of the Lux Snow on the reeds in our windows, too. And I made a stunning centerpiece for our table. Pine branches covered with Lux Snow in a low vase and hung with tiny ornaments we hadn't used on the tree. It makes our dining room look so Christmassy.
Oh, Mommy, let's put some snow branches on the table in the front hall.
I think that would be lovely.
Particularly lovely if they're in front of a mirror so you can see their reflection, too. Now remember, to make Lux Snow for your tree or table decorations, use 2 cups of warm water to each large box of Lux Flakes. Beat the mixture with an egg beater until it looks like thick whipped cream. Then spread it with your fingers along the branches. Be sure to get the large-size box of Lux Flakes and ask your dealer for printed directions for making Lux Snow. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Remember the Night. The holidays are over, and Jack Sargent is taking Lee back to New York to stand trial for robbery. The road takes them across the border into Canada, and there Jack brings the car to a sudden stop.
What's the idea of stopping?
Lee, do you know where we are?
Of course, we're in Canada.
No, you don't get it. Look, this is Canada. Over there's the United States. Stay here. Don't go back.
Stop talking nonsense.
It isn't nonsense. I'm not a policeman. I can't make you go.
Is your conscience gnawing at you?
What do you think it was when I got bail for you?
Oh, that seems like 80 years ago. I didn't even know you were against me. Oh, I knew you were supposed to be trying to put me in jail, but you were so gentle about it.
Yeah, that's part of the technique. If you don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man on the jury wants to punch you on the nose. And you have to handle a jury with kid gloves, too, or you'll get it right in the verdict. You know, it's very hard to put a woman in jail, no matter what she's done. I'm supposed to be kind of a specialist at it.
Oh, no, you're not.
Sure I am.
You're just trying to make me hate you, so you won't feel too bad when you give me the business, aren't you?
Look, are you going to stay in Canada?
A fine district attorney you are, telling me to jump bail.
You know I love you, don't you?
Don't say that.
And you love me.
No.
I suppose that's why you've looked at me the way you have, and kissed me the way you did. And why your hand has always found mine, and mine has always found yours when they were anywhere near each other.
Jack, don't be a fool. You've got to remember how hard you've worked to get where you are. You've got to think of the hours and the days and the years you spent getting through college.
And Mother's been talking to you.
Why shouldn't she? She's got everything to be proud of. And you've got to be proud and think about it, too, instead of telling people to jump bail and falling for the first pair of pretty eyes.
Lee, I love you.
Oh, Jack.
I love you.
Darling, it'll be awful hard to lose you.
You know what I wish?
What?
I wish the case was over and you'd been acquitted.
Then you shouldn't have had it postponed.
Oh, that's true. If I hadn't, I'd never have met you.
It's true.
So the case is dismissed and you've been acquitted.
Knock wood.
And I pull out a marriage license.
Oh, gee.
And we march right into the judge's chambers and have him marry us.
You know you're talking like a madman, don't you?
Yeah, sure. Come on, let's go.
Jack, the courtroom's less than a block away. Or don't you care if the jury and the rest of them see you with me?
Oh, so I'm not good enough to be seen with you, huh? You don't love me anymore.
I never loved you.
Aha, were you just toying with me then?
Oh, shut up.
You'll have to develop more courtesy and respect for your future husband, or I shall fall back on strong measures. A woman, a dog, a hickory tree, the better you beat 'em, the better they be.
Oh, quit, will you?
All right.
I can't argue with you. Imagine being married to a man who argues for a living. But you know all this isn't right. Can't you see the papers? District attorney marries girl crook. I'd only hurt you, Jack.
Yeah, but you won't be a crook. You'll be acquitted.
How do you know?
Well, I don't know, but I think you've got a good chance.
You wouldn't do anything to make them acquit me, would you?
What could I do?
I don't know, but you could throw the case if you...
Well, listen, you're being charged by a judge and a jury. You're being tried by a judge and a jury. They know the facts and they speak for themselves. There's nothing I can do about it. Not a thing.
I hope there isn't. It'd be a fine thing, wouldn't it?
Now, don't worry. So long, darling. I'll see you in court.
You may proceed, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will if this jury will let me. They've been mumbling to themselves all morning.
I'll take care of the jury, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you. Now, Miss Leander, I believe you have testified that you were hypnotized at the time you left the jewelry store and walked up Fifth Avenue. Didn't you?
I...
Did you or didn't you? Answer the question, Miss Leander.
Well, my lawyer said so.
Oh, your lawyer said so. Are we to understand, then, that you and your lawyer do not agree as to exactly what happened?
Don't answer that question. Object, Your Honor. The question's entirely improper, and I ask it be stricken from the record.
Sustained. The jury will disregard the question.
I was only trying to... Your Honor, those jurors are at it again. If they'd listened to the testimony rather than whispering among themselves...
Proceed with the case, please.
Well, you can't hear yourself think. Well, Miss Leander, were you hypnotized or weren't you?
I suppose I...
We don't want your suppositions. We wanted to know whether or not you were hypnotized.
Yes.
Yes, what?
I guess I was hypnotized.
You guess you were hypnotized. First you suppose you were hypnotized, now you guess you were. Kindly remember you're under oath. Do you know the penalty for perjury?
Object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Tell me, Miss Leander, just how many times have you been hypnotized by beautiful jewelry?
I guess quite a lot of times.
Did you hear by any chance Dr. Kindmet's opinion concerning hypnotism? Well?
I'm trying to think.
If you don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man on the jury wants to punch you on the nose.
Oh.
Will the witness please answer my question? And will the jury please stop mumbling?
Jack, you...
And you have to handle the jury with kid gloves, too. You'll get it right in the verdict.
He's my son.
It's all right, Miss Leander. Just take all the time you want.
He's worked so hard. I wouldn't want anything to spoil it for him now.
Well, Miss Leander?
Nothing must spoil it for him.
Well, Miss Leander, what is it? What is it?
Your Honor, I object to the tactics being pursued by the district attorney. He's harrying the defendant.
No, wait. I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, I don't believe this young woman is well. I request a 5-minute recess.
I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, it must be perfectly
Your Honor,
apparent that
a
the
few
witness
minutes
has been
recess,
made
please.
hysterical
She's
by
obviously not responsible for what she's saying.
Why do you wish to plead guilty?
Because I am guilty. You see, when you work hard for something and promises are made, you just can't toss it away, no matter what.
Your Honor, it must be perfectly clear now that this is not normal behavior.
It's perfectly clear, of course, and the state has no desire to take advantage of a temporary aberration.
There isn't anything temporary about this. Your Honor, you can see I'm in my right mind. I plead guilty.
You leave me no other alternative. The court at this time will fix January 7th at 10 a.m. as the day for passing sentence. The prisoner is remanded to the city jail. The jury is dismissed.
Mr. Sergeant, to see you, Miss Leander.
All right.
This way, Mr. Sergeant. 10 minutes.
Thanks.
Hello?
Do you know what you've done?
Yes.
Do you know it can't be undone?
Yes.
You understand there's no appeal. Nothing but jail.
How long will I get?
How do I know? Maybe not very long, but if you'd kept your trap shut, you wouldn't be in here at all.
There wasn't anything else to do. You're so strong and you argue so well. And I love you so much.
Yeah, you certainly proved that.
I'd always do what you wanted, even if it wasn't good for you. I'd never have a chance against you. You'd never have a chance with me, like just now, when you were trying to lose the case. Aren't you ashamed?
Stop it. Oh, I know what you were trying to do. Save little Jackie's career from the bad, bad woman. Don't you think I'm the best judge of what's good for me and what I want most in this world?
No.
And while you were making your big gesture, did you stop to think how much you'd be hurting me? Do you think I'll stop loving you just because they lock you up with a bunch of hoodlums and hopheads for the next few years?
I'm not much better.
Well, you were good enough for me.
Will you come and see me?
Come and see you. I'm going to send for the judge and marry you right this minute.
Oh, no. Thanks. But if you still wanted me afterwards, you'd be a sucker if you did. But if you did, it wouldn't be the same. I'd be all square and you'd have plenty of time to think things over.
I don't have to think, Lee. I'll be waiting for you. No matter how long it is, I'll be waiting.
Jack, will you stand beside me and hold my hand when I'm sentenced?
You know I will.
Then I won't be afraid. It'll be kind of like a marriage at that, won't it? You see, the other part won't be so bad or so long. With your voice always in my ear, your smile always before my eyes, and the feel of your hand always in mine.
Lee.
I love you so. I love you so.
Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back to the microphone in just a moment for their curtain calls. And now it's nearly time to trim the trees, to light the Christmas candles and hang the Christmas stocking by the chimney with care. Well, here's hoping Santa tucks into them the very things that you want the most. We've learned that one of the things most of you ladies want the most to find tucked in your Christmas stocking is stockings. And if you're lucky and Christmas brings you some precious silks and nylons, you'll treasure them, I know. That means giving them the care over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend, Lux Flakes. Nightly luxing saves the elasticity that keeps filmy stockings from breaking into runs so easily. Helps them fit better, too. You know, it's downright extravagant to risk cake soap rubbing or soaps with harmful alkali. These weaken elasticity, and runs pop sooner. And now, for this Christmas, lots of luck to you. And for your precious stockings, lots of Lux. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Our stars are in the spotlight again as they take a curtain call. And those special guests we told you about, Bob Hope and Rita Hayworth, will join us in a moment. But right now, we give our best grade A salute to Jean Arthur and Fred McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And may I be the first to wish you and your audience a Merry Christmas?
I'll second that wish, C.B.
The same to you. And I know I speak for our audience.
There's something else that goes with this season of the year that I hope no one will forget. I mean the Red Cross.
American women have always been generous with their time in helping the Red Cross, but there's a special job for the men now, C.B. That 5-letter word, money.
That'll stand repeating, Fred. The Red Cross needs money.
$50 million to be exact, for the Special War Relief Fund.
We all know the need is great, but it must be impressed on us that the time is short. So I hope that everyone will give as much and as soon as they can.
America has never failed the Red Cross yet, Jean. It won't fail them now. But besides money, from what Mrs. DeMille tells me, every local chapter needs help from every woman.
Yes, there's a mountain of work to be done. And the place to volunteer for it is at your local Red Cross headquarters.
Well, I guess everybody is wondering what happened to Bob Hope and Rita Hayworth. Where are they, C.B.?
Right over there, standing in the wings. Come on out, Bob and Rita.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, knit 2, purl 2, knit 2, purl 2.
What goes on here, Bob?
Well, I've been listening to Jean Arthur talk about the Red Cross, so I'm knitting a sock.
One sock? What for?
That's for W.C. Fields. He wants something to wear over his nose during blackouts.
seriously, I want to tell all of you how much I enjoyed the play tonight.
Thank you, Rita. And we have a very pleasant assignment ahead of us right now. Suppose you explain it, Mr. DeMille.
Gladly. The Hollywood news photographers have asked us to give Bob and Rita an award on their behalf.
Photographers? Oh, that must be a beauty contest. Yes, Rita is lovely, and I presume they finally saw me in Technicolor.
Technicolor. Yes. Yes, your new picture, Louisiana Purchase, is in Technicolor, isn't it? Well, I guess Paramount figured they had to do something. But Columbia didn't have to worry about Rita Hayworth. No, this is not an award for your beauty, Bob, believe it or not.
The truth is, Bob, that the Hollywood news reporters have picked you and Rita as the most photogenerous people of the year in Hollywood.
And they've sent over these silver trophies and asked Gene and Fred and me to present them to you tonight. Naturally, we feel very proud of that. We all know that Hollywood news photographers have helped many young players along the road to stardom. And so an award from them is a coveted honor. On behalf of all these cameramen, to you, Bob, and to you, Rita, we offer congratulations on your photo generosity.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeMille. Isn't that lovely? It's so pretty and bright.
Yes, and you can always keep it bright with Pepsodent, yes.
Bob, remember where you are.
Okay, Rita, you can use a little Lux on it, too.
Don't soft soap me, Bob. Don't soft soap me just because we're expecting great things from you next week. You see, ladies and gentlemen, next Monday night, the stars of the Lux Radio Theater will be Bob Hope and Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, fine, Bob. What's the play?
The Bride Came COD, Gene.
It's adapted from the Warner Brothers picture. The story of an aviator who kidnaps an heiress. That's Bob Hope kidnapping Hedy Lamarr.
Don't wake me up. Let me dream. Well, we'll see you next week.
Well, sounds like a great comedy, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Gee, this award makes me feel so good, I want to invite all of you to come with me as my guests for the evening.
No, thanks, Bob. We've already seen nothing but the truth. Good night. Good night. Remember, the night made this a night to remember.
Energine Shoe White and Energine Cleaning Fluid present Manhattan at Midnight. There are millions of people in Manhattan at midnight, and every one of them has a story. Listen.
Hey, Bud. Where do you think you're going?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, all right.
What do you want, copper?
I want you, little shot. You're under arrest.
Under arrest? What for?
For the murder of Harry Thomas.
Now there's a story from Manhattan at midnight. Manhattan, where millions of people seek fortune, adventure, romance. Tonight's story, brought to you by the makers of Energine, is the story of the Foster family, Peggy, Mickey, and Pa Foster. They live over there in that Lower East Side apartment. Right now, they're getting ready to celebrate Mickey's birthday.
Oh, hello, Daddy. You're a few minutes early.
Got off a little early tonight. Hey, I smell something good.
I smell it, too. You don't think somebody sneaked in here and roasted a chicken, do you?
No, nobody pull a trick like that on us.
Well, I don't know, though. Let's look around.
I'm getting warm.
Try the oven.
By golly, it is a chicken. Come on now, Peggy, out with it. What are we celebrating?
Why, Daddy, I'm ashamed of you. Have you forgotten about Mickey's birthday?
Oh, no. It looks like Mickey has. Where is he?
Oh, he'll be along. I told him to stay out for the afternoon. I didn't want him hanging around while I was cooking.
I suppose not.
And there was another reason. A boy was coming to deliver this.
Fountain pen. Gold band and everything.
Uh-huh. And look at the engraving.
Let's see. Mickey.
I was going to put some Pa and Peggy on it, but they wanted too much.
How much did it cost the way it is?
Never you mind now. You read your paper. Mickey will be here in a minute.
The answer to what I'm trying to figure out ain't in the paper.
Pa, don't go rushing on me.
Call her anything you like. We're ruining that boy.
Toss that piece of butter in here, will you, Pa?
He's not a boy anyhow. He's a grown man.
These are swell potatoes. They mash beautifully.
Fountain pens and chicken dinners. He's 20 years old today. It's about time he got a job and helped along here, the same as you've been doing.
Oh, leave him alone tonight, will you, Pa? I've got to report to the hospital right after dinner, and, well, it won't be nice if I have to leave you and Mickey fighting.
There won't be any fighting.
Put these on the table, will you, Pa? I asked Steve to come over to dinner, too, but he couldn't make it.
He's a nice boy, Peggy, that doctor of yours.
Oh, I'll be glad when he really is a doctor. An intern's life is no picnic.
What are you planning to do? Get married right away as soon as he passes his exam?
No, I don't know. I've been thinking maybe I ought to wait until Mickey can find himself a job.
We'll have a long wait then. Mickey's trailing with a bad crowd, Peggy. That bunch of no-goods who hang around Hannigan's. And he's ripe for trouble unless he finds a job that takes him off the sidewalk.
Wait. No. Hello, Mickey.
Hello, sis. Well, you two look pretty guilty. What have you been up to?
Oh, Mickey. Sit down.
The buzzard is in honor of your birthday, Mickey. Isn't he a bird?
He was a bird, I hope.
And here, before you eat, this is from Pa and me. Wish him a happy birthday, Pa.
Happy birthday, Mickey. I hope you're working when it rolls around again.
Hey, this is all right. My name on it, too, Mickey, huh? Thanks, Peg.
Thank Pa, too. It's from both of us.
I don't want any thanks.
All you want me to do is get a job. Get a job. It don't make any difference what it is so long as it's a job.
That's not true, Mickey.
I was through a week ago and he was all hopped up about me getting a freight elevator job at Clancy.
Oh, I suppose that kind of a job is too tame for you.
Freight elevator. Mickey Foster, the indoor aviator.
And what's the matter with that?
Oh, come on now. Eat your dinner, both of you. I've got to run.
Thanks again for the present, Peg. I'll sign all my checks with it.
Oh, you hear that? That's what he learned from those sun dodgers in the pool room and on the corner. Signing checks. Not a nickel to his name.
It's got says I can't make a crack around here without I'm out of order. What is it? I'm 20 years old and I haven't got any job. So what?
So you're not making any effort to get one?
Did you ever hear of unemployment? There's millions
Yes, but they're not living under this roof. And your sister Peggy isn't working nights in the hospital to support them. And neither am I.
Oh, I was hoping there wouldn't be any of this tonight.
All right, let's call it off. What do you say, Pa?
Do whatever you like. It's spoken my piece.
How do you like that?
Get it, will you, Mickey?
Yeah. Hello?
I speak to Michael Foster?
Yeah, speaking to him now.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Michael. Happy birthday to you. This greeting comes to you via Western Union with the best wishes of Peggy and Pa. Good night, Mr. Foster.
City Hospital, drugstore. Can I help you?
This is no place to come to dinner.
Oh, what's the matter with it outside of it being horrible?
Well, the telephone's always ringing, and that electric thingamabob that mixes the milk drink sounds too much like a dentist drill.
I see, sensitive flower, Yours is a hard case, Peggy. It's going to take me years to even diagnose it.
Are you sure you're equal to the job, Dr. Burns?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I'm the greatest doctor in the world, but what's my opinion against millions of others?
You know, that's what I like about you, your modesty.
Well, who's going to cheer for me if I don't?
Well, I've got a thin piping soprano.
You.
Dr. Burns, my hand.
Yeah. Lovely, isn't it?
You're holding it much too obviously for a great physician.
Intern. Oh, gosh. I'll be glad when that's over.
Why so anxious? You're learning something every day. Or night, rather.
Oh, I like the learning part all right, but now that I'm near the end of it, I'm anxious to have it over with.
Oh, I can understand that. Accident ward and ambulance stuff is drudgery, all right.
Oh, it isn't that so much either. I suppose it's because I've known some interns who got black eyes in their private practice through some mistake or some slip they made in the hospital.
I have, too. But, Steve, you haven't made any slips, have you?
No, but the longer I'm here, the chance that one gets better, doesn't it?
Not with me around, it doesn't. Do you think I'd let you ruin my career as the future Mrs. Stephen Burns, M.D.?
Oh, Peggy, you're wonderful. You really are.
Not here, Steve. Quiet.
Oh, here's something I haven't told you that'll help us along a lot.
What?
I got your brother Mickey a job today, driving a hospital car and working around the garage.
Steve, you didn't.
True, though, yeah. Starts next Monday.
Oh, Steve, that's marvelous. Do you mind if I call him now? Is it definite?
Sure, go ahead. I'll be at the shop.
These emergency calls get me down.
Oh, I don't mind them anymore. What's it this time?
Street shooting. Man's on the sidewalk.
Keep that case open. What did Mickey say?
Oh, I didn't get him. Here we are.
Get back there. Get back. Let him through, please. Let him go.
Get back. Give him some air now. You the officer in charge?
Yes, Sergeant Newman, 23rd Precinct.
You tried first aid or anything?
Haven't touched it. I think it's a gone goose.
Oh, officer, push these people back, will you please, so the doctor will have some room to work.
Come on. Move away.
The head wound. He's out. Push that stretcher closer, Peters.
Keep moving, will you? Keep moving.
Give me a hand here, Miss Foster.
Yes, doctor.
Out of the way there.
Oh,
What have you got there, Peggy?
why, it was, I was picking up my thermometer. Here, push aside there, will you please?
All right, get him in the ambulance.
What's his chances, Doc?
Not very good, I'm afraid. Hop in, Peggy.
Making your report right away?
Oh, yes, of course.
Just wanted to know. We'll have a man at the hospital to pick up whatever there is.
Okay.
He's bleeding badly.
I know. Go ahead, Peters. What are you acting so worried about, Peggy? You know this fellow?
No, but he's badly hit, and I don't like that.
We've been on a lot of ambulance cases together. I never saw you act like this before.
Well, this one seems worse than the others.
It isn't, though. Oh, why don't you let me in on it, Peggy? This isn't the only ride we're ever going to take together.
There's nothing to let you in on, Steve. I don't feel well.
The thermometer. You didn't drop it. But you picked up something.
His breath is coming very weak, Steve.
Yes. What was it you picked up, Peggy?
I won't tell you.
Peggy, it's between us. We've never had any secrets before.
I won't tell you, Steve. I can't.
There's just a moment now before the story of the Foster family continues. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let's consider a case of impulse versus experience. Now, if you were expecting company for dinner and you discovered a grease spot on the dress or light suit you were wearing, your impulse might be to slip into something else. But it would really be unnecessary to go to all that trouble. For here's what experience tells us.
The simplest thing to do is to remove that spot immediately with Energine cleaning fluid. And it's the practical thing to do, too. For the sooner you get after a grease spot, the easier it is to remove it perfectly.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and Energine will remove that grease spot perfectly. Make it disappear as completely as if you sent the whole garment to the cleaners. Energine won't disturb fast-dyed colors, won't leave a stain or telltale ring after cleaning. You just use it as directed on the can, and grease spots disappear as if by magic. So always use Energine the instant you notice a spot, on clothing, upholstery, or rug. It's easy and economical to keep things clean, if you're Johnny on the spot with Energine. And now, back to Peggy and Steve. They have brought the wounded man to the hospital, and now they're in a small office in the accident ward.
Prop yourself up on that chair there, Peggy, and pull yourself together.
I'm all right.
Here, drink this.
No.
Oh, go ahead. It's only water with a little pill in it to sharpen you up.
Thanks.
Now, if you don't feel a ripple of life along your keel in a moment or so, those pills are counterfeit.
I'm okay now, thanks.
Oh, fine. Then we'll proceed with the third degree.
Do we absolutely have to, Steve?
Oh, Peggy, darling, there's no secrets on a job like this. This fellow was shot, and I've got to make out a full report for the police.
A medical report?
No, not just a medical report. Anything we noticed that might assist them.
I can't assist them, Steve. Not in this.
Oh, Peggy, now, there, it can't be that bad.
It is, though. I should have told you in the first place, Steve. I would have, only I was so shocked and scared.
Of course you would.
There it is. Mickey's fountain pen.
Mickey?
Yes. Pa and I gave it to him yesterday for his birthday.
Oh, you don't have to worry about this, Peggy. There's millions of these in circulation.
Not with Mickey's name engraved on them, there aren't.
Oh, Mickey. Engraved right into the band. Yeah, it'd be easy to trace that.
You can see now why I didn't want to tell you.
Yeah, naturally.
And when he wasn't home when I called, that worried me, too.
I don't know what to say, Peggy.
You don't think for a minute that Mickey did this, do you, Steve? Do you, Steve?
Oh, there's the fountain pen. How about that?
I can't explain that away offhand, Steve, but... Well, there must be an explanation. You just admitted yourself there must be one.
Well, I suppose there is, Peggy, but... Well, that's a matter for the police to decide.
Oh, if Mickey's mixed up in a killing, it'll ruin him for life. Who are you, a doctor with a report to fill out, a routine report? To sit in judgment of Mickey.
Now, Peggy, don't go off half-cocked.
I mean it, Steve. It's circumstantial evidence. Anybody could have dropped that pen there.
Well, I grant you that.
Then for goodness sake, give the kid a break.
All right. I'll tell you, Peggy, I can do this. I can hold the report off until I see how the patient's condition is. If it's improving, okay.
And if not? If he goes?
If he doesn't recover, that puts a different light on it, Peggy. That makes it a murder case. And I'd have to go through the routine. The fountain pen and all.
Oh, Steve, we can't let him die. He mustn't die.
Now, pull yourself together, Peggy. Go see Mickey and find out what happened. Take the rest of the night off. I'll see that you're covered.
Oh, wait a minute, Steve. Where are you going?
I'm going up to the operating room and see if I can't help Dr. Hornbeck. He's probing for the bullet. It's very delicate, as you know.
You'll do the best you can, won't you, Steve?
Now, stop crying, Peggy. This is no way for a nurse to act. I'll pull this out of the fire if I can.
Good luck, Steve. I'll be back later.
Okay, Pa, that's my trick. Ah, it's Flo Nightingale, back from the battlefield.
Hello, Peggy. What are you doing home?
I came to see Mickey.
In that case, I mailed 100 aces.
Sit down, Peggy. Mickey came home early for a change. He's trying to beat me at peanut.
Trying, huh? 100 aces. What goes on with you, Peggy? Are you looking at me funny, or am I wrong for the first time this year?
Go on, play your card.
Mickey, I've got to talk to you.
Okay, go ahead. There we are, Pa. 40 pinochle.
Mickey.
What is it, Peggy?
Mickey, how long have you been home?
We stayed out about 2 hours after dinner. Why?
Where did you go tonight, Mickey, in those 2 hours?
Now, let me see. I had a date with a showgirl, and we went dancing. Then I got my tandem bicycle out, and we rode around a while.
And you gave her your new fountain pen, I suppose.
Oh, I see. You came home to make some trouble.
What's this about the fountain pen?
Mickey will tell you.
Well, Mickey won't tell anything about it.
Where is that fountain pen, Mickey?
I wasn't going to talk about this in front of you, Pa. But this is no time for sparing anyone's feelings. He hasn't got the fountain pen.
You know so much about it? Where is it?
The police may have it now. Because I found it tonight on the street under the body of a man who had just been shot.
What? Now, wait a minute. How's that again?
A man was shot. I was on the case. I found the pen we gave Mickey under the man's body.
That doesn't prove anything on me.
Mickey! Sit down there and tell me the truth about this before I skin you alive.
Don't bellow at him, Pa. Let him tell us.
I didn't do it. I didn't shoot anybody, I tell you.
There's been Fosters around here for a long time, but none of them ever got mixed up in a killing before.
I'm not mixed up in any killing. I don't know anything about it.
Let him alone a minute, will you, Pa? Now, don't go into a fit, Mickey. If you didn't do it, that's fine. But tell us what you did tonight.
I went to Hannigan's and...
One way to find out. Answer it.
Hello?
I want to speak to Mickey Foster.
That's me. Who's this?
Never mind who it is. They're going to pick you up for knocking off Harry Thomas tonight.
What are you talking about? Who is this?
You know what I'm talking about. You lost the fountain pen tonight. When the cops ask you what happened to it, you keep your lip up, see?
Why should I?
You got a sister, ain't you?
Yeah?
Wise guy, if you don't want nothing to happen to her, take my advice.
Listen, I didn't have nothing to do with it.
You heard me.
Now, wait a minute, listen. Hey, wait a minute. He hung up.
Who was it?
I don't know.
What did he want?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing? Who was it?
Well, it was... I ain't saying.
Oh, some more of your shenanigans, huh? Now, listen to me. I've just about had enough of this.
Let him alone, Pa. Look, Mickey, we're only trying to help you.
Yeah, I know.
Then tell us what happened.
I don't...
You know this man who was shot? His name is Harry Thomas. Do you know him?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Well, what do you know about him?
Well, he's sort of a small-time racket guy. That's all I know.
Did you see him tonight?
No, I haven't seen him for a week.
Then how did your fountain pen happen to be lying beside his body?
Come on, tell the truth now.
I don't know, I tell you. I don't know nothing about it. I must have lost the pen somewhere. Stop picking on me, will you?
You'll end up on the hot seat, and it'll be good enough for you. Here, Peggy and I are doing our best to help you, and you sit there like a clam. What are you hiding?
I'm not hiding anything.
Oh, well. I'm going back to the hospital.
I'll go with you.
Oh, no, you don't. You stay right here. You're not going out of my sight till we've got this thing cleared up.
Foster, what are you doing around the operating room? Thought you took the night off.
I did, but I have to come back to see about something.
I get it. Doc Burns has a big night, so you're back rooting for him.
Oh, don't kid with me, Kelly, please. Not now. How's he doing?
You'd be proud of him. He came in to assist Hornbeck at the start, but he's practically taken the case over. Working like he had a personal interest. Almost like the guy was his brother.
Yes, but the patient.
Well, they won't know for a while yet. They got the bullet, though. Yeah. Say, who is this Thomas that erates all this attention from you and Burns?
Oh, that's another case, Kelly. That's another case.
Oh, don't look so innocent, Foster. Take off those false whiskers.
What do you mean, innocent?
The whole staff knows about you and Doc Burns. And it doesn't do a young doctor any harm to stuff his hospital record with miracles. So long. Careful. Lift the wheels up over that door, Jack.
Steve!
Oh, we tried everything to save him, Peggy, but it was no use.
Steve. Now what are you going to do?
Dr. Burns.
There's a detective here wants you to report on the Thomas shooting, Dr. Burns. He says to bring down the bullet.
Yes. Tell him there's a fountain pen in my desk that is... Well, never mind. I'll be right down. Oh, wait a minute, Peggy. You were going to ask me something.
You've answered me.
This story of Peggy Foster, which continues in just a moment, is brought to you by the makers of Energine Shoe White as a contribution to your enjoyment at home this evening. Tomorrow evening or the next, you may find your enjoyment in dressing up and going out somewhere. And when you do, remember this. The white shoes you wear will be an even, smooth, brighter shade of white if you clean them with Energine Shoe White, the modern shoe white. You see, there's a noticeable difference between Energine Shoe White and the ordinary, old-fashioned white shoe cleaner. Look at a bottle of ordinary shoe white, and you'll see that it separates into two layers, a thin, watery layer at the top and a loose, chalky deposit at the bottom. But Energine Shoe White never separates, either in the bottle or on your shoes. It's always a uniform, rich, creamy white clear through. That means that Energine Shoe White spreads over your shoes easily, dries without caking or streaking, and leaves your shoes a smooth, even white all over. Tomorrow, get this modern shoe white that gives your shoes the smooth, brilliant white they need to match modern white styles. It's Energine Shoe White. And now back to our story of Peggy Foster. It's early next morning, and she's on her way to police headquarters.
Police southbound, send me to read all about it. Hey, ladies.
Thanks. Do you know the way to police headquarters?
Down a block and over a block. Read all about it, young man. Read all about it. Look at that stuff they expect me to eat. Cornmeal mush with lumps like rocks. Milk out of a can. You got me into the stock. What do you got against me?
Nothing, Mickey. Try to believe that, will you?
Yeah, just told him it's my pen, that's all. Now here I am in the clink.
Now, if you'll only let me help you, Mickey.
Yeah, I know how you'll help.
Now, listen to me, you loudmouth little stoop. I had to tell what I knew about this case. That was my job.
Yeah, your job.
Now, look, Mickey, you're in a tight spot. I don't know whether you realize that or not.
You don't have to tell me.
You didn't kill Harry Thomas, did you?
No, I didn't kill him.
Then why don't you tell the police how you lost your fountain pen?
Because I got my reasons. Now go away and leave me alone, will you?
They're going to pin it on you, Mickey. You're going to jail for something you didn't do.
Stop yapping at me.
You can tell me what happened, Mickey. I promise I'll never tell another person in the world.
Yeah, I should believe that. You're the guy that turned me in.
You're trying to protect somebody, aren't you?
What's it to you?
I'll tell you what it is to me, Mickey. I love your sister. I love her more than anything else in the world. You go to the electric chair, and maybe that's what'll happen. She'll never get over it. She'll never forgive me. I'll do anything, Mickey, to get you out of this spot. Not only because I believe you didn't have anything to do with the murder of Harry Thomas, but for Peggy's sake. Now, do you believe me?
Yeah, I believe.
Then you'll tell me the whole story?
Listen, Doc, you got a promise to keep your mouth shut. See, and it ain't for me either. It's for Peggy.
For Peggy?
Yeah. She's the reason I ain't been talking.
All right, you have my word. I won't tell anybody else, not even the police.
Okay, I lost a pen to a guy named Whitey Lewis. He's a cheap little racketeer, trigger man.
Yeah?
Last night he called me on the phone. Told me if I said anything about where I lost the pen, he'd get Peggy.
What?
And he would, too. He's just the kind, a real killer.
I see. Where does this Whitey live, do you know?
No, but once when I was walking down Front Street with some guy, he told me Whitey had a hideout flat in one of the houses there.
You don't remember the number, do you?
I think it was number 40 or somewhere about there. Why? What are you going to do, Doc? You ain't going to tell the cops.
No, but I'm going to pay a call on Whitey Lewis myself. It's easy to get in, but hard to get out, hey, Doc?
I'd like to see Michael Foster, please. I'm his sister.
Peggy. Oh, Peggy, I've just been in to see Mickey.
That was kind of you after you got him in here.
I was afraid you'd take it that way.
It shouldn't make any difference to you from now on how I take anything.
Now, listen, Peggy.
Oh, why don't you go away and leave me alone? You've done enough damage. I know you have to turn the pen into the police. All right, you've done your duty. You've made a mess of Mickey's life and mine, too. So why don't you leave us alone?
All right, I'll leave you alone. But I hope maybe I'll be able to straighten this out for you.
We don't want your help, thank you.
If you want to see your brother, lady, you'd better come along.
All right, officer. Oh, Steve, you've ruined everything for us, everything. I never want to see you again.
Okay, Peggy.
All right, officer, come on.
Right through here. First cell on the right.
Thanks.
Hello, Peg. Gee, I'm glad you got here.
Oh, Nicky, I feel like bawling seeing you in a place like this.
How do you think I feel? Can't you get me out on bail even?
No. There's no bail set. But I've got a lawyer for you.
Yeah, who is he?
He's a good man. Mr. Fitch. William Fitch. He'll be in to see you tonight.
Yeah, okay. Listen, sis.
What is it, Nicky?
Doc Burns was here a couple of minutes ago. Did you see him?
Yes, I saw him. What did he have to say to you?
Well, he talked to me for a long time, sis.
About what?
Oh, a lot of stuff about how sorry he was he got me in this spot, how much he loves you.
Oh, he loves me, does he?
Peggy, listen. He got me talking. He made me talk. I told him how I lost the fountain pen.
Well, why did you tell him and not me?
Well, he said he'd do anything to get me out of this spot, and now that's what he's trying to do. Peggy's going to get himself killed. Whitey will plug him, sure.
Nicky, what are you talking about? How is he going to get himself killed? Who's Whitey?
Whitey's the guy I lost the pen to. Whitey Lewis. He's a cheap, small-time gangster, but he's a killer. Whitey planted the pen on Harry Thomas, so I'd have to take the rap.
But where's Steve gone? Nicky, has he gone to see this Whitey Lewis?
Yeah, that's it, Peggy. He's going down to have a talk with him.
You mean he's gone down to see him alone?
Well, I guess so.
Where does Whitey Lewis live?
He's got a hideout at 40 Front Street or somewhere around there.
Nicky, why did you let him go alone? I've got to tell the police. This is Front Street, Sergeant.
Yeah, I know. 40 ought to be right around here.
This Whitey Lewis tip sounds like a wild one to me, Sarge.
Well, they said they're looking into it, so we're looking into it.
Well, here it is. That's the house. You better come inside with us, lady. I ain't suspicious. Just careful.
All right.
Where'd you say he was, on the second floor?
Yes, that's right.
Well, I guess this must be the entrance door. Come on. Let's go up. Shot! Come on, Joe. Let's bust this door down. Right. Come on.
He's in there. Steve's in there. Oh, hurry, hurry.
Stay where you are, coppers. Take it easy, Whitey. We got you covered. Oh, no, you ain't. Don't get in my way or I'll blast you.
All right, Whitey. You asked for it.
Killed him.
No, I don't think so. We won't have to use no bracelets on this bum.
Yeah. Hey, I didn't see him. Look there. A guy lying on the floor over there. Is that your boyfriend, lady?
Oh, Steve. Steve, darling.
Is he hurt bad?
I can't tell. Steve.
He's coming to.
Steve, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. He just grazed my head and knocked me out for a second.
Well, what'd you find out? Is this the guy that killed Thomas?
Take the gun. Compare the bullet from the wall with the Thomas slug. You have it. Oh, Peggy, I'm saying triple. There's 3 Peggies. You never told me about this. How about those chocolate malts?
Coming right up.
Mickey'll be by in a minute.
Yes. You know, he's as delighted with that supply truck job as a kid with a pair of new red rubber boots.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Mickey.
Hi.
How's the demon driver?
Well. Say, the lieutenant told me to tell you there's a badge with your number on it down there anytime he gets sick of doctors. He thinks you'd make a great stick.
Well, sure he would. He was good enough to get you off.
Well, how do you like your new job?
Ah, well, Steve. Say, now that you people are going to sort of get together...
Who says we're going to get together?
Well, you are, aren't you?
Well, this is as good a way as any to start planning a honeymoon, isn't it, Peggy?
I think so.
As I was saying, now that you're getting together, you can help me with some of these invoice names. Steve, how do you spell, wait a minute, sulfanilamide?
Huh? Oh, S-U-L...
Oh, yes. P-H...
Hey, that's enough. If you're gonna kiss your way through it, I'll be here all day.
And now, next week's story from Manhattan at Midnight. Every night, hundreds of small-town dance bands are playing in local dance halls, hoping for the break that will put them in some glamorous New York nightclub. Next week's story is of just such a band, Tommy Abbott's Melodiers, a small-time orchestra which became famous overnight when it opened at one of New York's most exclusive nightclubs. Mary Taft, Tommy's lovely young singer, had much to do with the band's success. But Tommy forgot that. He hired Cynthia Manners, a society songbird, to take Mary's place. That's when the trouble began. Don't miss this exciting story of New York nightlife next Wednesday evening. The author of tonight's story was Frank Dolan. The original music was composed by Charles Paul. All names and designations of persons used in the course of this broadcast are entirely fictitious, and no living person is actually referred to or designated. Manhattan at Midnight is brought to you every Wednesday evening at this same time by the makers of Energine Cleaning Fluid and Energine Shoe White. This is Nelson Case, wishing you all good evening until next Wednesday night.
The Chicago Motor Club's Wayside Theater ushers in the new year with a timely presentation of The Adventure of the Absent-Minded Professor, written especially for this program by Addison Simmons. Ladies and gentlemen, the first act curtain rises on The Adventure of the Absent-Minded Professor. Peggy.
Yes, John?
Take a letter.
Oh, John, look at you.
Well, what are you laughing at?
Oh, you're silly. Your hat's on backwards. You look like a fireman.
Why, don't be foolish. I haven't got my hat on.
Oh, but you have.
But I've been in class all after... Oh. Good heavens. I have got it on.
Oh, poor darling.
So that's why the class laughed. Oh, well. Never mind. Take a letter, Peggy.
Ready and waiting.
Dear Mr. Who's I writing to?
You haven't said yet.
Oh, that's funny. Well, let's see. What was I going to write about?
You didn't say that either.
Oh, well, I'll think of it sooner or later. I've lots of other things to do, I suppose.
You certainly have. Look at your desk. Look at that pile of papers.
Oh, well, I'll dig right into them. Oh, Peggy.
Yes, John?
Peggy, isn't there something you were supposed to remind me of today?
No.
Something important, Peggy.
Nothing I haven't reminded you of already.
Oh, now that's peculiar. Oh, well, it'll come. Where'd those flowers come from, Peggy?
Oh, the man in the moon.
Peggy, where did you get those flowers?
Oh, you idiot, you sent them to me.
I sent them? What? Oh, good heavens, so I did. Oh, you know, I've been so busy, I forgot.
Yes, dear.
Oh, well, busy men can't remember everything.
No, dear, I guess they can't.
Oh, these papers. Now, let me see. Peggy, I forgot to say, I just put on my experiment for the new explosive.
Yes, John?
And, I want it to remain just as it is until 5 o'clock. And at 5 o'clock, I want you to remind me to take it off.
At 5 o'clock?
Yes, dear, and we mustn't forget. If we do, at midnight, it'll blow this chemistry building to kingdom come.
Oh, but John, you said I could get off early and go shopping.
Oh, did I? Why, so I did. Well, you just go right ahead. Go on, dear. Any time at all is all right.
Well, what about the explosive?
Oh, that's all right. I'll remember it.
That's just the trouble. You won't.
Now, Peggy, tell me, did I ever forget anything really important?
Oh, no, darling.
Well, now, did I?
Skip it, dear. Look, I'll write you a note. Great big one. Here now. Turn off experiment. 5 o'clock. There, now, you can't miss that.
Fine. Put it right here. Suppose I put my hat on it, and then I can't miss it. Say, where is my hat?
Still on your head, darling.
Oh, yes. Yes, so it is. Well, all right. Here we are. The note, the hat. I pick up the hat. I see the note. I can't miss that, can I?
Just be sure you don't, darling.
No, I won't. You know, Peggy, there is something I've forgotten for today. If I could only think.
Just be sure it's nothing you've asked me to remind you about, dear.
Oh, well, I suppose it wasn't important anyway. Well, now you run along, get your shopping done. Go ahead.
Thanks, darling. You're a sweet boss.
Don't forget your hat.
I won't. Bye, sweet. Kiss Peggy. There. Well, toodaloo.
Toodaloo, dear.
I'll see you later.
Oh, yes, dear, of course. Goodbye.
Oh, Professor McIntyre.
Professor Barkers, come in. Sit down. What's on your mind, Sam?
John, I want you to help me out.
Why, certainly, Sam. What can I do?
I'm in a fix, John. I was supposed to give a lecture down at Gardenville tonight, and now I can't go.
Oh, why? What's happened?
Well, Prexy called a meeting of the Finance Committee, and I can't get away. The old college is pretty hard up, John. We've got to think of ways and means.
Yes, I know, Sam, yes.
Well, what do you say, John? Will you go down there and give my lecture for me? Will you?
Well, Sam, after all,
Oh, it's nothing much, John. A little talk on the art of human companionship. You know, we talked about it last week.
Oh, yes, Sam, I remember.
Will you do it? What do you say?
Why, of course. Certainly. Certainly, Sam, I'll go.
Thanks, John. That takes a load off my mind.
Oh, don't even think of it. Sam, by the way, do you know of anything especially important I had on the schedule for today? Did I mention anything to you?
Not to me, no.
Well, now, that is funny. I'd swear there was something...
Oh, you'll remember it tomorrow. Look, John, you'll have to start right now if you're going down to Gardenville. I don't like to rush you, but it's a long way.
Oh, that's all right, Sam. I can start now.
Fine, and thanks again, John.
Oh, forget it. Come on now, let's get out of here.
All right. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Don't you want your hat?
My hat? Oh, yeah, sure. Yes, of course. Hey, now, where is it?
Here you are. Catch.
Oh, yes, thanks. All right, let's go. Come on.
You got your car?
Yes, right outside. Come on, Sam, let me lock up here.
Go ahead.
There we are, and I'm off to Gardenville. Well, see you tomorrow morning, Sam.
All right, John.
But you know, Sam, I'd feel a little more comfortable if I could only think what it is I've forgotten.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are fortunate in having with us tonight as substitute speaker, Professor McIntyre.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, human companionship is the very foundation of our society. I want to consider first man's fundamental device for companionship, the institution of marriage. Now, this institution of marriage is, let me see,
Go on, Professor. Go ahead.
Yes, of course. The institution of marriage is one on which we build, let me see now. The institution of marriage...
What's the matter, Professor? Ain't it what you thought it was?
Forgive me, please, ladies and gentlemen. A little something on my mind. It's been bothering me.
It's bothering me too, Professor.
Yes, good point, that. Well taken, yes. Well, now to proceed. Let us consider the wedding ceremony. Now, the wedding ceremony... The wedding. That's it. Oh.
What's the matter? A little wedding ceremony got you down?
Yes, that's it. Oh, this is terrible.
Very terrible, Professor.
Oh, how could I?
What is it, Professor? What's the trouble?
Mr. Chairman, this is awful. What I'd forgotten. It's come to me. Oh, what am I going to do?
Professor, please, what is it?
Mr. Chairman, I just remembered. I'm supposed to get married tonight.
Well, for heaven's sake.
I'm supposed to get married to my secretary, and I came here and forgot all about it. Mr. Chairman, I've got to leave.
But, Professor, the lecture...
I can't help it. I can't stay.
But, what'll we tell all these people?
I'll tell them the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to excuse me. I'm terribly sorry, but
I've got to leave.
Going to a wedding, Professor?
Yes, my own wedding. You see, I came away and forgot all about it. So will you please excuse me, because I've got to be there.
The first act of The Adventure of the Absent-Minded Professor comes to a close. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the second act curtain rises on The Adventure of the Absent-Minded Professor.
Hey, you! Pull over there!
Let me see your driver's license.
Now, what's the matter, officer? Was I going too fast?
I said let me see your license.
Well, officer, I can explain it. I was on my way
Will
to...
you let me see your license?
All right. Have it right here. Oh.
Well, now, what's the matter? Ain't you got it?
Well, I had it right in my wallet. I must have left my wallet at home.
Yeah, that's what I thought. A smart guy. You must be a professor or something.
Certainly I'm a professor.
Yeah, and I'm Hedy Lamar. What are you doing with this stolen car?
What do you mean?
I mean this is a stolen car. Now, what have you got to say?
Say, I won't stand for this. I don't like what you're saying. I don't like your attitude. And I don't like your tone of voice.
Oh, don't you now? Well, maybe you like the chief's tone of voice. He took singing lessons. Get going, Mr. Professor. And don't forget I'm right behind you.
Now, you listen to me, Chief. You can't hold me here.
Now, hold on, Professor.
Well...
Yeah, you see, I take your word and call you Professor.
I am a professor.
I am, he's a professor. Professors don't steal cars.
I did not steal that car. I took it by mistake. All those cars look alike, and you know it. The key was in the ignition. I just got in and drove off.
Yes, of course. You just got in and drove off.
Yes. You've got to let me go, I tell you. I've got to
Yes,
get...
I know all about it. You've got to go somewhere and get married because you forgot about it before. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Now, I ask you, Professor, how could a man forget about his own wedding?
Well, it happens that I did.
Yeah, well, it don't make sense. Now, why would this good friend of yours, this Professor Barkus, now, why would he send you on a lecture the night you're going to get married?
Well, he didn't know. Nobody knew. No. We were keeping the marriage secret till college was over.
Yeah, well, all right. We'll soon find out. I've sent for the girl. I've sent for Professor Barkus. And as soon as they identify him, that's all there is to it.
Well, why don't they come?
Oh, now, be patient just a little. Oh, Murph, go out and watch for him, will you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's getting awful late. 11:15.
11:15. There's something I'm supposed to do with the time. Now, what was it?
Now, I wouldn't bother thinking, Professor. Thinking only tires the head.
Oh, will you be quiet? Something to do with the time.
No, Chief. Here they are.
Oh, okay, Murph. Send them in.
Right. Step this way, please. Here we are, Chief. Miss Peggy Smith and Professor Barkus.
Hello, folks. Come right in.
Peggy. Oh, Sam, I'm so glad you've come. Now, will you please tell these confounded police...
Just a minute now. Professor Barkus, do you know this man?
This fellow?
Mm-hmm.
No, I never saw him in my life.
Sam?
Uh-huh.
Sam, what are you saying?
I'm sorry, I don't know him, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
Sam, are you crazy?
Shush. Young lady, how about you? Do you know him?
Why, no. I never saw him before.
What? Peggy, what are you trying to do? Now, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Chief, I don't like this.
Peggy Smith, I ought to turn you over my knee.
Chief. Chief, come over and see us sometime. Come over for tea.
Peggy Smith, you'll regret this little
quiet.
joke.
Thank you, Miss Smith. Yes, I'll be glad to come for tea. Good night now.
Good night.
Good night, Chief.
All right now, young fella. I want you to sit there and think real hard. Now, what's your right name?
Oh, confound you. I said I'm Professor McIntyre, and I am Professor McIntyre. And I wish you'd go away, you confounded idiot.
Oh, so I'm the idiot?
Yes, now go away and let me alone. I'm trying to remember something I've forgotten.
All right. Now, try to remember this. Now. What's your right name?
You fool. All right.
Huh?
You can have it. I'll tell you my right name. I'm the Caliph of Baghdad, see?
Well, now that's more like it. Hey, Murph.
Yes, Chief?
Murph, call the nut house and ask them if they're missing the Caliph of Baghdad. I think we got something here.
The Caliph... Okay, Chief.
Right, Murph.
Oh, so you think I'm crazy, do you?
Well...
I'll show you who's crazy.
No, it's all right, Professor. Just take it easy. You know, we're all a wee mite crazy.
I demand to be taken to the college. I want to see President Jones right now. You hear me? Right now.
Are you sure Jonesy isn't one of the boys up at the nut house?
That is an insult. I demand to be taken to the college at once.
Well, now, I'll tell you. We'll take a little ride up to the nut house. And on the way by, we'll stop in and say hello to the president. Now, how was that?
I was never so insulted in all my life.
No, don't be touchy. Let's see. Well, it's 11:30.
11:30? Oh, why can't I think?
You know, Professor, I had another chap like you once. He was one of those willpower fellas. You know, he could sit down and put his mind to it good and hard and just blow up the city hall because it didn't like the mayor. I don't suppose that you could blow up the college, could you?
Yes.
Hey, Murph.
That's it. Yes, my experiment. That's what it was I've been trying to think. I've been racking my brain. That's what it is.
Oh, no, for heaven's sake, Professor, take a little joke.
I tell you, Chief, this is past the joking stage. What time is it? Tell me, quick.
No, I told you the time. It's 11:30.
Chief.
No. There's your hat. Come on now, like a good fellow.
Look, Chief, I've got to get to my laboratory. At once, before midnight. It'll blow up.
No, come on. Take it easy, old man. Come on, let's go.
I tell you, I've got to get to that laboratory. Chief, please.
Yes, of course. Come along now. We'll go for a nice little half-hour ride.
Oh.
We'll get some good fresh air, and we'll see the president.
Will you take me to that laboratory?
Oh, no, will you be a good fella and forget it?
Oh, what's the use? What's the use? I tell you, this is the end of everything.
Sure. Come on now. Let's go for that nice ride.
The second act curtain falls on the Wayside Theater production of The Adventure of the Absent-Minded Professor. And now the third act curtain rises on The Adventure of the Absent-Minded Professor.
Oh, please, Chief. Please take me to the laboratory. You've got to believe me, Chief.
Now we're going to no laboratory.
Chief, I beg
now,
you.
Shush, like a good fellow.
But...
Now, look, if you behave yourself, we'll let you blow up 2 laboratories tomorrow.
Oh, all right. You win. It's out of my hands now. I'm through.
That's the way to talk.
You idiots. Look at the time. 5 minutes of 12. 5 minutes of 12.
Oh, there's the house, Chief.
Okay, Murph, pull up. All right. Come on, Professor.
Oh, you colossal.
Come along now. That's it. Okay, ring the bell, Mark. Now we'll find out.
Yes, you'll find out, all right. You'll find out plenty.
Easy does it, old man. Good evening, sir.
Well, what do you want?
President Jones, listen.
Quiet, you. President Jones, now I came here.
Well, who are you? Come out of the dark. I can't see you.
Mr. President,
Stay where you are. Mr. President, I'm on my way to the psychopathic hospital.
That's where you belong.
Who is that man? I can't see him. Will you come in, please?
Stay where you are, Professor. He might be dangerous, sir.
Well, what you bring him here for?
Well, sir, it seems that he's gifted with a very strange power. You see, he can blow up your chemistry laboratory just like that. In other words, he's goofy. But he says he knows you, so I brought him here just to make sure.
Oh, why do you bother me with this nonsense? What is it, a joke?
President Jones, this is no joke, I tell you.
Why, Professor McIntyre, is that you?
Of course it is.
What?
Yes, these boobs, these fools, I told them about the laboratory, but...
Well, what about the laboratory, Professor? What is it?
President Jones, I put on an experiment. I forgot about it until these fools arrested me. I could have stopped it, but now it's too late.
Oh, this is awful.
No, President, I wouldn't worry. Even if he is a professor, I think he's a little touched.
Mr. President, listen to me.
Hush now, will you? Mr. President, he's been acting awfully funny. He thinks he can work miracles.
Oh, no. Poor Professor McIntyre.
Oh, you too.
Oh, sure. He really thinks he can blow up the building just like that.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry to hear this.
That's a shame.
Poor dear Professor.
Oh, you're sorry, are you? And you think I'm crazy too, do you? All right. It's too late to stop it, so you might as well have it.
No, Professor, please.
Yes.
You want to see miracles, do you? All right, you'll see miracles. There. You hear that? There's midnight for you. Go ahead, Chief. Snap your fingers. You'll get your miracle, all right.
Now, just cool off, will you?
Go on, snap them.
Here now.
You heard me. Snap your stupid fingers.
Oh, all right. Anything to oblige. All right, here we are, Professor. The magic snap.
What good heavens! The laboratory!
Look! Oh, my gosh, he done it.
Look, the building. It's gone. Look out. Glory be the chief. He's fainted.
Yeah, well, you can all faint. I'm going to pack my bags and get out of town. I know just how welcome I'll be here now. Good night, you fools.
John.
What?
John, this is terrible. Your experiment.
Get out of my way.
John, I was coming to see the president.
Out of my way. We don't even know each other.
John, please, listen.
No, let go of my coat.
John, please, wait.
John, do you know what's happened?
Oh, Professor Barkus. Yes, I know what's happened. I blew up the lab with my little experiment.
Oh, but John, look here. Look.
John, please.
Both of you. You could have helped me prevent it, but no, you'd never seen me before. Let go of my arm, Peggy.
John, listen. Look, John, it's wonderful.
What are you raving about, you half-wit? Out of my way.
John, you feel that spray in the wind?
What?
Look at my face. Look at my hands. That black spray is oiled. There's a gusher where the lab was, John. The spray's in the wind. John, I tell you, we're rich. The college is rich. We can build 20 laboratories.
Huh?
Oil wells, John. The explosion did it. It's millions.
Is that so? Well, that still doesn't explain why you two didn't get me out of that police station.
Oh, John,
John,
please
don't
listen.
quibble over trifles. You had to be punished for running away from that lecture. But think of it. We've struck oil. I'm going to tell the president. We're rich. We're rich. Rich!
Wake up, Chief. We got another customer.
Well, I'll be...
John.
Well, what about you? What was your reason for not knowing me? Did you have a lecture I ran out on?
No, John.
Well, then what was it? What did you have against me so suddenly?
Oh, you poor darling. Don't you really know?
Quit stalling. What was the idea?
Oh, I don't wonder, John. There's been so much excitement, but have you really forgotten that you forgot to come and get married?
Oh, my hat. Of course. That's why you didn't know me. Oh, Peggy, I had it coming to me for that. We'll get married first thing in the morning.
Oh, no, darling. Not a chance in the world.
Peggy, please.
We'll get married right now, dear, before you forget it again.
The Chicago Motor Club's Wayside Theater production of The Adventure of the Absent-Minded Professor comes to a close. It's been a most pleasant starting the new year with you, ladies and gentlemen, and the Chicago Motor Club's hopes that we have contributed to your enjoyment of the first day in 1939. But why stop there? For over 32 years, the club has contributed to the well-being and happiness of thousands of motorists every hour of the day, every day of the year. If I could make a New Year's wish come true, it would be this: that every motorist might enjoy the difference between being a Chicago Motor Club member and just being the owner and driver of a car. There's a world of difference, friends, and it's to your distinct advantage to find out what that difference is. Why don't you request the club's free booklet this very evening? Just send your name and address to the Chicago Motor Club, Chicago, or its nearest branch office, or call Franklin 1818 right now. Be sure and join the Wayside Theater radio audience again next week at this same hour. And remember, the Chicago Motor Club's weekly broadcast of the Parker Family is at 6:30 tomorrow evening over this same station. In the cast of tonight's play, you heard our popular stars Olin Soule in the part of John and Patricia Dunlap playing Peggy. They were supported by Bill Boucher, Herb Butterfield, Frank Dane, and Reese Taylor. This is Vern Smith speaking for the Chicago Motor Club and wishing you a happy and prosperous New Year.
This is the WBBM Air Theater, Wrigley Building, Chicago.
Every door has a key. There's a key to every situation. Behind every unopened door, there is a mystery. And the opening of this door introduces us to another in the series, The Key.
You've got to give me some time, Christy.
Time is something I haven't got, Hayden, boy.
Just a couple more weeks. Time, Christy. It isn't much to ask.
Who's got time to give away? You take a look at that smart wristwatch of yours. Some watch, too. Should bring around.
It was a present from my mother.
But it tells the time, doesn't it? Oh, look at that center sweep.
All I'm asking you is
for something I haven't got. Look at that center sweep. See it moving around, Hayden? Look at it. You try and stop it. Just try. You'll break it. Someone else's watch is ticking away the seconds that run into the hours. And then pretty soon a couple of days have gone and you're back where you started from. Time goes along all by its sweet self. I don't own any of it.
Meaning?
Hayden, boy, I don't own anything. How can I give you any of it?
You're some friend, aren't you, Christy?
I've got to watch my investments. That's what I've got to do.
But you told me when you lent me the money you'd wait. You said you didn't mind waiting a while.
Sure, I said it, and I meant it. But, Hayden, boy, I have waited a while, and I haven't minded at all. But a little while and a long while are two different times. And I could be an old gray man before your time came around. I want the money, Hayden. And I'm not even going to argue any more about it.
What if I say I haven't got it?
Well, now, I don't know what I'd say to that. Nothing much I could say, I suppose.
I haven't got it.
No, if a man hasn't got any money, he just hasn't got it. That's about that. Lucky thing your old lady has some money, isn't it, son?
You wouldn't get a penny out of her, and I wouldn't let you ask.
All of a sudden, you're an honorable young feller, aren't you?
Look, my mother doesn't know anything about this business, and she's not going to.
Not unless I tell her. And maybe it'd be a good thing if she knew. Give her a better insight into the character of the youngest
Christy,
boy.
I've got to have some time.
There we go again.
$10,000. It isn't a lot of money.
Well, then how come you're having so much trouble finding it?
Well, because I'm overdrawn at the bank and I can't borrow another cent from anyone.
You are not a good credit risk, whichever way you look at it.
That's about it.
Well, then, boy, how do you expect me to take any more trouble over a young scrub who admits he isn't a good credit risk? Oh, you're just asking too much, that's all.
Oh, I'll get it for you.
Tonight, Hayden. Tonight, in about 2 hours' time from now, I'll be sitting in the same chair and I'll be waiting. I want $10,000 plus Or 1,000 for interest.
1,000?
Well, you agreed to interest, if I remember.
Yes, but I didn't expect it. Well, I thought... Well, I mean...
You don't know what you mean. Do you think I lend my hard-earned money to young bloods like you because there's joy in my heart towards my fellow man? Do I look like a one-man philanthropic house?
You look what you are, Christy. A vulture.
Maybe I should not give you any more time. Maybe I should ring that blue-blooded old lady of yours and tell her how her son borrowed 10 grand from me to settle up some of these more pressing debts, some of which have a very distinct odor about them.
2 hours?
That was the stipulated time. And you've wasted precious minutes already. Now, get out of here, boy. You make me feel like I'm talking beneath myself.
I'll get your money, Christy. I'll get it and I'll ram it down your scrawny neck.
Just as long as I see it here. In 2 hours' time, I don't mind what you say you'll do with it. Scat, boy, I need thinking room.
Hey, you.
Me?
No one else. Sit down.
No, thank you.
Have a drink.
I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry.
Looking for $10,000 plus.
What? How do you know?
Sit down.
Okay.
Christy got you over a barrel, hasn't he?
I'll manage, thanks.
That's a laugh. When Christy gets his claws into someone, they never do manage.
What's it to you anyway?
Maybe nothing.
Maybe something.
How much money can you get your hands on?
Well, I don't know.
Legal money, I mean. Not the family silver.
Oh, well, a couple of $1,000, little more, maybe.
I have a proposition for you, boy.
I'm not interested.
Don't you want to pay Christy? Do you want him to blab to your old lady?
I'm in too much trouble as it is without getting mixed up in something crooked. I'll get the money somehow.
Last words. Don't worry about me. I'll be there with the money. Do you know what'll happen to you when you turn up gone? When you don't give Christy Fallon his $10,000 plus, you'll wake up in an alley with a cat looking at you. And you won't be the man about town any longer. You'll have a crooked nose and a set of sore teeth. Am I getting through?
What's the proposition?
That's my boy. That's my smart boy. Well, it's like this. There's a dame in this town. She's a new arrival, and she's hot for the society level. See?
No, I don't.
With some people, it takes a little longer. She wants in with the town's 400. You happen to be one of the 400.
And you want me to introduce her around?
And you a college boy. No, Junior, I don't care if she never gets to the top. I know she is loaded. She's got it stacked on its edges. And I feel that it's wrong of a female person to have so much money and not share it around.
You're going to rob her.
He's got it.
Oh, no, thank you. I've done a lot of things, but I'm not going to rob anyone.
Very noble, too. You do not seem to grasp the idea. I'm going to soak this chick for a lot of money. Now, I don't care whether you help out or not. If you do, it'll make things a lot easier for me. If you don't, I'll still manage it. So, why don't you get wise and lend a helping hand? And, incidentally, get yourself off the hook with Christy.
I should go to the police.
The natural reaction of every red-blooded American boy. Only your red blood has thinned a little through the generations, and I don't think you have the inside to do it. And knowing full well that I'd tear your arm off and beat your head in with it. Now, what do you say, boy? Do you listen to the idea?
What have I got to lose?
That's it. That is it. What have you got to lose? Look, boy, we are going to see this doll. She's having dinner someplace downtown. We are going to meet her, and we are going to have a nice social chat.
Yeah, but where does my few $1,000s come into that?
Oh, that. You are to go and get me the money. About $3,000, I think, will be enough. No, on second thoughts, make it 4.
But I'll have to hock all of that.
Remember Christy.
Okay.
We need the money for a setup. We have to get an apartment downtown. We have to get some nice food and some liquid refreshment. We have to dress it up big.
I don't like it.
We invite this doll to meet some great little people. And then we go to the apartment. We have a little game of something, maybe a little roulette, and she loses a lot of money. She's got a lot of money to lose. You help console the little girl, and you give her a couple of $1,000.
Give it to her?
With your own little hands, give it to her. You say, doll, I can't see you losing all your lettuce like this.
I've only got 2 hours to get $10,000. This is going to take more than 2 hours to arrange.
That's true.
Then it's a waste of time.
I shall personally see to it that Christy receives my note for your money. I'll give him my paper. Something I don't do for many people. Is it a deal, kid? We need your $4,000 or I'd hand it myself. But at the moment, ready money is as scarce as hen's teeth. Tomorrow or the next day, ready money will make a carpet for us to walk on.
I'm in.
Our fortune is assured.
And all I want is my $4,000 back plus enough to pay Christy.
You'll have it, boy, on the word of Harold Percival Blanket. Now, let's get ourselves downtown.
I think our pigeon should be dining at the Moonlight. There's our pigeon. Some feathers, huh?
She's very nice, isn't she?
You guys kill me. You see a doll that's out of this world, and the most you can say is very nice. Come on, let's get to work.
What do I do?
Oh, this will never work. You behave like a thoroughgoing young gentleman. That's what you do.
Well, what about you?
Worry yourself not about me, boy. I'll manage to sound okay. Now, shall we to work?
Oh, dear.
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't really notice. Dear me, I've ruined your dress.
Oh, that's all right. I'll wipe it up.
You could at least allow me to replace the drink.
Honestly, it isn't
But I
necessary.
insist. Don't we, Hayden? Don't we, Hayden?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, what can I do?
Relax and enjoy yourself. My name is Harold P. Blanket, the Boston Blankets.
How do you do?
I'm Hayden Seaberg.
One of the icy birds. Well, it never does get a laugh, does it? What are you drinking, Miss... Hey, we don't even know your name.
Shauna O'Farrell. Of the Irish O'Farrell.
How do you do?
Now that we know each other, I'll buy us all a drink. What are you doing in this little town, Miss O'Farrell?
Oh, I wouldn't call it a little town, Mr. Blanket.
The longer you live in a city, the more it gets like a small town. Every time you turn a corner, you walk into a creditor.
I've invited some people up for drinks and a bite. They'll be along in a minute.
Are you sure we're not intruding?
Oh, don't be silly. I think you'll like the people. You see, I'm a social climber.
Yes, so I can...
I beg your pardon.
This is some swell apartment, Shauna. Really lovely.
Pour yourself something. I want to see they left some food for me.
Great. We don't even have to use the apartment we fixed.
What about her friends?
Friends. Did you see the ice she's wearing?
What about it?
I was going to knock her for a couple of grand, maybe 20, but she's wearing a fortune in glass. A fortune, Hayden, boy.
Oh, no, I'm not having anything to do with robbery.
You do like you're told. That's what you'll do. Here, take this gun.
Oh, don't be silly.
Take it, boy, or I might use it on you.
Well, there's plenty to eat and the... What's the matter?
Shauna...
That is a gun, isn't it?
What? Oh, yeah, I didn't realize.
It's a gun, sister. Now, we want that you should give us all your nice baubles. No screams, please, honey. I'll just unclasp the lot. Hurry it, will you?
I'm very sorry, but I have no intention of doing any such thing.
Change your intentions. That's a good girl. Hayden, you should keep that gun on her. If she moves, you should shoot her.
You can't get away with it. I'll go to the police as soon as possible.
Sweetness, I'll be so far away it'll take them a lifetime to find me. That's a good girlie. Grab and go, Hayden. Go on, pick it up. It isn't hot. Much.
I'm awfully sorry, Shauna. I can assure you this isn't any of my arrangement.
That's the lot. Now, will you get out?
For sure, but first to make sure we get a chance to get away. Straight across here and hurry. Where's your car?
Next block.
Make for it.
Hey, you two.
It's the law.
Hold it. Hey, you two and the monkeys.
I'm not going to be stopped by anyone now. I can't be.
Or did you run, you idiot?
Because I didn't want a policeman to find me with a pocket full of hot jewelry, that's why.
Slow this thing down. You'll have every car in town breathing down our necks.
Why didn't you do it the way we intended? Win our money at cards.
This way was quicker.
And more dangerous.
Keep your eye on the road and slow down.
All I want to do is get home and lock myself in.
You need to lock yourself in. You're as nervous as a cat.
I am not in the habit of robbing young ladies.
It grows on you. Didn't I keep telling you to slow down? Now look what's happened.
I'll have to stop.
Get around this corner. Now slow her down.
But the police.
Slow her down.
I can't afford to be stopped by the police. My mother and...
Stop here. Stop the car. I'll bust you one. I'll see you back at Benny's. We'll have to split up.
Yeah, but what about the car?
I have to leave it. See you.
What about the jewelry?
Hold until I see you at Benny's. Give it about 3 hours.
Yeah, but the police.
Don't let them catch you, boy.
What will I do? What am I going to do?
Is this your car, young fella?
My car?
That's what I said.
No, sir, no, it's not my car.
See anyone get out of it?
No, yes.
Make up your mind.
Someone got out and ran that way.
You sure it's not your heat?
Positive.
You own a car?
Yes, sir.
Mind if I see your license?
Yes, I do.
I'll have to insist.
Well, I'll have to refuse. You can't force me to show you my license if I don't want to.
If we check and find this car belongs to you, you'll be in trouble. If you tell the truth now, it might save you some of that trouble.
It's not my car.
Broke about every rule in the book and some that ain't been made yet. Show me your license, please, sir.
I refuse.
And I'll have to hold you till we check on the vehicle.
I'm sorry. I can't wait here like a common criminal.
What makes you so nervous,
I'm not nervous.
You're just cold, huh? It's not a hot car, is it?
Of course not.
How would you know if it isn't yours?
Well, because I don't know.
Traffic offenses are a bad thing, but people don't get head up over them. You make a good excuse and pay your fine, and that's that. You'd think I was after your scalp. What is it?
I refuse to be questioned in this manner.
It's the only manner I've got. Maybe you'd like to come down to the station and let some other officer try his manner out on you.
I'm going home, and you can't stop me. I have my rights as a citizen.
Lots of other citizens live in this city, and they've got a couple of rights. They don't like to be knocked down by crazy kids in hot rods.
I am not a crazy kid, and that is not a hot rod.
This time, I want your license without any fuss and bother.
Very well, I'll have to call my...
What's that bulge in your pocket?
Oh, it's nothing.
It's a gun.
Now, you get away from me.
The gun and the license. Or both. Now, come on now.
Oh, here's my license, and... Oh, yowie.
Al, get over here. It's a hot one.
No, sir. I can explain.
You'll get your chance.
No, I'm not going to jail. Now, get your hand away from that gun. Don't be silly, kid. Don't come any closer.
Make it easy on yourself, son.
I said keep away. This is all a mistake.
Ours are yours. All right, take him, Al.
You crazy young fool!
Stop, or I'll fire. Stop!
Your 2 hours isn't quite gone yet, boy.
There was a man in here. Earlier. I was talking to him.
People come and people go. Everyone talks to someone. I didn't ever notice.
He must have.
In trouble?
No.
Yes.
Nothing I can't get out of.
Got my money?
The heck with your money.
That's what you say.
You know a man called Harold Blanket?
No.
Now, where can I find him?
Wherever he is.
You want your money?
Better than that. I'm going to get it.
You'll have to help me find this Blanket character.
Son, you walked in here about 6 months ago full of social grace and the desire to see how the seamy side existed. You had yourself a ball. You gambled and got yourself mixed in with people your old lady would never know about, let alone approve. You threw your money away and begged me for a loan. I gave it to you. On conditions. The conditions being that I get it back. I want my money, boy, and I want it soon. And I'm not going to raise a sweat helping you get it. Now, get out of here.
Christy, the police are after me.
You're not the only one.
I killed a policeman, Christy.
Go on, scat. You get a cupping this time and you're as hot as a $2 watch. Scat, boy, before I do some hollering. But remember, if I don't get that money, I'm going to tell your dear old lady. Now, get out. Go home. Go anywhere. Scat.
Shot and killed on the corner of 7th and the Boulevard. He is armed and dangerous. Description as follows. Height 6 feet, wavy blonde hair, dressed well in dark suit, probably dinner jacket.
I've got to get out of this dinner jacket. The only thing to do is leave town. All right, so you're running away. It's nobody's neck but your own. First, that's what you've got to be. First. If I can make it across the state line, I've got a chance. Shot and killed a police officer. Shot and killed a police officer. Killed a man in cold blood. So far, so good. Another 10 miles and I'm in the clear. At least I'll have a chance. Another few miles. Just another... Oh, no. A roadblock. A roadblock all for me, just like in the movies. I'm a murderer on the run. Well, Haiti, if they catch you, you get the book, so you might as well give them a run. One for our team. A couple more miles and I'm over the line. Oh, come on, car. Come on. Don't let me down now. No one's gonna stop me now. I'm this close. No one. I'll make it if I've got to crawl on my stomach. I'll make it. I've got to. Oh, for a rotten $10,000. That's all. $10,000 and that hog Christie breathing down my neck. Tell my mother. The disgrace. I'll let him tell her now because it doesn't matter. Oh, no. They couldn't. No, I didn't mean to. Oh, no.
Stop!
No.
Stop, I say! Stop, you young fool!
Stop before. So I can be locked up and tried and sent to the chair. So everyone can talk about me. So they can hold me up as an example. No, I'm not stopping, sir. I'm sorry. I've got to get away.
Why, son? All for a handful of glass that wasn't worth a $10 bill.
Not worth? Not worth money?
Glass and lead, that's all.
He said it was worth a fortune. 10,000 to pay back. Too much. What a fortune.
What 10,000?
Had to have it. Christie said. Tell Mother.
Christie?
Blanket.
We'll get your blanket, boy.
No. Blanket was with me. He said I should. Oh, 10,000. Only way, but I didn't want to. Blanket and Christie.
Christie Fallon?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Know a guy called Harold Blanket?
Maybe.
Know a kid called Hayden Seaberg?
Some.
He's dead.
Tough.
You'll have to whistle for your 10,000.
I've whistled before.
Where's Harold Blanket?
More than likely find him at Benny's.
The stupid young idiot. So he has to lose his nerve and blast a cop. Well, it ain't my fault. That much I know.
Sure it's not, honey. Not one little bit. Now, how about my share of the 4,000 you got from him? I want out of this town, and I want it fast.
I wouldn't worry. By the time Hayden Seaberg stops running, he'll be in Little America.
We should have hit him for more than 4,000.
It was all he had. I knew he was a sucker when I heard him talking to Christie Fallon. But I knew we wouldn't get much more than this out of him. So what's wrong with it for a couple of hours' work? Miss Shauna O'Farrell from the Irish O'Farrells. You're good, honey. I'll give you that.
You're okay yourself.
Years of practice and the ability to pick a sucker a block away. First thing in the morning, we buy another heap of junk and move on. I'd have given my eye teeth to have seen the kid's face when that copper folded. Well, what he's doing now. Running like a fox, I'll bet.
He stopped running a couple of hours ago.
What?
He stopped running.
Who are you talking about, may I ask?
You both better make it nice and quietly because I'm a police officer and I'm sworn to uphold the law. But I'd dearly love to blow your head off. What?
I've never been so insulted in my life.
Don't say a word. We'll do like the man says. Then we'll see.
Have a last listen to the music because it is your last. 2 dead. 2 nice people, all because you saw a setup for a couple of tawdry dollars. Now walk. A closing door finishes a story. Next week, another key will open another door to another story. Mystery, romance, or adventure all start when a door is unlocked by The key.
And now we bring you a thrilling crime detection story taken from the pages of the leading detective publication, True Detective Mysteries magazine. Our story begins on a pier in Los Angeles, California.
Stand back, please. Back of the rail, please. Give the people a chance to get off.
Can I take Julie on the boat, officer? His father's returning from China, and I want
Sorry,
to...
madam. You can't board until all the passengers are cleared to customs. Hey, you! Stand back of the rail there.
Stand in line until your baggage is stamped. Stand in line.
Where do I go, officer? I must get to Los Angeles immediately.
Let's have your baggage checked first, ma'am.
Oh, the red tape you have to go through here.
All right, next, please.
This is my trunk, officer. It's open.
All right. This is strange. May I see your passport, please?
Why, certainly. Here it is.
Maria Went, Shanghai, China.
Is anything wrong?
I don't know, Miss Went, but I'll have to ask you to come along to the customs office.
Is there a mistake on my passport?
No. Your papers appear to be in order, but your trunk is constructed very oddly. I'll have to bring it in.
Oh.
Brogan, bring this trunk into the office.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
And you come with me, please, Miss Went. All right. Set it down right there, Brogan.
Yes, sir.
Now get Chief Powers, please.
Right, sir.
Sit down, miss. We have to wait for Mr. Powers.
Mr. Powers? Who is he?
Head customs man of this... Oh, here he is now.
Hello, Michael. Brogan said you wanted me.
Yes, this is Miss Went, Chief. Here's her passport.
How do you do?
How do you do?
It's about her trunk. Irregular construction. All the drawers have corners cut off, and I thought you'd want to examine it yourself.
Yes. This it?
Yeah, that's it.
This does look unusual. Where'd you get this trunk, Miss Went?
Where? In a shop in China, Shanghai. Is there anything the matter with it?
I don't know yet. As soon as I get all these drawers out, I'll see. Well, I'll just reach in here and... There is something there. Feel there, Michael.
Huh? Yeah. Feels like some cloth tacked onto the back. Shall I pull it off?
By all means.
Gosh, Chief, look.
Bags. Dozens of them. Hunch is right, Michael.
Good heavens, what are those?
Let me see. Those, Miss Went, are sacks of narcotics, or I don't know my business.
Narcotics?
Heroin. Worth $100,000 if it's worth a penny.
How did they get there? I can't imagine how it all...
That's what we're going to find out, Miss Went, and until we do, we'll have to... That is, you'll have to...
Oh.
She's fainted, Chief.
Quick. Get a doctor. Hurry. She's not fooling you, is she, Doctor?
No fear of that. Miss Went is a very sick woman, and she knows it.
Well, on your advice, I assigned her to a hotel instead of keeping her here in our house of detention.
How long before she'll be well, Doctor?
Well, I can't say. In her condition, well, there's no way of telling when she may be strong enough to leave.
Is she strong enough to be questioned?
Chief Powers, Miss Went is very ill. She's emotionally upset. If you submit her to a rigid examination, she may faint again.
Well, let's go into her room. I want to ask her a few questions.
I don't advise it, Chief.
Yes, I know, but I've got to solve this smuggling.
All right.
This is her room, isn't it?
Yeah, 921. The ones on either side, 923 and 919, are occupied by Inspectors Riley and Graham.
You don't take any chances, do you?
Not if we can help it. Come on. How is she?
All right, I guess. She's been asleep. No, I'm not asleep.
Oh, Miss Went, you're awake. Feeling better?
Yes, thank you.
I'd like to ask you a few questions, if we may.
I'll help you all I can.
Miss Went, you told us earlier that you don't know where those sacks of heroin came from. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you here on business, Miss Went, or pleasure?
I was commissioned to bring a patient back to Shanghai. I'm a nurse at the Poland Hospital in China.
What's his name?
Whose name?
A patient. Where does he live?
It's a woman. Mrs. Enders is her name. I'm supposed to meet her in this hotel.
Now, Michael, call the desk and get Mrs. Enders' room. I want to speak to her now.
Okay.
You, bought your trunk abroad, didn't you?
In China?
You don't know how that batch of narcotics got in there?
Absolutely not.
Is Mrs. Enders on the phone?
No, Chief, she's not registered here. We have no reservation for her either.
That makes it a little more confusing, doesn't it?
Confusing? What do you mean by that?
You see, if you're an innocent dupe of a smuggling ring, we can't let you go until we're convinced that you're innocent.
But I am innocent, I tell you. I don't know anything about that contraband.
I don't think you ought to continue, Chief.
All right, Doctor.
We're leaving now, Miss Went, but we'll be back later. Come on, Michael, and Miss Woodcock. Will you come here in a moment, please?
Certainly.
I want to talk to you outside.
What is it, Chief Powers?
Riley and Graham are in adjoining rooms. If you have to leave the room for even a moment, be sure the door is locked and be sure you tell them that you're leaving. I can't make this woman out. Yet. She's guilty. She's a great actress. And, well, I'm going to uncover the ring that she's working with if it's the last thing I do. Come on, Michael. Our work starts now. Where to, Chief? Headquarters. Let's see those receipts again, Michael.
Here they are, Chief.
Postal receipts made out to Maria Went. For letters from Shanghai mailed to... What is this name, anyhow? Let's see. Looks like Loffelholtz Brandstetter. Palace Hotel, Naples, Italy. Where'd you say you found these?
In a suitcase.
Ever hear of this man, Brandstetter?
No. No record either. I just checked that.
Well, then let's see how our friend Miss Went is feeling today. She ought to be able to tell us who he is and what she mailed to him.
She ought to, but will she?
Well, come on. We'll find that out soon enough. Did you find anything else in her baggage?
Oh, just some papers that seem pretty harmless. Oh, say, Chief, I did learn something that may be interesting.
What's that?
Her father is European and her mother's Chinese.
She does look kind of Oriental, doesn't she?
She sure does. You know, I thought she was Chinese, but I couldn't figure out that name.
There's the hotel.
Oh, yeah.
Well, come on. We can't lose any time.
Going up. Going up.
There's the elevator, Michael.
Going up, please.
Hurry, Michael. This elevator is waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry I had to jump, but I saw something
Floors,
in the lobby,
please.
Chief.
9, please. What'd you see?
2 Chinese women over at the desk. I thought I heard one of them ask for Mrs. Enders.
Did she?
Well,
9th floor, please. Going up.
we get off here, Chief.
Right. Well, tell me, did she ask for Mrs. Enders?
No, it was another name, but it sure sounded like Enders.
Had me frightened for a minute.
I said I thought she said Enders.
Wait a minute. Here's the room. 921.
It's funny Woodcock doesn't answer. Maybe she forgot the signal.
Not her. She's one of the best agents we have. This is strange. I'll try. No, it's locked, all right. Get out your skeleton key.
Okay. All right, here it is.
Miss Woodcock? Oh, Miss Went. Say, what's going on here?
Hey, somebody's in there, Chief. I hear the shower.
Oh, that's why they don't hear me, I guess. Say, Miss Woodcock. Woodcock. Miss Went. Open up there, will you?
They must be deaf or something, Chief.
Open that door, Michael. I don't care who's in there.
Hey, jumping Jehoshaphat, she's gone.
What?
There's nobody here, Chief. Shower's running, but there's nobody here.
Turn it off. Oh, where did she get out of here? There are no windows in the bathroom. That one there faces a court.
Yeah, and what happened to Woodcock?
I don't know, but I'm... Wait a minute. I hear someone at the door. Be quiet.
Chief Powers, what are you doing here?
Never mind what I'm doing. Where were you?
I just went down to the lobby to see my brother for a moment. Why? Is anything wrong?
Where's Miss Went?
Where is... What? Is she gone?
Miss Woodcock, tell us the truth. Where is Miss Went?
For goodness sake, Chief, I don't know, I tell you. I wasn't gone more than 5 minutes. Maybe Riley knows what happened.
Did you tell him you were leaving?
Of course I did.
Get Riley here immediately, Michael.
Yes, sir.
You know what this means, don't you?
I can't make it out, Chief Powers. How did she get away? I locked the door when I left.
It was locked when I arrived, too.
All right, here's Riley, Chief.
What's up, Chief? Plenty. What were you doing next door? Sleeping?
What's that? Sleep? Why, no, I was watching
You're a great help, Riley, both you and Woodcock. All you have to do is watch a sick woman, and what happens? She walks out on you. Right under your nose. What?
How in the world...
Never mind that stuff. Tell me, did you know Woodcock was leaving?
Sure, I did. About 10 minutes ago to see her brother.
Then what happened?
Miss Went called to me and asked if she could take a shower.
How did she know you were next door watching her?
I don't know. I figured one of you told her.
Well, I've seen dumb agents before, but you take the cake, Riley. She asked if she could take a shower.
Well, I heard the water running. I figured
You figured you couldn't figure 1 and 1. Come on, Michael, we're going back to the office. You, Riley, and you, Woodcock, get busy and see if you can find out what happened to this Went woman.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chief.
Michael, call the office and have them send someone. Make it Kruger. I want to tail Riley and Woodcock. Taking no chances. When you're through, come back to headquarters and we'll get to work. I'd get an idea.
Yes, sir.
Did you see a young woman about so tall and Chinese-looking leave this hotel?
Mister, I ain't had a fare since the Chinese built the Great Wall.
Did a young Chinese woman come through here?
I can't tell you, ma'am. Thousands of chinks pass here. Did you sell any railroad tickets to a young woman?
Millions of them. What'd she look like and where's she going?
I don't know where she's heading, but she's part Chinese. Kind of refined, about 5 feet 2, weighs about 115.
No, can't help him, sir.
How long have you been in front of this hotel?
About half an hour, lady.
Did you see a Chinese woman leave that hotel?
No, lady, I didn't.
Say, what is
Hurry, I haven't got all day. What did you ask her?
Wanted to know if I saw some lady chink come out of that hotel. I told him I ain't had a fare since...
Say, what's the idea running away that way?
See that woman?
One that just went away?
Yeah, what you ask her?
Want to know if a Chinese gal came this way?
No, thanks.
Well, I seen nuts in my day, but I never... Young Chinese woman.
Pardon me, mister, but did you see a Chinese
What that
girl?
man asked you. Have you seen a young woman come up?
Hello, Kruger. What'd you find? They are, eh? Well, that's lucky for them. What? I see. Yeah. How many? You know if they've got any leads? Don't look that way, eh? All right. No, you can come back. Yeah, goodbye.
What did Kruger report?
Oh, nothing. Riley and Woodcock are okay, I guess.
Did they get any dope about the Wint girl?
No.
Looks like she sure flew the coop all right.
What? Flew the coop, eh? Well, maybe you're right, Michael. Hello. It's Chief Powers. Lee Cunningham, yeah. Hello? Hello, Cunningham. This is Powers. Listen, put this on the air immediately. I want it sent to all planes, particularly those heading east to New York. Here it is. Look for young woman, attractive, height about 5 feet 2, weight about 115, Chinese, dark hair.
Hello, 421. Hello, 421. Look for young woman, Chinese, height 5 feet 2, weight 115, hair dark. Hello, Falcon. Hello, Falcon. Calling Falcon. Wanted by Customs Department, Chinese woman, young, attractive, height 5 feet 2, weight 115. Calling C-14. Calling C-14. Hello, C-14. Report if you have young Chinese woman passenger, height 5 feet 2, weight 115.
If our young bird is flying, we'll get her before long.
What next, Chief?
Michael, do you remember that postal receipt that you found in Went's baggage?
That one from Shanghai to a man in Naples named Brandstetter?
We're going to try to find Mario Went through him.
I don't get you.
Well, if that woman is innocent, the chances are that Brandstetter is only a friend. But if Went is a member of a smuggling ring, the chances are that Brandstetter is one, too.
Oh, I see what you mean now.
Now, I'm going to try to find out where Brandstetter is. And I'm going to get Went when she tries to meet him. My guess is she's heading his way now.
You're a little optimistic, aren't you?
No, just determined. Come on.
Where to?
To the wireless room. We're going to take a little trip around the world. Oh, hello, Riley.
No luck, Chief. We checked every cab driver around the hotel, everyone we could find.
None of them saw anyone that even looked like the Went girl.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
How did you find out, Chief?
Finding out is my job, Woodcock. Yours is losing, I guess. Come on, Michael. If anyone wants us, we're in the wireless room.
You want us to wait here, Chief?
Yes, I may need you.
You're sort of rubbing it into Riley and Woodcock, aren't you?
Yes, I am. But they deserve it all right. It isn't often we get one of these birds red-handed like this. But when we do, well, we like to keep them a while. That girl must be laughing up her sleeve.
I wonder how she got out of that room.
Well, that was easy. She just turned on the shower, and Riley wasn't able to hear her open the door.
Yeah, here's the wireless room, Chief.
Hello, Chief. Suppose you want to know what we've got on that radio place to airlines?
Did you hear anything yet?
Not yet.
Cunningham, I've got something that must go out immediately.
Yeah?
We found 2 postal receipts in Mario Went's bag for letters sent to a man named... Now, get this down.
Yes, sir?
Lawful Holtz Brandstetter.
Lawful Holtz Brandstetter.
Right.
Okay.
Now, we don't know who this fellow is, but I have a hunch that Went may try to contact him. If she does, we'll nab her. And if this man is mixed up in smuggling dope, too, well, that'll be fine.
I understand, Chief.
Hey, you forgot to tell him the letters were mailed to Naples, Chief.
Oh, yes, that's right. All right, Cunningham, get going. Send a wireless to Naples and try to locate this man. We'll stand by.
Yes, sir. Now, let's see. Our office there is... it is 437. Naples, 437. Naples, 437. United States Customs calling. Information required. Lawful Holtz Brandstetter, residing Naples. When did he live there, Chief?
The receipts are dated January 1936 and sent to the Palace Hotel.
Right. Residing Naples, Palace Hotel, January 1936. Reply immediate, please. U.S. Los Angeles 188. U.S. Los Angeles 188.
Oh, how much longer do you think we'll have to wait, Cunningham?
Yeah, not long.
Well, I hope they get a line on him.
If they do, will you advise arrest?
No. I want him tailed until we pick up the trail of Mario Went. Then we...
Wait, there's the answer. Palace Hotel reports Lawful Holtz Brandstetter sailed for United States SS Helena August 7th.
4 days ago.
Port of call, New York City. No other information at hand. End. Well, there you are, Chief. Looks like Brandstetter is heading for New York right in your lap.
Come on, we're flying to New York. Thanks, Cunningham.
Yeah, not at all.
And Michael?
Yes, sir?
Get Riley and Woodcock to come along. Make it snappy. I'll arrange for a plane. I'll pick you up in about 10 minutes. Michael, when we land in New York, you and I are going to board the Helena before she docks. You, Riley, and you, Woodcock, hang around the pier, mingle with the crowd, and look for Went.
Yes, sir.
And if you spot her, don't let her take another shower.
Gee, Chief, you ain't ever...
SS Helena.
Won't Brandstetter be surprised when he meets this reception committee?
Yeah. All right, Captain. Pull up alongside of her, will you?
Aye, sir.
There she is, sir. Hold on now. Be careful.
Oh, we can make it. There we are. Oh, Michael.
Right behind you, sir.
Right. There we are.
Yes, sir.
Are you Chief Powers?
Yes, sir. And you are Captain Ardsley?
Yes, sir. I received your message. Right this way, sir.
Does he know what...
I don't think so. His cabin is on this deck. Right there, sir. 31.
Is he in there now?
I believe so, sir.
Thank you, Captain.
Will you need any help?
I don't think so. I think we can handle him all right.
All right, sir. I'll go on deck. We're docking in a few minutes.
Mr. Brandstetter? Anybody in here? I hear someone, Michael. Draw your gun.
I've got it ready.
Open this door. Open this door, Brand. Tell him we'll break it down if you don't. Sure, someone's in there. Where's the captain? We'll get his key.
He went up.
Well, then we'll have to break this door in. Come on.
Okay.
Michael. 1, 2, 3. Come on, let's go. Look out there, Michael.
I'm all right, Chief. I didn't...
Wait a minute. Stay outside, please. Stay outside, all of you.
Well, what do you think?
Dead. Stone dead. Shot right through the head.
I wonder why he shot himself.
He'll never tell us. And don't forget, innocent men don't kill themselves this way.
Say, you want me to search this room, Chief?
No, not yet. We'll have the door guarded and stand by. It's Went we want now.
She's docking now, Chief.
I wonder if Riley or Woodcock have had any luck.
I hope so. I'll bet they do, too.
Well, the gangplank's down.
Yeah. Hey, Chief.
What is it?
There, look. Through that porthole.
Well, I don't see...
Went. It's Maria Went there on the pier.
You see Riley or Woodcock around?
I can't make out. Oh, the crowd's moving around, so...
Come on. Hey, you. Are you the steward?
Yes, sir.
Stand in front of this door. And don't let anyone enter until we return. Here's my badge, U.S. Customs Department. Come on, Mike.
Okay.
You behind me, Michael?
Keep going. I'm keeping my eye on her, Chief.
Yes, you're standing over there with the Chief.
Follow me right there.
What?
For chimney's sake, she's gone, Chief. She was standing right there by that pole.
Slipped right through our fingers. That's the second time. She must have seen us come down the gangplank.
Gee, slipped away. We could have had her if we don't...
Chief, got a little surprise for you. Here's your friend.
Where'd you find her?
Oh, I spotted her the minute you got here.
You got anything to say, Miss Went?
What is there to say?
Plenty before we're through with you. Come on. We're going to a nice, quiet place without showers where we can talk.
Oh, gee, Chief, ain't you ever going...
All right, Miss Went, sit down over there. Now tell us, where'd you get that dough?
I guess there's no use now.
Absolutely none. Innocent women don't escape from custody. You might as well tell us everything, Miss Went.
Sure, what's the difference? I'm sick, you know that. The doctors say I won't live another year.
I'm sorry you're sick, Miss Went, but you'll have to...
Yes, I understand. I'll have to take the consequences just the same. Well, I don't know how I got away with it as long as I did.
You've been smuggling dope for a long time?
A long time? Sure, years. I thought I'd never be caught till I met you.
Where'd you get that heroin?
In Shanghai. It was stolen from a hospital.
Which one?
What difference does it make?
Which hospital, Miss Went?
Poland Hospital.
Got that, Michael?
Yeah, right, Chief.
Miss Went, how'd you escape from that hotel?
That was easy. I turned on the shower, then I phoned a friend in the hotel who came up and opened my door. That was all.
Yeah, well, who was your friend?
A Chinese woman that I met...
Did you stop at the desk on your way out?
Sure, for a moment I thought I'd die. You didn't recognize me in those funny clothes, did you?
Oh, so that was you, huh?
Miss Went, who stole the narcotics in the Fulham Hospital?
I don't know. I received my instructions from someone.
Who?
Some man.
Ramstetter?
Yes, how did you know?
Well, you won't receive any more instructions from him.
You arrested him?
Better than that. He's dead.
He's dead? You killed him?
No, he shot himself.
He shot himself. He's dead. I won't ever see him again. Oh, no, you killed him. You killed him. Oh.
Look at this file, Chief. U.S. versus Maria Went. Remember that case?
Remember it? How can I ever forget it?
You know, Chief, she was lucky to be deported.
Lucky? I don't know about that. She won't live another year. What difference does it make where she's buried?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Remember how she passed out when you told her Branstetter killed himself?
Why not? Didn't she admit later she was going to marry him?
She certainly was head over heels in love with him.
Yeah, but that sure was a big price to pay for love, all right.
Yeah? That love affair with a little smuggling on the side cost 2 lives, maybe a third. Branstetter and the superintendent of that Shanghai hospital killed themselves when they knew they were caught. And our shipboard beauty, who almost got away with it, is probably dead by now. 3 lives for smuggling dope. Gee. Gives me the shivers to even think of it.
Like a cold shower, eh, Chief?
You
have just heard a thrilling story taken from the pages of True Detective Mysteries magazine, a McFadden publication.
United States Steel, USS, the industrial family that serves the nation, presents the Theater Guild on the Air. Our stars, Frederick March and Florence Eldridge. Our play, Cyrano de Bergerac, by Edmond Rostand, adapted for radio by Norman Rostand, and produced on the air tonight by the Theater Guild. Producers of stage plays, including the current successes Allegro, Oklahoma, and Carousel. Every day, everywhere, you are served by products of steel. In your home, in your business, in your travel. The trademark of United States Steel, USS, on any steel product is your guide to quality steel. And now, from Broadway, direct from the stage of the Vanderbilt Theater, the United States Steel Corporation brings you Cyrano de Bergerac. And here is Roger Pryor speaking for the Theater Guild.
Good evening, everyone. Our play tonight is the great heroic comedy, Cyrano de Bergerac. And it's still as gallantly alive as it was half a century ago when first produced in Paris. It's truly a love story not for an age, but for all time. And we're proud to bring it to you now, the romantic and never-to-be-forgotten Cyrano de Bergerac, starring Frederick March and Florence Eldridge. It's the year 1640 in Paris, a period of chivalry and kings, of elegant ladies and romance, of swordsmen and cavaliers. This is an evening for the theater, and as we enter the narrow theatrical hall, the candles of the chandeliers and footlights are already brightly lit. The two tiers of the gallery are completely filled, while below a crowd surges on the floor in front of the stage, waiting for the tapestry to be drawn apart and the play to begin. Cavaliers, porters, flower girls and pickpockets, intellectuals and pastry cooks, all are represented tonight. But I do not see one certain gentleman, a very important gentleman, a distinguished gentleman. His friend Ragueneau's just over there, talking to Captain Lebray of the Royal Guards, another who swears by the absent gentleman.
Monsieur Cyrano is not here. Astonishing, don't you think, Lebray?
Why, Ragueneau? Must de Bergerac be everywhere?
Ah, but you know who plays tonight. The hippopotamus again. That renowned actor, Montfleury. And you know, our Cyrano so hates this Montfleury, he has forbidden him for 3 weeks to appear upon the stage.
And if Montfleury appears?
Trouble.
Your pardon, messieurs. I could not help overhearing.
Young sir?
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Baron Christian de Neuvillette. This Cyrano, who is he?
Who is he? Baron de Neuvillette? You must be a stranger in Paris.
I am from Normandy. I've been in Paris but 3 weeks. Tomorrow I join the Guards. And I believe it is the regiment of this Cyrano. I do hear his name freely spoken about.
He's one of those wild swashbucklers, a true Gascon. Hat with 3 plumes and doublet with 6 points. His cloak behind him over his long sword, cocked, like the tail of strutting Chanticleer. And to complete this Punchinello figure, such a nose. Young sir, there is no such nose as that nose. You cannot look upon it without crying, oh no, impossible. Exaggerated. You smile and say, of course, I might have known. Presently, he will take it off. But that Monsieur de Bergerac will never do.
He keeps it. And heaven help the man who smiles.
There. Quickly, up there in the box. The damsel, Baron? Oh, ravishing. Quickly, her name?
Not too much of a stranger in Paris, are you, Baron de Neuvillette?
Do not joke, monsieur. For 3 weeks I've watched her. I am sick with love.
Calm yourself, Baron. She's called Roxane. Surname, Robin.
And the man with her in the box?
Oh, that man? Colonel de Guise.
In love with her. Married himself, but still, as they say, very much interested.
She's beautiful.
The play's about to begin, gentlemen. Montfleury enters now.
Now the elephant speaks.
Rise happy, he who hides from pomp and power, in sylvan shade or solitary bower.
Wretch! Have I not forbade you these 3 weeks? King of clowns, leave the stage at once.
It's Cyrano! Cyrano de Bergerac!
You disobey me, Montfleury?
Go on, Montfleury! Quiet! Thrice happy! Who hates...
Presently I shall go angry. Fly, go, shoo. Take to your wings before I pluck your plumes and draw your gauze. Silence! I say be silent. I'll have our theater cured of this carbunk. Pray you, sirs, be gentle with my scabbard here. She'll put her tongue out at you presently.
Yes, if you protect...
Attend to me, full moon. I shall clap my hands 3 times. Thus. At the third, you will eclipse yourself. You ready? 1.
It's infamous!
2.
My dignity!
3. And now, sir, if I may take you by your collar and your breeches
You watched them from the box, Valver. This fellow Cyrano had dared to send us home without our play.
Roxanne seemed pleased enough with his antics, Colonel de Guiche.
Then, while she looks on from the box, let us see this fool made sport of.
Observe, Colonel de Guiche. I myself will proceed to put him in his place. Here he comes. Monsieur de Bergerac.
Yes, Monsieur Valver?
I think you should be told. Your nose is rather large.
Is that all?
I should think it is enough.
Ah, no, young sir. You are too simple. Why, you might have said, a great many things. For example, in a manner thus, aggressive. I, sir, if that nose were mine, I'd have it amputated on the spot. Or friendly. How do you drink with such a nose? You ought to have a cup made specially. Descriptive. 'Tis a rock, a crag, a cape. A cape! Say rather a peninsula. Inquisitive. What is that receptacle, a razor case or a portfolio? Kindly. Do you love the little birds so much that when they come and sing to you, you give them this to perch on? Familiar. Well, old torchlight, hang your hat over that chandelier. It hurts my eyes. Or, to parody Faustus in the play, was this the nose that launched 1,000 ships and burned the topless tower of Zavelium? These, my dear sir, are things you might have said had you some tinge of letters or of wit.
Don't pumpkin!
Wait! What? It seems my sword has gone to sleep. I think 'tis time to wake the steel.
So be it. I draw, monsieur.
You shall die, Valver, exquisitely.
Poet?
Yes, a poet, if you will. So while we fence, I'll make you a ballade, extempore.
A ballade?
Yes. I'll compose one whilst we fight. And at the end of the last line, thrust home. Some room, my friends. I need room to choose my rhyme. Now, ready, Valver? Lightly, I toss my hat away. Languidly over my arm let fall the cloak that covers my bright array. Then out swords, and to work withal. A Lancelot in his lady's hall. A Spartacus at the hippodrome. I dally a while with you, jackal. Then, as I end the refrain, thrust home. Hark! How the steel rings musical. Mark how my point flows, light as a foam. Ready to drive you back to the wall. Then, as I end the refrain, thrust home!
You fought well, Cyrano. All Paris will hear of it, and Valver won't use his sword for a while. Now, the real reason why you hate Montfleury. Come, the truth.
Well, he sighs and smiles upon the ladies, he who cannot hold his belly in his arms. I hate him ever since one day he dared smile upon...
What? Is it possible?
For me to love? Yes, I love.
May I know? You have never said...
Whom I love? Well, think a moment. Think of me. Me, whom the plainest woman would despise. Me with this nose of mine that marches on before me by a quarter of an hour. Whom should I love? Why, of course, it must be the woman in the world most beautiful.
Most beautiful? Oh, well, of course, that makes everything clear.
Transparently.
Your cousin?
Yes, Roxanne.
And, why not? If you love her, tell her so.
My old friend, look at me. I have no illusion.
Love's no more than chance.
I love Cleopatra. Do I appear Caesar? I adore Beatrice. Have I the look of Dante?
But your wit, your courage, and Roxanne herself, watching your duel, paler than...
Roxanne was there?
Her lips parted, her hand thus at her breast. I saw it. Speak to her. Speak, man.
Through my nose. She might laugh at me. That is the one thing in this world I fear.
Monsieur de Bergerac, a moment.
Yes? It's Roxanne's maid.
From her?
Monsieur de Bergerac, a message for you from my mistress, your cousin. She desires to know when and where she may see you. Privately.
To see me?
To see you. She has certain things to tell you.
To tell me?
Where can you meet and talk?
Where? Oh, mon Dieu. Tell her, the shop of Ragueneau. Ragueneau, the pastry cook.
Who dwells?
Oh yes, Rue Saint-Honoré.
Agreed. 7:00.
I'll be there.
Adieu, monsieur.
Me. To see me. Lebré, she knows that I exist. Oh, I'm going to be a storm, a flame. I need to fight whole armies all alone. I have 10 hearts. I have 100 arms. I feel too strong to war with mortals. Bring me giants.
Come in, Cyrano. Well, are you in a trance? Close the door. You're in the shop of Ragueneau, baker and pastry cook. Wake up.
What time now, Ragueneau? I expect a lady.
It is after 6.
It's almost time. Have you a pen?
For you, an eagle's feather.
I have a letter to write.
Now, here's paper, ink, and a table, warrior. I'll take my leave.
I'll write that letter I have written on my heart, torn up and written over many times. So many times that all I have to do is to remember and to write it down. Only to write, to give it to her, and to go. The devil take my soul if I dare speak one word to her. The door. Do I flee or take up the challenge?
Cyrano.
Blessed above all others be the hour when you remembered to remember me and came to tell me what?
I came to tell you, but before I can tell you, are you, I wonder, still the same big brother almost that you used to be when we were children playing by the pond in the old garden down there?
I remember every summer you came to Bergerac. Roxanne.
Was I pretty?
Oh, not too plain.
It seems like long ago when I could tell you things. In those days, you did everything I wished.
Tell me what you came to tell me now.
I think I dare. I love someone.
Oh,
someone who does not know. He will someday. He loves me, too, and is afraid of me and keeps away and never says one word. I know. I see him trying.
Yes?
This is a secret. He is a soldier, too, in your own regiment, in the Guards. And such a man.
Yes?
He is proud, noble, young, brave, beautiful.
Beautiful.
What's the matter?
There's nothing. So soon we lose our hearts.
I love him, Cyrano. That is all.
You have never spoken?
Only our eyes.
You say he's in the Guards. His name?
Christian. Baron Christian de Neuvillette.
You brought me here to tell me this. I do not yet quite understand, madame.
They say that in your company, it frightens me. You are all Gascon.
And we pick a quarrel with any stranger who intrudes himself. Is that what you heard?
I'm so afraid for him.
Not without reason. Oh, well, I will defend your little baron.
Will you just for me? Will you be his friend?
I will be his friend.
And never let him fight a duel?
No, never.
Oh, you're a darling. I must go. I always did love you. Adieu, Cyrano. We are great friends, are we not?
Of course. Great friends.
Cyrano, I forgot to tell... Oh, she's gone.
Gone, Ragueneau.
Listen, there was a message for you. The new cadets of your company are assembled at the barracks. You promised to speak to them today.
Oh, please, say I cannot come.
But, Cyrano... Oh, are you in pain?
In pain? At the barracks, you said. Come, they shall have their hero.
Tell that to all the world. And then to me, say very softly that she loves you not.
She loves me not.
Cyrano! Bring us our Cyrano! Captain Lebré, speak up. Where is our Cyrano?
Patience, patience. Your Cyrano will come, never fear. You'll have your story of the wars.
The Spanish campaign.
No, the fight at Antwerp.
Perhaps both, huh? An example in valor for Christian de Neuvillette, This pretty young tadpole here.
No tadpole, sir.
No, a narrow-gutted northerner.
He'll find out soon enough what it means to be a Norman among Gascons.
Monsieur Lebray, what is the proper thing to do when Gascons grow too boastful?
Prove your courage, then, Monsieur Christian. When Cyrano tells his tale, interrupt him, if you will, with mention of that never-to-be-mentioned object. You understand? His nose.
He's here! Cyrano! Up front, Monsieur Cyrano, up front!
Remember, Christian, prove yourself. It will be sport. Silence now! Welcome, Cyrano.
So these are the stout-hearted Gascon cadets. Good. Let blood be your favorite brew. You'll have your taste of battle soon.
Tell us of the fight at Antwerp.
That offended that time that I marched on all alone to meet those devils. It was so dark you could not see beyond...
Your nose.
Who is that man?
A recruit. Arrived this morning.
Recruit, did you say?
His name is Christian de Neuvillette.
Christian? I see. As I was saying, to continue, it grew dark. I marched on, thinking how, all for the sake of one old souse who wrote a bawdy song whenever he took
a noseful.
Took a notion. Whenever he took a notion. After all, I thought, why am I putting in my
nose?
My oar? Why am I putting in my oar? Suddenly, a sword flashed in the dark. I caught it fair.
On the nose.
Out of here, all of you! Leave me here alone with that man. Go, all of you, and close the door. To my arms.
Sir?
You have courage. You are brave. That pleases me.
What do you mean?
Do you not know I am her brother? Hers, Roxanne, her cousin, much the same.
And she has told you?
Everything.
She loves me?
Perhaps. Now you must win her.
How?
Speak, lad. Write to her. A letter at once.
If I write, that ruins all.
Why?
I have a sort of rough and ready soldier's tongue. But with any woman, paralyzed, speechless. I am one of those, I know, those men who never can make love.
Strange. Now, it seems if I gave my mind to it, I might perhaps make love well.
Oh, if I had words to say what I feel here.
I wish I might be... You might be my interpreter.
I wish I had your wit.
Follow it, then. Your beautiful young manhood. Lend me that. And we two make one hero of romance.
What?
Christian, would you dare repeat to her the words I gave you day by day?
You mean...
I mean, shall we win her both together?
Oh, I'm afraid.
Have no fear. It is yourself she loves. Give her yourself in words. My words upon your lips. Will you? Will you?
Does it mean so much to you, Cyrano?
It means a comedy situation for a poet. Come, I'll be your cloak of darkness, your enchanted word, your sword, your ring to charm the fairy princess.
But a letter, I cannot write.
Oh, yes, a letter. A moment. Here's one. All but the name. It will serve.
But can it fit Roxanne?
Like her own glove. I have amused myself, as we all do, we poets, writing vows to any pretty name. Here. 'Tis for one with all names and no name. It will fit whoever has a heart prepared for love. Take it. Bring it to her. You shall see. Roxanne will know this letter for her own.
You are listening to Cyrano de Bergerac, produced by the Theatre Guild on the Air and presented by the United States Steel Corporation. And here speaking for United States Steel is George Hicks.
Good evening. I'm sure that most of you know that today the demand for steel is tremendous. That's not surprising when you consider how the nation's normal needs for steel piled up during the war years, when the distribution of this vital metal for civilian uses was largely curtailed. U.S. Steel, as an important member of the industry, fully recognizes its responsibility to you, the consuming public, to meet these increased demands. And tonight I'd like to tell you how the corporation is trying to do this job. First, by a fair distribution of its products to large and small users alike. Second, by an improvement and expansion program costing $500 million. A program which will substantially increase U.S. Steel's capacity to produce many of the products most needed today. Let me tell you about a few of the highlights in this program. It includes new byproduct coke ovens with an annual capacity of nearly 2 million tons. New blast furnaces which will increase the corporation's iron capacity by approximately 1 million tons a year. New facilities for increased production of steel ingots, tin plate, wire, and tubular steel products. One of the most critically needed steel products today is steel sheet for a multitude of uses. To meet this vital need, United States Steel has under construction in various locations throughout the country new sheet mills and collateral facilities which will add approximately 750,000 tons to its annual sheet capacity. On the West Coast, the Columbia Steel Company, an important subsidiary of U.S. Steel, recently announced plans for the erection of a large sheet mill in the Los Angeles area as part of its modernization and expansion program. This particular project will aid materially in supplying a rapidly growing market for this type of steel in the far western states. There are, in addition, many other important U.S. Steel projects. One, for example, will involve $35 million for the development of new ways in which to make use of low-grade iron ores. All in all, the United States Steel Corporation is currently spending at the rate of $20 million a month on all of these activities. I think you'll agree that this program is striking proof of the determination on the part of U.S. Steel to take care of its responsibility in meeting the steel needs of the nation. I think you'll agree, too, that this $500 million improvement and expansion program indicates clearly U.S. Steel's faith in the future and that it will continue to do everything in its power to provide more and better steel for an ever-growing America.
Cyrano de Bergerac is in love with his cousin Roxanne, but will not speak for fear she may ridicule his comically huge nose. Roxanne loves Christian, and Cyrano decides to help him win her. Our scene now is Roxanne's garden some evenings later. Roxanne has just received a letter signed by Christian, but written by Cyrano.
And so you find Christian intellectual?
No man ever so beautifully said those things. Those pretty nothings that are everything. Sometimes he falls into a reverie. His inspiration fails.
Oh?
Then all at once he will say something absolutely... Oh.
Really? He, talks well about matters of the heart?
He does not talk. He rhapsodizes. Dreams.
He writes well?
Wonderfully. Listen now to this letter. Take my heart. I shall have it all the more, plucking the flowers we keep the plant in bloom.
Oh, he writes merely in the fashion.
Fashion? Why, this is true eloquence. He goes on, knowing you have more heart to give than I to find heart room.
First he has too much and then too little. Just how much heart does he need?
You're jealous. You're teasing me.
Jealous?
Of his poetry. And these last lines, are they not the last word in tenderness? There is no more to say. Only believe that unto you my whole heart gives one cry, and writing writes down more than you receive, sending you kisses through my fingertips. Lady, oh, read my letter with your lips.
Yes, it's those last lines. But he overwrites.
Listen to this.
You know them all by heart?
Everyone.
I may call that flattering.
He's a master.
Oh, come now.
Yes, a master.
A master, if you will.
And now I must leave Cyrano. If Christian comes, tell him to wait here in the garden.
Oh, when he comes, what will you talk about?
About nothing. Or about everything. I shall say, speak of love in your own words. Improvise, rhapsodize, be eloquent. But not a word to him.
Oh, not a word.
Good night, my friends.
Christian.
Good evening, Cyrano.
Come, now look intelligent. I have your theme for tonight. Come and learn your lines.
No, I say. I've had enough. I will not learn your lines anymore. It was a game at first, but now she cares, thanks to you. I'll speak for myself now.
Undoubtedly.
Why not? I'm no such fool, you shall see. By heaven, I know enough to take a woman in my arms.
Shh, over there, at her door.
Roxanne and Colonel de Guiche.
He's taking his leave. Be quiet. Stay out of sight.
Oh, when shall I see you again, Roxanne? I must be with you.
I
alone.
cannot answer now.
We may leave for the front at any time. Oh, I'm mad about you. Let me take you in my arms to feel your lips.
Why, that...
If you please, monsieur. I'm expecting someone in the garden.
Then I'll go. But I shall have my will with you yet. Adieu.
If you would speak for yourself, Cyrano. Christian. You had best begin at once.
Cyrano, wait. Here she comes.
No. You said you wished to speak for yourself, so be it. Farewell, my friend.
Is that you, Christian? Let us stay here in the twilight. The air is fragrant. We shall be alone.
Roxane.
Sit down there. So. Now, tell me things.
I love you.
Yes, speak to me about love.
I love you.
Be eloquent. You have your theme. Improvise, rhapsodize.
I love you so.
Of course, and then?
Oh, I should be so happy if you loved me too. Say that you love me too.
Tell me first a little how you love me. Tell me how you feel.
Your throat. If only I might kiss it.
Christian.
I love you so.
Again?
No, I do not love you.
Oh.
I adore you.
Ah. And now, if you'll excuse me.
No, wait, please. I was going to say...
That you adore me, yes, I know that too.
Roxane.
No, go away. Gather your dreams together into words. Till then, adieu.
You must have been a great success.
Help me. I cannot live unless she loves me.
How the devil am I to teach you now?
Look up there. She's at her window.
A window? We might...
Well?
It does seem fairly dark. Let us try what can be done. Stand over there. No, idiot. There. Before the balcony. Let me stand underneath where I'll be out of sight. I'll whisper to you what to say. Now call her. Call her.
Roxane.
Wait, here. These pebbles at her window.
Who is calling?
Christian. I had to tell you.
Good. Keep your voice down.
No, go away. You tell me nothing. You do not love me anymore.
Please.
Not anymore. I love you evermore.
Not anymore. I love you evermore.
And ever more and more.
And ever more and more.
A little better. But tell me, why do you speak so haltingly? Has your imagination gone lame?
Christian, this grows too difficult. Here, under the bush. I'll speak for you.
Your words tonight hesitate. Why?
Through the warm summer gloom, they grope in darkness toward the light of you.
My words, well aimed, find you more readily.
My heart is open wide and waits for them. Too large a mark to miss. Moreover, yours fall to me swiftly. Mine more slowly rise.
Yet not so slowly as they did at first.
They have learned the way, and you have welcomed them.
Am I so far above you now?
So far. If you let fall upon me one hard word out of that height, you crush me.
I'll come down.
No.
Stand you on the bench. Come nearer.
No.
And why so great a no?
Let me enjoy the one moment I ever... My one chance to speak to you unseen.
Unseen?
How can you know what this moment means? If ever I was eloquent. But tonight, I indeed speak for the first time.
Your voice even is not the same.
How should it be? I have another voice tonight. My own, myself, daring to speak of love. I love beyond breath, beyond reason, beyond love's own power of loving. Your name is like a golden bell hung in my heart. And when I think of you, I tremble and the bell swings and rings, Roxane. Roxane. Along my veins, Roxane.
Yes. That is love.
Love. That dark fire. That music. Can you feel my soul there in the darkness breathe on you? Oh, but tonight, now, I dare say these things. I, to you, and you hear them. It is too much. In my most sweet, unreasonable dreams, I have not hoped for this. Now let me die, having lived. It is my voice, mine, my own.
that makes you tremble there in the green gloom above me. For you do tremble. As a blossom among the leaves, you tremble. And I can feel all the way down along these jasmine branches, whether you will or no, these blossoms.
Yes, I do tremble. And I weep. And I am yours. And you have made me thus.
What is death like, I wonder? I know everything else now. I have done this to you. I, myself. Only let me ask one thing more.
Ask her one kiss.
Christian, you go too far.
You asked me for...
Yes, but... I mean...
She is willing. Why not make the most of it?
I was about to... But I know I asked too much.
Win me that kiss.
Are you still there? We were speaking of...
A kiss. The word is sweet. Are your lips afraid even of its burning name?
Hush.
And what is a kiss when all is done? A promise given under seal. A secret whispered to listening lips apart. A moment made immortal with a rush of wings unseen. A sacrament of blossoms.
Then come gather your sacred blossom.
Go on, Christian. Climb.
Come gather your moment made immortal.
Climb up, animal. Should I push you?
Roxanne, I come to your arms, your lips.
My own love.
My heart.
Oh, Roxanne. The feast of love. And I am Lazarus. But I have something here that is mine now and was not mine before I spoke the words that won her. Not for me. Kissing my words upon his lips.
Ego conjungo vos in matrimonium, in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen.
Christian, my husband.
My beloved.
Cyrano, we owe so much to you.
So much more than I can say.
Bless you both, my children. Father.
Yes, my son.
Our thanks for this service tonight, and a purse for your convent.
Thank you, worthy sir.
Who can that be? Christian, would you?
Disturbed so recent a bridegroom? No, I'll go. Colonel de Guiche. Pleasure to see you. But at this hour...
It appears I intrude. Roxanne, I would speak with you a moment.
Then speak before Christian and Cyrano.
I came to say farewell.
You leave Paris?
Yes, for the front and war. Roxanne, I've arranged a rendezvous where we can meet if only for an hour.
Before you go too far, my lord, Roxanne and Christian de Neuvillette this very moment have exchanged rings.
What do you say?
They are joined in wedlock.
Joined in wedlock? My sincere compliments. Then, madame, kindly bid your husband farewell. His regiment leaves tonight for the campaign in Flanders. They march immediately.
No.
Roxanne, beloved.
I cannot let you go, Christian. You must not.
It is better quickly. Your lips once again, my darling. And farewell. And now, my colonel, I follow you.
Madame, adieu.
Christian, my beloved. Cyrano, wait. Take care of him for me.
I'll do my best, but I cannot promise you.
And have him write me every single day, even from the field of battle.
That I promise.
Oh!
Bergerac, you idiot. Who else at this hour?
Thank heaven, Cyrano. You saved
Morning, Leray.
Madness. You risk your life every morning before breakfast to send a letter.
I promised he should write her every day. Is Christian asleep?
There, under the blanket. The boy looks pale. Thin, too.
Starving to death, all of us.
Fine war. Fine situation. We besiege Arras. The Cardinal Prince of Spain besieges us.
Someone might besiege him.
A hungry joker, we are hungry men. Shall we eat today, my captain?
Someone comes. Colonel de Guiche.
Perhaps he brings food.
With his collar of lace, not he.
Good morning, gentlemen. I bring news. The Spaniards will attack at dawn. You have perhaps an hour.
An hour?
The great thing is to gain time.
And to gain time?
You will be so kind as to lay down your lives.
Ha! Your revenge.
As you choose to think, Cyrano. But since you Gascon gentlemen esteem yourselves invincible, the bravest of the brave, who love to fight against great odds, here's your opportunity.
If we've an hour, Cyrano, I should like to say farewell to her.
I thought of that. I have written your farewell. Here, Christian.
Look, this little spot.
A spot?
Yes, a tear.
Oh, so it is. Well, a poet, while he writes, is like a lover in his lady's arms, believing his imagination. Now, this letter, as you see, I've made so pathetic that I wept while I was writing it.
You wept?
Halt! Pull over there!
Look there, a coach. It must have driven through the Spanish lines. That woman who descends. Cyrano, it's she.
Roxanne!
Here to see me.
Wait. About your letters. Do not make the mistake of showing surprise.
Surprise? Why?
You have written oftener than you think. I wrote sometimes without your knowing.
How did you send all these letters?
Before daylight, I managed. I took them through the line.
Perfectly simple. So I wrote to her how many times a week? Twice? 3 times? 4?
Every day. Now go to her.
And that wrought you up into such a flame that you faced death?
Go to meet her. She's come for you. I am only Cyrano. I am a ghost who plays at love.
Those letters, then, brought you over ruined roads? Through enemy lines?
Yes, Christian. Every page of them was like a petal fallen from your soul, sweet and strong and true.
You felt that, Roxanne?
You know how I feel. I came here to say forgive me. It is time to be forgiven now when death is present. Forgive me for being light and vain and loving you only because you are beautiful.
Roxanne.
It is yourself I love now, your own self. You must have suffered, for you must have seen how frivolous I was, until with words you revealed your heart.
Roxanne, it was best before. Why did you change?
Dear Christian, I can love more of you now. If you were less lovable, less charming, ugly even, I should love you still.
Ugly?
Yes, even then. Now are you happy? What is it? Your face. Tell me, where are you going? Christian! Christian!
Christian, what's wrong?
She does not love me anymore. She loves you.
No.
She loves only my soul. And that means Cyrano.
Christian, Look at me.
She would love me if I were ugly.
She said that? Do not believe such madness.
Let her choose between us. You must tell her everything.
No, you torture me.
What of my torture? I want her love for the poor fool I am, or not at all. She's waiting just beyond. Roxanne! Roxanne, over here! And if it's not to be, why then this war shall take my valor and my arms.
Christian, why did you run off?
Cyrano has news for you. Something you must know. And now I have a rendezvous that cannot wait. Adieu, my heart.
But where? What's the matter with him? He acts so strangely.
Roxanne, I must join the battle. Quickly. Was it true what you told him just now? That you would love him even if...
Even if he were...
Say it. I shall not be hurt. Ugly.
Even then I should love him.
Hideous. Disfigured.
What is figured?
But you could love him so, as much as...
Yes, and more.
Roxanne, listen. After the battle, I must tell you...
I have been looking for you.
What is it, Lebre? Speak, man.
Christian. The first volley.
Christian. Dead. No.
This letter over his heart. For you, madame.
Mine and his blood, his tears are on it.
Roxanne, the firing. You must not stay here.
Was he not a great lover, a great man, a hero, a poet unknown?
Yes, Roxanne.
A heart deeper than we knew, a soul magnificently tender.
Yes, Roxanne.
He is dead now.
I, too, am dead. And my love mourns for me and does not know. They come, the Spaniards. Farewell, Roxanne. I have 2 deaths to avenge now. Christian's and my own.
are listening to Cyrano de Bergerac, produced by the Theatre Guild on the Air and presented by the United States Steel Corporation. You are listening to the Theatre Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation.
And now the curtain rises on the third act of Cyrano de Bergerac, starring Frederick March and Florence Eldridge. 15 long years have passed. It's now 1655. Roxanne, for all these years, has lived with her widow's weeds at a lodging in the convent of the Ladies of the Cross. 15 years in the glowing memory of her love. Now, in the October twilight, Roxanne sits in the garden of the convent with De Guiche, watching the leaves fall from the trees.
And you remain here, wasting the gold of your days, forever in mourning.
Forever.
And still faithful.
And still faithful. His last letter always at my heart. Sometimes I think he has not altogether died.
And Cyrano, do you see him often? I must admit time has mellowed me. I've grown to like the fellow.
My old friend takes the place of my Gazette and brings me all the news. It must be 14 years that he has come here every Saturday. When the afternoon hour strikes, I hear his cane tapping the steps. Then he tells the story of the past week. Ah, there's Lebray. How is it with our friend Cyrano?
Good day, madame, monsieur. As for Cyrano, it's as I've warned him so often. His satires make a host of enemies.
But they fear that sword of his, I'm told.
Still, the other day at court, someone said this man Cyrano may die accidentally.
Oh, not Cyrano. He'll die as he chooses. It's almost time for his visit. And so, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen.
Of course, madame. Adieu.
Adieu, gentlemen.
I could not tell her. She need not know so soon. I have come from him just now, our friend Cyrano.
What do you mean?
This afternoon, as he passed at the corner of the street. Could it have been an accident? From the window overhead, a lackey with a heavy log of wood let it fall.
Cyrano.
I ran to him. I found him lying there, badly hurt.
Is he alive?
Yes. I carried him to his room, unconscious. The doctor said fever, lesions. Ah, if you had seen him there. So brave, and yet so near his death.
Let us go quickly. He may need our help.
There, the hour. He'll be coming now. My embroidery, so. All done striking? He never was so late before. Ah, his cane. Nothing could ever keep him away. So dear a friend, so dear and true. After 14 years late, for the first time.
Yes, maddening. I was detained by a visitor. Most unexpected.
A friend?
Well, let us say a very old acquaintance.
Did you tell him to go away?
I said, excuse me, this is Saturday. I have a previous engagement, one I cannot miss even for you. Come back an hour from now.
Your friend will have to wait. Sit down. I shall not let you go till dark.
Perhaps a little before dark I must go. The leaves, they go too.
Look at them fall.
Yes. They know how to die. They go down gracefully.
Melancholy, you? Come, tell me now the court news, my Gazette.
Let me see. Saturday, the 19th. The king fell ill after 8 helpings of grape marmalade. His malady was brought before the court, found guilty of high treason, whereupon his majesty revived. The royal pulse is now normal. Note, they say...
Yes?
Ligdemir has a new lover. Oh. Tuesday, the 22nd. All the court has gone to Fontainebleau. Pain. Here?
Cyrano.
That's it. My old wound. From Alice. Sometimes. But it is nothing. It will soon be gone. There. It is gone.
We all have our old wounds. I have mine here in my heart. This faded scrap of writing. It is hard to read now. faded as the twilight falling over us.
His letter. Did you not promise me that someday you would let me read it?
His letter, you...
I wish today to read it. Aloud.
Here. Open it and read.
Farewell, Roxanne. Because today I die. I know that it will be today, my own dearly beloved, and my heart still so heavy with love I have not told, and I die without telling you.
How well you read it.
I remember now the way you have of pushing back a lock of hair with one hand from your forehead, and my heart cries out.
His letter, and you read it.
Cries out and keeps crying, farewell, my dear, my dearest, my own heart's own.
In such a voice.
My love.
As I remember hearing long ago.
I am never away from you. Even now, I shall not leave you. In another world, I shall be still that one who loves you. Loves you beyond measure. Beyond...
How can you read now? It is dark.
Roxanne.
And all these 14 years you have been the old friend who came to be amusing. It was you. I might have known every time I heard you speak my name.
No, it was not I.
I understand everything now. The letters, that was you. And the dear, foolish words, that was you.
No, I swear.
And the voice in the dark, that was you.
On my honor.
And the soul, that was all you.
I never loved you.
You loved me. Even now you love me.
No.
And why so great a no?
No, my own dear love. I love you not.
Why were you silent for so many years? Why do you break that silence now?
Cyrano. I knew it. He's here.
The brave, what is it?
He has killed himself, madame, coming here. He's badly hurt.
Oh, what does he mean, Cyrano?
I did not finish my gazette. Saturday, 26th. An hour or so before dinner, Monsieur de Bergerac died. Foully murdered.
You shall not die. I love you.
That is not in the story. Ah, there's the moon rising. I shall be there presently. The moon. Yes, that would be the place. My kind of paradise.
Delirious.
Such a friend. Such a poet. Such a man. To die so. To die so.
Here lies Hercule, Savinien, de Cyrano de Bergerac, who was all things and all in vain. Well, I must go. Your pardon. I cannot stay. My moonbeam comes to carry me away.
Oh, my love. I never loved but one man in my life. And I have lost him twice.
Let me up. It's coming. I feel already shod with marble, gloved with lead. Let the old fella come now. He shall find me on my feet, sword in hand. Thus, I can see him there. He grins. He's looking at my nose. That skeleton. What's that you say? Hopeless. Aye, very well. But a man does not fight merely to win. You there, who are you? My ancient enemies. Beware my sword. Falsehood. There! Prejudice. Compromise. Cowardice. I thrust hope. What's that? No. Surrender. No. I fight on. I fight up!
Look, let's catch him. He falls.
Gently, young friend. Lie down here. On the leaves.
Roxanne.
Yes, Cyrano. Open your eyes.
You remember when Beauty said, I love you to the beast that was a fairy prince? His ugliness changed and dissolved like magic.
Cyrano.
And tonight, when I enter before God, my salute shall sweep all the stars away from the blue threshold. There is one crown I bear away with me, one thing without stain, unspotted from the world, across my life, one whispering, silken gown.
The curtain has fallen on the Theatre Guild on the Air production of Cyrano de Bergerac by Edmund Rostand, sponsored by the United States Steel Corporation, starring Frederick March and Florence Eldridge. We were also fortunate in having in our cast tonight Ernest Graves, Horace Braham, Hiram Sherman, Peter Capell, Paula Lawrence, Anthony Jordan, Leopold Badia, and Elliot Reed. Now here is Roger Pryor with a word about next week's play.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Theatre Guild on the Air travels to Boston, where we're pleased to present Gertrude Lawrence in one of her most celebrated vehicles, Lady in the Dark, a musical play by Moss Hart. The original lyrics were written by Ira Gershwin, and the original music was composed by Kurt Weill. Featured with Miss Lawrence will be John Conte, currently appearing on Broadway in the Theatre Guild production Allegro, and Burt Lytell, recreating his original role in Lady in the Dark.
Remember, next week from the Boston Opera House, Lady in the Dark, starring Gertrude Lawrence. And remember, too, that the trademark of United States Steel, USS, on any steel product is your guide to quality steel. The Theatre Guild on the Air is under the supervision of Lawrence Langner and Teresa Helburn, with Homer Fickett directing. Carol Irwin is production executive, and Armina Marshall executive director. Music was composed and conducted by Harold Levy. Tonight's radio play of Cyrano de Bergerac was based on the Brian Hooker version as originally adapted for Walter Hampton. Frederick March and Florence Eldridge will soon leave for Hollywood to make the motion picture version of the Broadway success Another Part of the Forest. Your announcer, Norman Brokenshire. The United States Steel Corporation hopes that you'll be with us next Sunday at the same time.
The Nebbs was a short-lived sitcom that ran in 1945 on Mutual and starred Gene Lockhart as Rudy Nebbs and Kathleen Lockhart as Fanny Nebbs. This episode, The Library Book Drive, involves Mr. Nebbs trying to donate his books to the school library. But does he really want to? Next is Country of the Blind from Theatre Royal. It aired on January 2nd, 1954. The story is about a mysterious valley in South America where a strange group of people have lived separated from the rest of civilization. A disease struck the community, making all of the people go blind, and each new generation is born without sight. This is a fascinating story with an outstanding cast and writing. In Babysitting from the Great Gildersleeve, which aired on November 2nd, 1941, Harold Perry as Gildersleeve drops in on an old friend, but when he's not at home, his wife makes him babysit her baby Gertrude. As you can imagine, hilarity ensues. Next, The Undying Heart from CBS Radio Mystery Theater, which aired on June 5th, 1978. This is a great story of betrayal and suspense, and stars Mandel Kramer, Brenna Rayburn, and Ian Martin. A gambler loses a bookie's payoff and decides to kill his rich aunt to get the money. Very haunting, great acting, great writing, and as always with this show, a great build-up of suspense until the very end. Next, from 1937, Love Story Magazine, which obviously mostly featured romance dramas. In Hostage of Love, Frances Tolbert lives with her cat in an apartment, and the cat is missing. When she goes out looking for him, she meets her new neighbor, a friendly, handsome man, in the apartment above her, which she thought was empty. They start to date, but their burgeoning romance is put on hold when she finds out that he has been wooing another woman. And lastly, we have the Hollywood star Playhouse and An Obit for Joe. Originally broadcast on August 16, 1951, a reporter played by Barry Sullivan calls in his last story, which is just an obituary. Or is it? He winds up investigating what appears to be a murder. Fantastic writing, fantastic acting, and a truly intriguing and exciting tale. Now let these old-time radio shows keep you in peaceful slumber.
Systax presents The Nebbs, starring Gene Lockhart and Kathleen Lockhart as Rudy and Fanny Nebbs. The Nebbs, straight from America's famous comic strip, with Junior, Obie Slider, and all the others you laughed, worried, and adventured with for 22 years. Dinner is finished in the Nebb home, and now Fanny and Rudy Nebb are in the living room, each occupied with a favorite page of the evening paper.
The bride wore her great-grandmother's wedding gown of Chantilly lace, long white satin mitts, and an orange blossom halo.
Hello.
Rudy, are you listening?
Huh?
I remember when her grandmother wore it. And if that wedding gown looks like lace, it's because the moths have been in it.
Huh?
Oh, here's a darling coat. Listen, dear. It says gray wool, platinum wax trimmed, guaranteed to turn heads your way. Would you like that, dear?
No fudge, Fanny.
Rudy Nebb, you haven't listened to a word I've said.
Huh? Oh, I beg your pardon, Fanny. I was just thinking, it may be years before we know how this turns out.
What turns out?
Why, whether or not Sally Toodles will ever marry Blackie.
Oh, dear. A little while ago you were wondering about that character who worked for the soap company.
A lot of characters work for soap companies. Joan Davis, Kay Kaiser.
Oh, I don't mean on the radio. I'm thinking of that fellow B.O. Plenty.
Why? Fanny, you don't keep abreast of the news at all. Now, B.O. Plenty was
Mom, hiya, Pop. Junior, where on earth have you been?
Yes, son, it's getting late. Isn't it about time you did your homework?
Oh, I finished my homework over at Donna's. I'd have been here sooner, but I had to tell Donna good night.
Junior, when I was courting your mother, it didn't take me that long to say good night.
Yeah, but I learned how by watching Van Johnson.
If I remember correctly, Rudy, you could have stood a few lessons.
No. Fanny.
Oh, that's all right, dear. Times have changed.
I'll say they have. Why, when I was a boy, I used to walk 5 miles to school and 5 miles back. And when I got home, I chopped the cow, milked the wood.
Now, Rudy.
Well, you know what I mean. And when I'd finished getting in the wood, I studied my lessons by the dim light of an oil lamp.
Jeepers, Pop, no wonder you didn't learn much.
Junior.
Young man, I'll have you know people were just as smart then as they are now.
And then why didn't they have electric lights and DDT?
No. Junior, you've got the wrong answer for everything, in spite of all your advantages. Good schools, public libraries...
Oh, that reminds me.
Huh?
The public library has an ad in tonight's paper asking people to donate any worthwhile books they may have laying around.
Is that so?
Hey, they can have my geometry.
Junior, you need your school books much worse than the library does.
Yes, sir. You hang on to that geometry book. You never can tell. Someday you may want to be a doctor.
Oh, Pop. Geometry isn't for doctors. It's for architects and carpenters and anybody who works with rulers and saws and tools.
Well, doctors use saws and tools. You should have seen the saw they used on my tonsillectomy.
We must have a few good books around here that we could give to the library.
Why, of course, Fanny. Oh, I'd like to help the library, but off and on I've had ambitions to build up a nice private collection of books for myself.
But, Pop, you never read books. Why don't you take an...
Junior, I'm thinking about you. If we had a nice library here at home, you wouldn't have to go all the way over to Donna's house to do your homework.
Gee, Pop, get hep. Do you think I go over to Donna's to read books?
Well, Rudy, you can certainly part with that old set of books in the attic.
Are those books still in the attic? I wondered what had become of the Rover boys.
That stuff is corn on square cobs.
Anyway, I didn't mean the Rover boys. There are about 20 volumes of big books in the attic. They've been put away for years. Why can't Junior take them down to the library on his way to school?
Why, he can, Fanny. We've got to support our public library, and he can take them there tomorrow morning.
20 volumes?
That's all right, Junior. You can make several trips and get Buck to help you.
All right, Mom.
By the way, Fanny, I don't seem to remember which set of books that is. What's the title?
Oh, they're books you've owned since before we were married, Rudy. I think they're books about animals.
Oh, yes, I remember when I bought those. I thought wildlife sounded mighty interesting.
We'll return to the Nebbs in just a moment. Have you wondered what may cause you or some of your loved ones to feel run down, nervous, and half alive? There is a very common trouble that hits some of us at times, an increase in excess acids and poisons which should be removed through the bloodstream. They may undermine your vitality, interrupt your sleep, cause rheumatic pains, and make you feel old before your time. When there is no organic or systemic cause, the medicine called Cystex, Cystex, usually goes to work right now, helping nature clear away these excess acids and poisons through the bloodstream. Stimulating this cleansing and purifying action may easily bring you better sleep and make you feel younger, stronger, and better than you have for years. So if excess acids make you feel run down and half alive, try Cystex. Get Cystex from your druggist and take it exactly as directed with a glass of water after each meal, under the positive guarantee of money back on return of empty package unless completely satisfied. See how much better you feel tomorrow. And now, back to the Nebbs.
You're a real pal, Buck, to help me get Pop's books to the library this morning. Whew, they're sure getting heavy.
Well, you can put them down now.
Oh, okay. Hey, didn't you carry any?
Sure, your chemistry book. Here, take it. I'm tired, too.
Good morning, Junior. And Buck. Well, what have we here?
Good morning, Miss Witherspoon.
Miss Witherspoon, my father wants to donate his books to the library.
Oh, splendid, Junior, splendid. My, what an impressive collection.
Oh, this isn't all of them, but it's all that Junior could carry.
Pop has a lot more at home.
Really? Well, that's wonderful of your father.
But we don't have time to bring the rest right away on account we'll be late for school.
Unless you could write a note to school asking them to excuse us a day in the interest of liberal education.
Well, I wouldn't think of asking you boys to bring all of Mr. Nebb's books to the library, but since Mr. Nebb has been so generous, the least we can do is arrange to have the rest of them picked up, Junior.
That's very kind of you, Miss Witherspoon. Isn't it, Buck?
Yeah, but it would be kinder if you could get us excused from school.
Now, Buck, you and Junior run along, and thank you so much. I'll see that Mr. Nebb gets proper credit for being such a public-spirited citizen. The library needs good, wholesome books. So many books these days aren't fit for our young people to read.
Yeah, I know. I've read some of them.
Hello? Yes, this is Sylvia Appleby. You've been trying to get me all morning? Well, my phone has been so busy, this is the first time it's had a chance to ring. I did so want to talk to you at our club meeting yesterday, but everybody was there, so there was no one to talk about. Oh, say, listen, dearie. Have you heard what Rudy Nebb is doing? He's donating all of his books to the public library. Huh? Why? Oh, at his age, I suppose he's given up trying to learn to read. Fanny Webb right away. Goodbye.
Come in.
Good morning, Fanny, darling.
Hi, Sylvia, what's the matter?
I'm just completely out of breath.
No, at last.
Yes. No. Oh, Fanny, the marvelous thing Rudy Nebbs is doing for this town has everybody thrilled.
Really? I thought Rudy was long past the point where he could thrill anybody.
Well, now, the trouble with you and Rudy is... The trouble with you and Rudy is that you're entirely too modest. Now, I always say give credit where credit is due. And by the same token, if there's any blame to be placed, let them which are to be blamed be blamed. Don't you see? And I'll do all in my power to see that they are.
Well, what has Rudy done now?
I'm talking about Rudy giving his library to the city.
Oh, those books. Oh, Junior took some to the library this morning.
And I know all about it, you see. Yes, Sadie Witherspoon, librarian, told Hepsy Slider, and Hepsy called Emma Gruntley, and Emma Gruntley called me and said that the library was going to have the rest of Rudy's books picked up this afternoon.
Oh, the library shouldn't go to all that trouble. Junior could take the rest of them after school.
And, Fanny, before the library gets all your books, I'd like to get one here that belongs to me. You remember that one, don't you?
Do I have a book of yours, Sylvia?
Well, certainly, Fanny. You know the book.
I'm afraid I don't. Anyway, I haven't read it. What's the name of it?
What's the name of the book? Why, Fanny, come closer. Forever Amber.
Forever Amber? Why, has that book been in my house all this time and I haven't read it?
Well, I'll just have to take it along. It'll soon be time to get into my heavy winter reading. And besides, there's a shortage of coal.
Fanny. Oh, Fanny.
In here, Rudy.
Well, hello, Sylvia. Hello, Sylvia. What do you know that's come up that somebody'd like to live down?
Well, I was telling Fanny how I admired your generous civic gesture, giving all of your books to the public library.
Well, Sylvia, I figured more of our young people ought to know about wildlife.
Wildlife? What? Sakes alive, Rudy Nebbs.
Oh, he's talking about wild game, Sylvia. Animals.
It's a natural mistake, Fanny. I made the same one when I bought those books.
Well, anyway, you've got a lot of books here that aren't about animals, and I'm sure the library will be glad to get them.
Rudy, you aren't giving all our books to the library, are you?
Huh? Why, of course not, Fanny. Where'd you get that idea?
Well, she got it from me, and I got it from sources usually considered reliable.
Sylvia, don't believe everything you hear.
Oh, not me. I just pass it on.
I wonder if anybody else has heard it.
Yes, the newspaper.
The newspaper?
Yes, indeed. It's all over town by now. Oh, and I'll have to be running along. That's in case it isn't. Well, goodbye, Fanny.
Goodbye.
Oh, wonderful gesture, Rudy.
Well, Rudy, what are you going to do about this situation?
What am I going to do about it? I'm going to put a stop to such a rumor, Fanny. Just because I offered the library a set of old books doesn't mean they have a mortgage on the whole works. I won't stand for it.
Sylvia said the library was sending somebody to pick up the rest of the books this afternoon.
Everything that woman hears goes in one ear and over the back fence.
She was all out of breath over it when she came in.
The trouble with Sylvia is she finds out everything the hard way, breaking her back, bending over keyholes.
Hadn't you better call up the library and explain the whole thing?
Explain? What have I got to explain? I'm giving them a set of books, so they get the set of books, and that's all. They'll get the rest of my library over my dead body. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello? Is this Mr. Nebb?
Who wants to know?
Rudy.
Yes, this is Rudy Nebb.
Yes. Well, Mr. Nebb, this is Miss Witherspoon at the library.
Oh, Miss Witherspoon. Yes. Well, I was just about to call you.
I just wanted to thank you for donating your library to us.
Donating my library?
And I want to tell you how grateful we are, and that we're sending for your books this afternoon.
Now, just a minute, Miss Witherspoon.
Now, Mr. Nebb, don't try to pretend it isn't anything. It's the biggest thing that's ever happened to our library. And you're becoming the Andrew Carnegie of our town.
Miss Witherspoon, you've got the wrong cow by the tail.
Mr. Nebb, you have such a marvelous sense of humor. You know, Andrew Carnegie gave away $200 million.
Well, he probably had a lot of relatives.
And besides, Andrew Carnegie founded our modern, free public library.
Then you don't need my library.
Why, of course we do. And we're very proud that our most prominent citizen is following in Mr. Carnegie's footsteps.
Huh? I am?
Thank you again so much. Oh, you're wonderful, Mr. Nebb. And goodbye.
Well, Rudy, what happened?
Fanny, if Andrew Carnegie can start public libraries, Rudy Nebb can finish them.
Hello, Fanny.
Obie Sliders, nice to see you.
Hi there, Obit.
Well, hello, Rudy. What's the town's big-headed benefactor doing?
So you've heard about me donating my library, have you?
Oh, yes. Everybody's heard about that. Say, what's behind this? You trying to get my job as mayor?
Fanny, Obie just hates to see me in the limelight. But that's human nature for you. I guess Andrew's friends felt the same way about him.
Who's Andrew?
Andrew, why, a great American whose counterpart I'm known as in this town.
I don't believe I know any Americans that obscure.
Obie the librarian told Rudy he was following in the footsteps of the great American Andrew Carnegie.
American? Andrew Carnegie was a Scotchman.
He gave away $200 million.
Oh, then he wasn't a Scotchman.
Obie, why don't you stop razzing me and try to think up something constructive to do yourself? It is, besides taking $5 out of the city kitty every time somebody's fined for speeding.
Well, now, that's an idea. While you're donating to the library, you might give me a little help so I could maybe start a museum. Relics of the town's past, you know.
What could I do?
Just donate me your old family album, that's all, brother.
What's the matter, Obie? Are you jealous of my prominence?
Oh, no, I'm not jealous. But if I was a prominent man like you, I wouldn't pull a cheap trick like giving the city a lot of old second-hand books.
No, you wouldn't, eh?
No, sir. I'd build them a library.
Well, thumbtack, if you're so public-spirited, why don't you build them a library?
Rudy, if you donate all the books I see in this room, and that ain't many, I will build a library.
All right, then you can start laying the cornerstone, my friend, because I'm donating every one of them.
Bet you don't.
Oh, Slider, I'll bet you any amount and call that bluff. Now put up or shut up.
When I put up, you'll shut up.
I'll make you build a new library. You name the bet.
How about $10?
Ah, here, small change. You're covered. This afternoon, every one of these books goes to the library. Pay me.
Nope, you pay me. Here's a book they don't get because it belongs to me.
Oh. Take the money, you chiseler.
Yeah, I loaned you this book 3 years ago when you had to make a speech at that banquet. Remember the title? Among the humorists and after-dinner speakers. Yeah, that was sure a typical banquet, too. Instead of bringing you a vegetable and then the dessert, they had dessert and then the corn.
It seems to me you made a speech, too.
Yeah. Gee. Oh, did I have 'em rolling in the aisles?
Yes, and that's another thing. You'll never make me believe you didn't bust your suspenders on purpose.
Will continue in just a moment. But first, ask your doctor, and he's likely to tell you that a high percentage of people don't drink enough water. So here's a health tip. Drink a glass of cool, pure water after every meal. At the same time, take 2 tasteless, sugar-coated little tablets of Cystex. The Cystex, you see, goes right along with the water and helps nature clear away excess acids, which, if too concentrated and if allowed to accumulate, may cause rheumatic pains, loss of energy, make you nervous, and what is of prime importance, may interrupt your sleep. So if you feel tired, run down, old before your time, why don't you try taking Cystex, Cystex, with a full glass of water after each meal? When there is no organic or systemic cause, Cystex usually goes to work right now, helping nature eliminate excess acids and poisons through the bloodstream. And this aid to nature in filtering and cleansing the blood may bring more restful sleep, an almost unbelievable increase in aliveness and vitality, a new spring to your step, a sparkle to your eyes. Actually, make you feel and look years younger. This much is certain. Cystex must satisfy you in every way, do far more for you than you expect, or you simply return the empty package and your money back is guaranteed. So get money back guaranteed Cystex, Cystex, from your druggist today. Take it with a glass of water after each meal. See how quickly it puts you on the road to feeling like new again. And now back to our story with Gene Lockhart and Kathleen Lockhart as Rudy and Fanny Nebb.
Come on in, Buck. Sure, Junior. I better pick up the books I loaned you before they get mixed up with your father's donation to the library.
Yeah, I have 2 of your detective novels and your book on the art of self-defense.
Oh, you mean jujitsu for jerky joints?
You can take 100 ways to make spending money, too. It didn't help me.
Jeepers. I didn't know you had 4 of my books over here.
You didn't?
Uh-uh. I always buy the kind of books you can't put down without somebody picking them up.
Okay, you'll find your books on the table. Mom and Pop aren't home yet.
I guess not. We would have heard your pop.
Golly, if I'd known that, I could have invited you over another time and brought Donna this time.
Oh, there you go again, Junior. Women are always coming between men.
Buck, you may as well know that someday Donna will probably become my wife.
It'll be your own fault if you're hanging around her all the time. What else can you expect?
Well, I don't want to expect anything else. Buck, you don't seem to get the idea at all. I guess it's because you're not as mature mentally as I am.
Oh, yeah? Then why do my school grades average 90 when they have to be awfully generous with you to give you a 70?
Let's get back to the subject we were on.
If that's all that's on your mind, Junior, why didn't you stay over at the Come On In and feed the jukebox?
And I ran out of nickels.
Well, you could sit around and chin with the chicks.
Buck, why don't you like to clinch a classy chassis and do a little rug cutting?
Fuzz off the rug gets up my nose and gives me hay fever.
If you'd develop an interest in girls, you'd soon forget your hay fever. At least there wouldn't be so much hay in it.
But I feel about girls just like I do about elephants.
I see practically no similarity between girls and elephants. Even in Fatima Johnson. And she weighs nearly 200.
Oh, I'm not talking about size, stupid.
Well, how can you feel about girls like you do about elephants?
Well, I like to look at them, but I wouldn't like to own one.
Okay. Go ahead and find your books.
Well, I've got all 4 of them. I gotta be going now, Junior.
Oh, hello, Buck. Junior.
Hello, Mr. Nebb.
Hey, Pop, when did you decide to donate every book we own to the library?
Why, just today, son. I'm glad I thought of it, too. You see, my philanthropies are creating quite a stir in town.
That was very nice of you, Mr. Nebb.
Thank you, Buck. By the way, did the library send you up to get some of my books? You've quite a collection there.
Oh, no.
Buck didn't want to get his books mixed up with ours.
Looks like it might be easier for ours to get mixed up with his.
Well, I've got to be going now. So long, Junior. Goodbye, Mr. Nebb.
Goodbye, Buck.
See you tomorrow, Buck.
Junior, just where is the public library anyway? Here or in the building it's supposed to be in?
What do you mean, Pop?
Everybody's coming here for books. Why do you have to go around borrowing everybody's books?
Well...
You don't see me running all over town begging my friends for books, do you?
Oh, Rudy, I'm glad you're home.
Oh, hello, Fanny. Oh, dear, that's probably somebody from the library calling for what's left.
Come in. Oh, good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Nebb.
Oh, hello, Donna.
Hello, Donna.
Hello, Junior.
Won't you sit down, dear?
Oh, I can't stay, thank you. I was going to call Junior to come over, but Mother thought I could come over here and get away much quicker than Junior could come over to my house and get away. Mother wanted an early dinner.
Jeepers, you wanted me to come over to your house, Donna?
Yes, and bring back the book you borrowed.
Borrowed? What's the matter with his family?
I guess we're all just yearning for learning.
What book did he lend Junior, Donna? What book did you lend Junior, Donna?
Oh, Mrs. Nebb, it's the most thrilling, throbbing, terrifically fiery and impetuous love story ever put on paper.
Sounds like they should have put it on asbestos.
Golly, I evidently didn't read it yet.
What's the name of it, Donna?
Oh, it has dash and verve and boldness and high adventure and poignant love under tropic skies.
Maybe we've seen it in the movies with Dorothy Lamour.
But for a beautiful love story, it ends so tragically.
Well, a lot of them do. I remember that story about Cleopatra, letting a snake bite her because she was in love with Anthony Adverse.
Oh. Pop, that snake was a character in the Garden of Eden.
Where books are concerned, you're both characters.
Junior, get Donna's book for her. Which did you say was your book, Donna?
The one where all the girls are in love with a hero and he has to decide between about 20 of them. So he goes on an adventure and never comes back.
Well, I can't say that I blame him.
Donna, Junior will find your book if you tell him what to look for.
Oh, I almost forgot. It's called Woo Me Too.
Woo Me Too. Oh, a Chinese story.
Oh, hurry up, Junior. I've got to go back home.
Now, Donna, just take it easy. I'll find it, but it may take me a couple of hours.
It shouldn't, Junior. It's right there on the table in front of your nose.
Oh, Mom, you're no help.
Well, thanks a million. And, Mr. Nebb, I think it's just wonderful of you to give all your books to the library.
Oh, Donna, it isn't anything. At least it isn't going to be much.
Well, goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Wait, Donna, and I'll walk home with you.
Goodbye.
Well, Rudy, your contribution to the town library is certainly dwindling.
I know, Fanny, but what are they trying to do to me? Make me the laughingstock of the town? First, they talk me into giving them my books, and before I can do it, they take them all away from me.
Even Hepsy Slider came today and got a cookbook I'd quite forgotten all about.
Well, if anybody needs a cookbook, it's Hepsy. But what's happened to the evening paper and the magazines and Junior's comic books?
Oh, they were picked up to help the paper dry.
Oh, a fine showing I'm going to make. This is a blow to me, Fanny. When Rudy Nebb does a thing, he usually does it to a nice golden brown.
This time you burned your fingers.
Well, I certainly had visions of making a better contribution than I'll be able to. It just goes to show. You can't depend on your friends in a pinch. They'll run right out from under you.
But, Rudy, they had a right to. We shouldn't have kept other people's books along.
Well, a lot of them have our books, no doubt.
Unfortunately, we never kept a list.
Somebody else looking for a book we borrowed, I guess.
Come in. Why, it's Herb.
Oh.
Yeah, how do you, folks?
Hello, Herbie. How's Trix at the barber shop?
Trix. Oh, yes, Trix. Only seen one cute one around today. Yeah. She came in to get along Bob. Bob wasn't here, though.
Herb, you're just in time for dinner. Would you like to stay and take potluck with us?
Thanks, Fanny. Yes, just love to. Yeah, never had much luck with pots, though.
Don't mention luck to me, Herb. Mine's all bad today. My rabbits must be counterfeit.
Yeah, never had any luck with rabbits put either. Carried one for a spell, but it disappeared, yes. Had a rabbit on the end of it.
Oh, my. It must be easy to lose one that way.
Well, Herb, if you won't stay for dinner, what's on your mind?
Oh, yes. Did I say I wouldn't stay for dinner? Yeah, ought to keep a great big mouth shut. Try that, though. Don't work with adenoids.
I'll go set the table. Junior will be back in a few minutes.
Junior? Oh, Junior, yes. Fine boy, Junior. Town needs more like him. Yep. If they didn't have so many kids now, yeah.
Junior went over to Amby Potts to return a couple of books, and, brother, am I sick of books.
Oh, books. Books, yes. Had one once, Rudy. I think you buried it.
What?
Yeah.
Not you, too.
Yes. It's called How to Clip Your Own Hair. Yes. Yeah, gotta have it back, Gotta burn it. It's not good for my business, no.
So that's what you came here for?
No, only partly. Favor from Miss Weatherspoon at the library. Come to pick up all your books, Rudy. Yes. Got a truck outside.
A truck?
Mm-hmm. Don't know whose it is. Just borrowed it.
A truck?
Yeah. Books are heavy, you got to have a truck.
But, Fanny, what am I going to do?
Do what you promised, Rudy. Give him your library.
Oh, okay, Herb. You can take what's left.
Yeah, fine. What is it?
My dictionary.
Return to Rudy's worries in just a moment.
If you're a wife or a mother, take a good look at your menfolk. You notice signs of nervousness, circles under the eyes, worry, and overwork? Do they complain of sleep being interrupted, nervousness, or rheumatic pains? Ask yourself, does my husband look years older than he actually is? These symptoms may be caused by excess acids and poisons which should be removed through the bloodstream. When there is nothing organically or systemically wrong, the medicine called Cystex, Cystex, usually goes to work right now, helping nature clear away excess acids and poisons. So if you're run down and not up to par, why don't you try Cystex? You must discover Cystex to be a quick and easy way to help remove excess acids through the blood and to gain increased vitality and better sleep, or your money back is guaranteed on return of empty package. Get Cystex, Cystex, from your druggist today, and take it as directed with a glass of water after each meal. See how much better you feel tomorrow.
Now for one last minute with the Nebbs.
Rudy, why are we stopping in the library?
Fanny, I just remembered that dictionary we gave them. I had our war bonds hidden in it.
Why, Rudy, our savings?
Yes, I'm glad to give the library a dictionary, but I've got to get back those bonds.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Nebb, good morning.
Oh, good morning, Miss Witherspoon.
Can I be of any help?
You certainly can, Miss Witherspoon. That dictionary we gave you.
Oh, yes, your library.
May I see it again?
No, you are fond of it, aren't you?
Yes, that is, I forgot, and left our war bonds hidden in it.
We only want the bonds.
Well, certainly, you may have them. Now, here they are, still in the dictionary.
Thank you.
And here's something else for you, Mr. Nebb.
Well, thank you. What is it? It says $5.98.
It's a bill for keeping the dictionary overtime.
Huh?
Yes, this book... You see, this book already belonged to the library.
Join us next Sunday, same time, when Cystex again...
The
National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribes Sir Laurence Olivier in Theatre Royal.
This is Laurence Olivier. Today's play is based upon one of my own most favorite stories, written by an author who in his day foretold many of the miracles which today we treat as commonplace, H.G. Wells. This particular story deals, like so many of his others, with the world of his imagination. I shall play the part of Nunez, the man who tells the story. Here, then, is H.G. Wells, The Country of the Blind. 300 miles and more from Chimborazo, 100 from the snows of Cotopaxi, in the wildest wastes of the Ecuador Andes, there lies that mysterious mountain valley cut off from the world of men, the country of the blind. Long years ago, that valley had been accessible. Indeed, it had been settled and farmed by Peruvians who had fled there from the tyranny of their Spanish ruler. But then, in the 17th century, a violent volcanic eruption had brought down one whole side of Mount Arauca. The landslide had completely cut off the valley from the outside world. And ever since that day, the country of the blind had been no more than a legend. The legend was known to me, and I told it to the party of mountaineers to which I was acting as a guide in the attempt to climb Parascatopotel, the so-called Matterhorn of the Andes.
And you say the valley is somewhere down there?
Somewhere. Nobody remembers exactly where it lies. Nobody's been there for nearly 300 years.
But why the country of the blind?
One survivor of the original settlers escaped. He was out of the valley when the earthquake occurred. He said that the valley had everything that man could desire: sweet water, pasture, good climate. The settlers had done very well there, despite the height and the wildness of the mountains that hemmed them in. But a strange disease had broken out and made all the children born there blind. It was to seek some antidote or charm against this that he had left the valley and made his way down to the coastal belt. He'd come down to the coast to fetch some holy relics for his people by which they might be cured. Then, after the earthquake, of course, he was unable to get back to his people. He died in the silver mine. And the story he had brought back to the coast became a legend.
Quite a pretty one. I dare say his people had contracted snow blindness, if it's as bad down there as it is up here.
Oh, I don't think they had any snow to bother about. The valley must be several thousand feet below us, down there, under the mist, somewhere. Climate was supposed to be very temperate.
Oh, that's more than I can say for this ridge. Perhaps the mist will clear in the morning and we'll get a sight of the place.
Perhaps so. But the peak seems to act as a sort of cloud trap, clear on this side of the ridge, misty on the other.
Are there supposed to be people still living there?
According to the legend, yes. Nobody knows, as nobody's ever been there since.
We might try and get down there after we've made the summit.
No chance of that, I'm afraid. Beyond the ridge, there's a sheer precipice, 1,000 feet or more. Nobody knows what lies below that.
Well, I'm going to turn in. We've got a stiff day ahead of us.
Well, good night, senor. I'll just have a word with the porters before I turn in, too.
Watch how you go near the ridge. Right. Snow's a bit loose, I noticed. Good night.
Good night. Our camp was at the foot of the last leg of the climb, on a sheltering shelf of rock just over the ridge by which we had come up. I checked our equipment with the porters and went on 20 or 30 yards to the edge. It was bright moonlight, and below me the clouds lay silent as a vast and glittering snowfield. Suddenly I felt a tremor in the hard snow under my feet. I jumped back, I slipped, and I felt myself falling over the sheer edge of the shelf. I shall never know. From the shelf to the ridge and beyond it, down the sheer white slopes, the loosened snow thundering along beneath me. down the slope to the precipice, then falling through space till I lost all consciousness. Down further slopes till at last the avalanche came to rest, miraculously leaving me only half buried in the soft white snow that had saved my life. How long I lay there insensible, I can only guess. But at last I came to my senses and struggled free. Bruised, but otherwise unhurt, I staggered down beyond the snow line, dropped beside a boulder, and fell into a stunned sleep. When I awoke, it was broad daylight, and the birds were singing in the trees below me. I dragged myself to my feet and gazed about me. Behind, the sheer white wall of the mountain towered up to the clouds. There was no hope of climbing back to safety that way. My only hope was to go on, down by the screes and corries to the trees, down through them to the hidden valley. The climb might be difficult, but at least it was possible. By midday, I had reached the valley floor. About me were green fields, carefully cultivated in little walled-in patches. And there before me were clustered the huts of a village. Hello there! Hi! 3 men were there beyond the stream. When I shouted, they turned and peered in my direction. I waved to them. They did not appear to see me. They turned towards the mountains and shouted away to my right. I scrambled down towards the little bridge which led into the village, and when at last they could hear me approaching, they turned their blank and sightless faces towards me. And then I knew. This was the country of the blind. All the old stories and legends came back to me, and as I came toward them, the proverb came into my mind. In the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. My name is Núñez, Jose Núñez, the guide from Bogota, beyond the mountains. I fell within an avalanche from the ridge up there. It's a miracle I wasn't killed.
Where does he come from, Brother Pedro?
Down out of the rocks. From over the mountains, the country beyond there, where men can see. You can't see me, I know, but I can see you all right. I come from near Bogota, where nobody has lost their sight.
Lost their sight? What is sight? Let me feel you, stranger. Let me feel your face. Why are you afraid to be felt?
Well, mind my eyes, carefully.
Eyes? He's a strange creature. Feel the coarseness of his hair like a llama's, and the roughness of his chin. Oh, rough as the rocks that begot him. Oh, well, perhaps he will grow finer.
Carefully, don't prod my eyes like that.
He speaks. Certainly he is a man. And you have come into the world.
Out of the world? Over mountains and glaciers, right over there. The world beyond the mountains. The real world that goes down 12 days' journey to the sea.
Let us take him to the elders. This is a marvelous thing. Take my hand.
Take your hand? But I tell you, I can see.
See?
Yes, see. I can see perfectly well, and it's quite a... Oh, sorry, but I...
His senses are still imperfect. He stumbles and talks unmeaning words. Lead him by the hand.
Look, just because I trip over a pail that you leave in the way, it doesn't mean... Oh, very well. Take my hand, then. I found it taxed my nerves and patience more than I'd anticipated, that first encounter with the population of the country of the blind. As we entered the village, the people came out of every cottage, mud huts with never a window among them, held on to me, touching me, smelling at me, listening to every word I said. And I could make none of them understand that I came from the great world beyond the mountains and that I had eyes and could see. At last, I was told to wait outside the hut of the elders while my 2 blind guides explained all about me. Then I was told to enter. Inside, the hut was as black as night. I'm sorry. It's so dark. I can't see. I fell over somebody, I'm afraid.
Dark?
I'm sorry.
See? What does he mean? As we said, he's a wild man out of the rocks.
Bogota, over the mountains.
His mind is hardly formed yet. He's only the beginnings of speech. He is called Bogota, and he is but newly formed. As you hear, he stumbles as he walks and mingles words that mean nothing with his speech.
Once again, I find myself trying to explain the great world out of which I had fallen, and the sky, and the sun, and such like marvels. And they would believe and could understand nothing whatever that I told them. It was beyond my power to make them understand what sight and seeing really were. Finally, they began to explain the world to me.
The world was first an empty hollow in the rocks, and then came first inanimate things without the gift of touch, and llamas and a few other creatures that had little sense, and then men, and then, at last, angels, whom you can hear singing and making fluttering sounds, but whom no one can touch at all.
Singing and fluttering? Oh, you mean the birds?
Birds?
Yes.
There is no such word as birds. If you continue to talk nonsense...
Oh, excuse me.
You come among us when our people are sleeping, stumbling and uttering words of no meaning.
People sleeping? But you surely don't sleep during the daytime when it's light?
Nonsense again? It's natural that people sleep when it is warm and get up to do their work when it is cold.
Day and night. I never thought of it like that, warm and cold. So your day is our night.
It is obvious that you were created to learn from us and to serve the wisdom that we have acquired. The night is nearly over. Eat and sleep. And tomorrow we will try and teach you some wisdom and understanding.
The exasperation of those first few days were almost more than I could bear. It was impossible to make them understand, to admit that I possessed any faculty that was denied to them. I spoke of the beauties of sight, of watching the mountains, of sky and sunrise, and they heard me with amused incredulity. To them there was no sky. Their valley was the entire world, walled in with the rocks from which sprang a cavernous roof, which they believed to be smooth and solid, from which dews and occasional avalanches descended. I was imprisoned with them in a kind of cosmic casserole. One day I could stand it no longer.
You say that people who can see know what is happening a long way off.
Yes, I can prove it to you. We're outside the village, aren't we? It's out of earshot.
Well, not really.
But I can see what is happening there. Now, if I tell you what I see, things that you can't hear at all, will you believe me then?
Perhaps. What are the elders doing?
The elders?
Yes, the elders of the village. What are they doing in their hut?
But if they're in their hut, how can I see what they're doing? I can tell you what the people in the street are doing.
Oh, I can hear what they are doing. When we get a little closer, I can hear what the elders are doing as well. I don't have to go into the hut. I can hear through the walls. Can't you see through the walls?
Of course I can't see through the walls. Nobody could.
In fact, nobody can see. And don't walk on the grass.
I can't stand it any longer.
Put that spade down. What is
Bogota doing? Why has he raised the spade over his head?
He's behaving very oddly.
Why has Bogota walked across the meadow and not gone by the path as he should have done?
I'm going to do what I like in this valley. Do you hear? I'll do what I like and go where I like.
Hold him, Brother Pedro. He's going to do something foolish.
Bogota, put that spade down and come off the grass. I'll hit the first man who tries to touch me. I'll hurt you. I'll kill you. Leave me alone.
Put that spade down. Hold him, brother.
No! Oh, there. I told you, didn't I? I can see you. I can hurt you. Now try and stop me. Try and find me. I shan't come back till you acknowledge me as your king. In the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Well, I'm better than that. I'll prove it to you. Try and find me now. I stayed outside the wall of the Valley of the Blind for 2 days and nights without food or shelter. I thought of ways of fighting and conquering these infuriating people, but there was clearly no way of doing so. I had no weapons, and though I could make myself a club from the bough of a tree, I knew that it was impossible for me to attack them singly and in cold blood. I tried to find food among the pines, even to catch a llama and kill it. But it was no use. Hunger proved too much for me, until finally I crawled back to the village to try and make my peace with them. I was mad, but I'm only newly made. Forgive me.
That is better, Bogota. Do you still have the foolish illusion that you can see, as you call it?
No, that was all a mistake. The word means nothing.
Yes, you are recovering your senses. And what is it that is overhead? Is it the sky, I think you called it?
No, that was wrong, too. About 10 times the height of a man, there is a roof above the world of rock. And very, very smooth. But before you ask me any more questions, give me some food or I shall die.
Brother Pedro, give Bogota some llama milk and some bread. He's beginning to learn at last.
I had expected dire punishment, but these people were capable of toleration. They regarded my rebellion as but one more proof of my general idiocy and inferiority. And after they had whipped me, they appointed me to do the simplest and heaviest work in the fields. And seeing no other way of living, I began to do as I was told. Time passed, and I began to regard myself by degrees as a citizen of the country of the blind, while the world beyond the mountains became gradually more and more remote and unreal. The man for whom I was put to work was called Jacob, the brother of Pedro, and his daughter was a young girl called Medina. She alone, of all the people in the village, listened to me kindly and tried to understand what I said. By degrees, we began to see more and more of each other. Or rather, I began to see more and more of her. You look very beautiful, Medina, sitting there spinning in the moonlight.
You use so many strange words. It is hard for me to understand what you mean.
Yet you do, Medina, don't you?
Sometimes. When you tell me about the moon and the stars and the sunlight and mountains, I try to imagine what the words could mean.
You understand what beauty means?
Yes. It means smooth.
You are beautiful, Medina.
I am. But my face isn't smooth at all. Not nearly so smooth as some girls' faces are. How can I be beautiful?
You're beautiful to look at. Your eyes look as though you were sleeping only. They're not red and sunken like the eyelids of the others. And you have beautiful, long black lashes.
You should not flatter me like this, Bogota.
It's not flattery, Medina. It's the truth. To me, you are the one beautiful girl in the valley. I love you. And I'm going to ask your father, Jacob, to let me marry you.
Oh, no, Bogota. You mustn't. My father will be terribly angry.
What?
You must promise not to, please.
Why should he be angry? Don't you love me? A little?
I like you very much. I am happy all the time we're together. But you behave so strangely. I cannot always understand you.
I will teach you to understand, Medina.
And I will try and teach you to understand.
It was one of Medina's sisters who told old Jacob about our love. And her whole family were bitterly opposed to any idea of marriage. Not because they thought very much about her, but because they despised me so much. To them, I was a being apart, a serf, an idiot, an incompetent, clumsy thing below the permissible level of a man.
I cannot give my consent. It is impossible. Bogota is but newly formed. He cannot become one of us, or any better than a menial, while he still has these strange delusions about sight and seeing. You must try and forget about him. Perhaps after a few years he may improve. We will think about it then, if you persist in your foolishness.
We were both of us in despair, for Medina refused to go against her father's wishes, even if it had been possible for us to escape from the village together. But there was nowhere else for us to go. The village was the whole world. Then one day, one of the elders had an idea. He was the greatest doctor in the valley, the medicine man, and he was renowned for his inventive and philosophical mind. The idea of curing me of my peculiarities appealed to him. One day, he broached the subject to Jacob.
Your daughter still claims that she's in love with Bogota?
Yes, though I have told her that the marriage is quite out of the question.
Even if he could be cured of his peculiar ideas?
But can he be? We have all tried hard enough.
I've examined him, Jacob, and the case is now clearer to me. I think very probably he might be cured.
I have always hoped that he could be.
As we know, his brain is affected. Now, what is it that affects it?
Ah, what indeed?
This. those queer things that are called eyes, and which exist to make an agreeable, soft depression in the face, are diseased, in Bogotá's case, in such a way that they affect his brain. They are greatly distended, he has eyelashes, and his eyelids move. Consequently, his brain is in a state of constant irritation and distraction.
Yes, yes.
And I think I may say with tolerable certainty that in order to cure him completely, all that we need to do is a simple and easy surgical operation, namely, to remove those irritant bodies.
And then he will be sane?
Then he will be perfectly sane and quite an admirable citizen.
Thank heaven for science. Bogotá, did you hear what Brother Doctor says?
Yes. Yes, it's outrageous. Monstrous suggestion. The doctor's out of his mind.
One might think that you did not care for my daughter by the way you are behaving.
Of course, the idea of losing my sight, of willingly surrendering the most precious of all gifts, was more than I could bear. I refused even to entertain the idea, to discuss it with Jacob or the doctor or the village elders, all of whom begged me to realize that their only wish was to help me, to make me as normal and blind as themselves. To them, the very idea of sight was meaningless. Never having enjoyed the blessing, they could regard it only as some disorder of the brain. It was Medina who persuaded me at last to reconsider the matter, for without her, my loneliness was even more bitter than blindness itself.
Please, Bogotá, for my sake, won't you at least discuss it with the doctor? Just once more.
Medina, do you want me to lose it? My gift of sight?
I do not want you to be unhappy, dearest.
I can only make you understand. There are the beautiful things that I know so well. The beautiful little things. The flowers, the lichens among the rocks. The lightness and softness on a piece of fur. The far sky with its drifting down of clouds. The sunsets and the stars. And there is you. For you alone it is good to have sight, to see your sweet, serene face, your kindly lips, your dear, beautiful hands folded together. It is these eyes of mine that you won, these eyes that hold me to you, that these idiots seek to deprive me of. Instead of seeing you, I must touch you, hear you, imagine you. I must come under that roof of rock and stone and darkness, that horrible roof under which your own life is lived. Surely you wouldn't have me do that for no reason at all, but the ignorance and bigotry and prejudice of your people.
I wish...
Yes, Medina.
I wish sometimes you would not talk like that.
Like what? I don't understand.
I know it's pretty. It's just your imagination. I love it. But now...
Now?
I mean...
You mean you think I should be better? Better, perhaps?
Oh, Bogotá.
Dearest, if I were to consent to this...
Oh, if you would. If only you would.
For a week before the operation that was to raise me from my servitude and inferiority to the level of a blind citizen, I knew nothing of sleep, of course. All through the warm sunlit hours, while the others slumbered happily, I sat brooding or wandering aimlessly, trying to bring my mind to bear on my dilemma. I'd given my answer, given my consent. Still, I was not sure. And at last, work time was over, the sun rose in splendor over the golden crests of the mountains, and my last day of vision began. I had a few minutes with Medina before she retired to sleep. My darling, tomorrow I shall see no more.
Dear heart, they will hurt you very little. And you are going through this pain. You are going through it for me.
Only that could make me submit to it at all.
Dear, if a woman's heart and life can do it, I will repay you. My dearest one with the tender voice, I will repay.
You've never looked more beautiful than you do this minute, as the sun rises over the mountains behind you. Can you feel its warmth on your hair?
Yes. It is getting late. I must go in to sleep.
One last kiss, my darling. Goodbye, my darling. Goodbye. I walked slowly down to a lonely place I knew, where the meadows were beautiful with white narcissus. There I would remain until the hour of sacrifice should come.
Keep to the pathway, Bogota. Don't walk on the grass.
I waited till the whole village was asleep, then stood there in the cool, moist grass to watch the morning. The morning like an angel in a golden armor marching down the steeps. And as I watched that blaze of light, it seemed to me that before such splendor, I and this blind world in the valley and my love and all were no more than a pit of sin. I did not turn aside as I'd meant to do, but went slowly on across the bridge, through the circling wall of the valley, and out upon the rocks. And my eyes were always upon the sunlit ice and snow above me. I saw their infinite beauty, and my imagination soared over them to the things beyond. I thought of that great free world I was parted from, the world that was still my own, and I saw in imagination those further slopes, distance beyond distance with Bogota, a place of multitudinous, stirring beauty, a glory by day, a luminous mystery by night, a place of palaces and fountains and statues and white houses lying beautifully in the middle distance. And there, unpent by mountains, I saw the sky. Not such a disk as one saw it there in the valley, but an arc of immeasurable blue, a deep of deeps in which the circling stars were floating. I glanced back at the village, then turned right round and regarded it steadfastly. I thought of Medina, and she had become small and remote. I turned again towards the mountain wall, down which the day had come to me. Then quietly and confidently, I began to climb. Next day I was high, but I had been higher. I had escaped forever from the Valley of the Blind. This is Laurence Olivier again. I should like to extend, as usual, my thanks to our cast, who included this week Gabrielle Blunt, Keith Pyatt, Stephen Jack, Donald Bissett, Anthony Carey, Roger Delgado, and Robert Rietti. Au revoir, and thank you.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time, Kraft presents from Hollywood, California, Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. In the meantime, November is here again. Yes, and crisp, frosty November weather is going to make the whole family feel like working harder and playing harder, too. So now the right kind of energy food becomes more important than ever. Yes, right now it's very important that your family gets plenty of wholesome, nourishing food. Food that provides energy and vitamins, that gives you and the children the kind of nourishment everyone needs. Now, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft, is just such a food. Yes, Parquet margarine is a wholesome, highly nutritious food made from selected American farm products. Parquet is one of the best sources of food energy you can serve. What's more, Parquet margarine is a reliable source of vitamin A. Every pound contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. Now, all this wouldn't do much good if your family didn't like Parquet margarine. Well, we're sure they will. Yes, they're bound to like Parquet's delicious flavor, whether you serve it at the table or use it for baking and pan frying. So order delicious, economical Parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask for Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the great Gildersleeve.
Leroy?
Yes, Uncle Mort?
Come in here a minute, will you? I want to... Say, how did you get that scratch on your nose? And by George, your shirt's all torn, too. What's happened to you?
Oh, I had a slight argument with a friend of mine.
A slight argument with a friend, eh? I'd hate to see you after a big fight with a stranger. Where did you two argue? Inside a cement mixer?
Nope. All the way from our backyard to Georgie Beasley's front steps.
Oh.
It was a sort of a running argument.
Yes. Now, Leroy, I disapprove of you holding knuckle debates with your little chums.
But gee, Uncle Mort, you should have heard what Georgie said.
No matter what he said, it wasn't the friendly thing to do.
Well, if you'd have heard, you'd understand why I had to bop him on the smeller.
You bop him on the smeller? Leroy, where do you pick up that kind of language?
From you. Remember Wednesday when you almost ran into that truck?
That truck almost ran into me, young man. And besides, I don't recall using those words.
It was just after the truck driver told you to go.
Leroy, never mind. Let's get back to you. Young man, you must realize that you can't keep friendships by indulging in pugilistic altercations.
What's that?
Poking people in the puss. Yeah.
Well, who wants to be friends with old Georgie Beasley anyhow?
Now, Leroy, friends are more precious than gold or diamonds. What would a man have if he didn't have any friends?
Gold or diamonds?
That's right. No! Leroy, I want you to go over to Georgie Beasley's house and apologize.
Well, not right now. His big brother is home.
Oh.
Besides, I'm not going to shake hands with him after what he said about you.
Come. Remember, sticks and stones may break... About me? What did he say?
Well, I don't like to repeat it.
But I want to know.
No, Uncle Mort, you'd only get angry. Yeah. And besides, your head isn't any fatter than anybody else's.
So he called me a fathead, did he?
Yeah, how'd you find out?
Wait till I tell his mother about this.
Oh, you won't have to do that, Uncle Mort. He was just repeating what she said.
Oh, let's drop the subject, Leroy. Only remember one thing. Friends are wonderful things to have. Because when you're over your head in debt, a friend won't let you down. And when you're up to your ears in trouble, a friend won't let you down. And when you find out you're on a limb...
A friend won't let you down then either.
Yes. Say, that reminds me. I've been meaning to look up an old friend from back home ever since I came to Summerfield.
Does he live here?
Yes, a fellow named Charlie Dapple. I'll get in touch with him right now. Hand me the phone book, will you please?
Sure.
Thanks. Great chap, Charlie. I remember when I was first struggling to get into the girdle business. It was Charlie who helped me.
To get into girdles?
No, young man. Yes. He owned Dapple's department store at the time. He snapped up the first 10 dozen I made. Yes, he had a stretcher point to do it, too.
Did that help you?
Yes, sir. It pulled me out of a mighty tight squeeze. Let me see. Daniels, Danner, Dante. Here we are. Dapple, Charles. 147 Olive Street. Pimento 4733. That'll be good to see good old Charlie Dapple again after all these years. Yeah.
Hello?
Could I speak to Charlie Dapple, please?
Well, he isn't home now. This is Mrs. Dapple.
Mrs. Dapple? Well, don't tell me that good old Charlie's married after all these years. Congratulations, Mrs. Dapple. You're a mighty lucky woman.
Thank you. That's what Charlie keeps saying. Who is this?
What was that?
Who is this?
Well, when did the big event take place?
3 years ago, Labor Day. Who is this?
Well, good old Charlie married on Labor Day. Say, I'll bet you're a redhead.
No, I'm a brunette. What made you think I was a redhead?
Well, you know how Charlie always went... No, I guess you don't.
Maybe not, but I will. Who is this?
Oh, it's an old friend from back home, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Doesn't that name mean anything to you?
No.
Oh, but surely he's told you about the times we used to have together. Didn't he ever talk about Atlantic City?
No. What about Atlantic City?
Well, it's in New Jersey.
Well, he'll be home any minute, and I'll ask him all about it.
Oh, no. Let's make it a surprise.
Make what a surprise?
Well, I'm going to drop over for a visit.
Oh, but really, Mr.
Now, come, Mrs. Dapple. I haven't seen your husband for 5 years. Let's see, you live at 147 Olive, eh?
Yes, it's an apartment house. The Venus de Milo Arms.
Well, I think I can find it. I'll drop in half an hour.
Oh, but I don't know if you should come today, Mr. Silvercoat.
Gildersleeve's the name. Yeah. Now, don't fix anything special for me. Just think of me as one of the family. Goodbye. This is going to be fun surprising Charlie. He loves surprises. I'll never forget the night he sneaked a lot of his wax dummies into my office to scare me the next morning.
And did it?
It would have if our night watchman hadn't shot 6 of them. He claimed they pulled a knife on him.
Mr. Dapple sounds like a keen guy.
He is, Leroy. Good old Charlie. Come along and meet him.
Oh, but I wanted to go to a movie.
We can go afterwards. Come on, come on, come on.
Yes?
Mrs. Dapple?
Yes?
Well. Charlie certainly picked himself a lovely little bride.
What? Oh, you must be the man who phoned, Mr. Silversleeve.
Gildersleeve. By the way, is my old sidekick home yet?
Well, no, and I've been expecting him for an hour.
All right, Unc, let's go to that movie.
Come back here, young man. Mrs. Dapple, this is my nephew, Leroy.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Well, come right in.
Thank you.
Oh, now, don't look at this room. It's a mess.
Oh, no, it just has that lived-in look.
Well, Charlie should be home any minute now. On Saturday afternoons, he usually stops at several places on the way home. To get the football scores, you know.
Yes, I know how it is. No, not a baby. Mind if we look?
Oh, no.
Come on, Leroy. Don't you want to see the baby?
No, I just want to see the movie.
Okay, young man. No baby, no movie.
Let's see the baby.
Yeah, that's better. Well, Mrs. Dapple. What a handsome, husky child. What's his name, Charlie?
No, Gertrude.
Oh, pardon me, Gertrude. Ooh, zitty-bitty babums, a zoo.
Oh, dear, you frightened her.
Maybe it's your face, Uncle Mort.
Nonsense, Leroy. Babies just love my face.
Now, Mother's little angel cake. Shush.
Yeah, shush. I know what'll quiet her, Mrs. Dapple. It's one trick that always works. I got it right here in my pocket.
Gee, Unc, are you carrying around a bottle of milk?
No. It's my watch, Leroy. Yeah. Now listen, little cupcake. You hear the tick-tick?
Oh, isn't that cute? She's holding it to her ear.
Yes. There's nothing like a piece of jewelry to stop a girl from crying.
Oh, dear me, the phone again.
Phone?
Now, let go of the gentleman's watch, darling, so I can put you down. No, now, Mother's lamb, let go. Oh, dear, she won't let go. Well, you'll just have to hold her, Mr. Gildersleeve, while I take that call.
But it's been years since I held a baby that young.
Oh, no. Don't you be afraid.
Huh?
Once you've learned, you never forget. It's like swimming.
Swimming, I'll bet it is.
Here, hold Gertrude, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, all right. Take it easy, Gertrude. Oh, well, jiggly, isn't she? Whoa, now.
I'll be back in just a minute.
You better come back now. She's getting restless. Now, see here, Gertrude. Oh, I was just kidding. Relax. Kitchy, kitchy, goo. Kitchy, kitchy, goo.
Gee, Uncle Mort, I never knew you could take care of babies.
I can't. Leroy, would you like to hold little Gertie a while?
Not me. Come on, let's ditch her and go see Hopalong Cassidy.
Yep, wait a minute. I can't get my watch and chain away from her. And now, Gertrude, you've had your little fun, so let little...
No use trying to force her, Unc.
Huh?
She'll get tired of it pretty soon and just drop the whole thing.
That's what I'm afraid of.
I see. If she drops the watch, you get the works.
Leroy, don't poke fun. Now, Gertie, let go of Uncle Throckmorton's 21-jewel nasty gold watch. That's a good girl. You see, Leroy, I got it back. Oh, now she's got a hold of my hair. Let go, Mother's little devil's food cake.
Say, she certainly is a cute kid.
Leroy, don't stand there. Do something.
Well, if I could find a pair of scissors, I could cut off that hunk of hair she's holding.
No! Ouch! Gertrude, unhand my hair.
Say, she likes you.
Yeah, she's practically drooling over me.
Well, really, Mr. Gildersleeve, what are you doing to that baby?
Madam, you better ask the baby what she's doing to me.
Oh, now, let go of the man's hair, darling. There.
Thanks. Oh, my scalp. Feels like I just lost a decision to Sitting Bull.
Now you just lie on your blanket like a good little girl while Mama runs down to the gas company.
Yes. Now?
Yes, or else I don't know what we'll ever do over the weekend. Charlie was supposed to attend to it.
But you're not going to leave us alone here with Gertrude.
Oh, she won't give you any trouble, will you, sweetheart? See?
Yes.
Well, Charlie will probably be here before I return. Oh, and in case he isn't, just heat the baby's bottle in 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Take the roast out of the oven in a quarter of an hour.
Take the roast.
Then light a fire under the soup.
Fire the soup.
And if a COD package comes, it's all right to pay for it.
But I...
And if it gets any cooler, phone down to the janitor for more heat.
Huh?
Bye.
Light a fire under the janitor. Put the COD in the oven. Phone down for the baby's bottle. Oh, my...
You're doing it all wrong. You're supposed to fold it the other way.
Leroy, I know which way it folds. After all, I used to be a baby myself. Yeah. Now, don't get fidgety, Gertie. Remember, Rome wasn't built in a day.
Careful with that safety pin, Uncle Mort.
Oh, my. Why don't these things come with zippers? Yes, Mother's little leg of lamb.
You better hurry up, Uncle Mort. Gertrude's getting restless. And cold, too.
Well, it's her own fault. She keeps kicking it off.
Well, if you can't pin it, why don't you just leave it off altogether?
No, Leroy. We've got to pin Gertrude down some way with this blanket. Ah. There we are. I wonder what makes her do that.
Maybe she's just bored with everything. When she isn't yelling, she's yawning.
Well, that's because she should be sleeping, Leroy. Possibly if I told her some little anecdote, that might put her to sleep. It always works at the Rotary Club.
Why don't you just try singing her to sleep?
That's a fine idea. Friends have told me my voice reminds them of a meadowlark singing bass.
Okay, Unc, make for the lullabies.
All right. What would you think of Asleep in the Deep? You know. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep. Too deep. Yeah. How about Rockabye Baby?
That's it. Go ahead, Uncle Mort.
All right, let me see. I think it goes, Rockabye Baby in the treetop. Yeah. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. I can't remember how the rest goes.
Down will come baby, cradle and all.
Yeah, that's it. Rockabye Gertrude on the treetop.
She's going to sleep, so you better not stop.
When the bough breaks, the cradle goes lower.
You're doing swell, Unc. Sing it once more.
Rockabye, baby, let's go, Leroy. She's closing her eyes, so let's tiptoe into the other room, my boy.
Let's wait here till both eyes she shuts. Look out for that pen!
Oh, nuts. Rockabye, baby. Oh, what's the use? I have been singing till my tonsils are loose.
You better give up, Unc. Whatever it is that kid wants, it ain't a meadowlark that sings bass.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right, Leroy.
Gee, if this takes much longer, we won't see those two pictures before dinner.
Leroy, if this takes much longer, we won't even see dinner. I better call home and tell your sister we'll be late. Hand me that telephone. The idea. Me playing nursemaid to a baby. Fine thing.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Marjorie. Looks like Leroy and I'll be a little late for dinner tonight, my dear. We stopped in to see an old friend.
Who's that? Your old friend?
No, it's Gertrude. She's just a baby. Yes. Leroy and I are taking care of her, for Mrs. Dapple. She's out taking care of the gas. Yes, and we're even taking care of the cooking.
Oh, you, Uncle Mort, taking care of the cooking?
Yes. I was supposed to take the roast out of the oven and put the soup on the fire. But I had to put the soup in the oven because the roast was on fire.
Oh, poor Uncle Mort.
Yeah.
Have you been having much trouble with the baby?
Well, I've been singing Rockabye Baby to her, but something tells me she'd prefer there'll be some changes made.
I think I'd better come over and help help you.
That's a marvelous idea. And bring Bertie, Marjorie. Maybe she can patch up the dinner I've ruined.
All right. Oh, I think I know what's wrong with that baby. It's probably hungry.
Hungry? Say, I never thought of that. Let me have a look. Oh, my goodness, that's what it must be. Marjorie, hurry over quickly.
What's wrong?
Gertrude's so hungry she's trying to swallow her foot.
Miss, have you got that all straight now?
I think so, Mrs. Dapple. We're to shut off the gas at 147 Olive this afternoon and turn it on at 3214 Winslow. Is that right?
Correct. We're moving away from the Olive Street apartment tonight, and I don't want any slip-up.
Oh, there won't be.
Oh, now, can I change my light and water here, too?
No, the Light and Water Company's down at 10th and Spring Street.
Oh, dear. Well, that'll take me an hour. I left someone with my baby, and I promised to be right back. Oh, well, they'll just have to wait.
Really, Marjorie, the way you've handled that baby is a revelation to me.
Yeah, you're certainly tidy with a diety.
Yeah. Where did you ever learn all that, my dear?
Oh, I took child psychology in school.
Yes, but Gertrude didn't. How did you ever two get together?
Oh, it was easy. In dealing with hysteria and psychoneurosis in the field of speculative philosophy relating to the young, the prime factor was a thorough understanding of the mental and nervous processes of the infant mind. Simple, isn't it?
Either it is or I am. Say, Leroy, how's Bertie doing?
Oh, Bertie, how's everything?
I'm doing as well as I can, considering.
Considering what, Bertie?
The cupboards.
Oh, what's wrong with the cupboards here, Bertie?
Well, from the looks of them, these folks seems to have a mighty fine assortment of nothing.
Nothing? What do you mean? Make yourself plain.
Okay, I'll speak plain, but it's gonna sound ugly. These folks has got just about enough food in their kitchen for one meal.
Do you mean that Mrs. Dapple's cupboard is empty?
Man, that cupboard couldn't be any better than if that lady's name was Hubbard.
Oh. Well, this is terrible. I never dreamed for a moment they were destitute.
Well, what are we going to do, Uncle Mort?
Don't worry, I'll fix things up, Marjorie. Bertie, take this $10 bill down to the nearest store and buy a lot of groceries.
Yes, sir. Better make out a list.
Yes.
Some canned goods.
Oh, Uncle Mort. That's terribly sweet of you.
And some sugar.
Oh, it's nothing, my dear. I get a lump in my throat.
Lump sugar?
And a sinking feeling in my heart.
Baking soda?
When I think of what's ahead.
A head of cabbage?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It brings the tears to my eyes.
And onions?
I suppose they just gradually got into debt and couldn't...
Catch up.
That's it. They couldn't catch up. Bertie, are you still here? You better get going. Take Leroy along to help you carry the bundle.
Okay, Uncle Mort.
Hurry out the back way. I'll bet that's my old pal now. And will I clap hands if here comes Charlie?
Now, see here, Dapple. We've exhausted our patience with you. Why do you ignore our letters? Why do you hang up when we telephone? Why don't you be a man and make your payments on that piano like you promised?
No, see here, mister. I'm not Dapple. But by George, if I was and you used that tone, I'd cuff you around till you'd crawl back into the woodwork.
Oh, yeah? Well, if you're not Dapple, what do you care how I talk to him, you big blimp?
He's my friend, and you can't abuse an absent friend in my presence. Especially if he isn't here.
Uncle Mort, not so loud.
Huh? Oh, that's right. Not so loud, mister. If you want to fight, just step inside.
Okay. But this time when I leave, I'm taking that piano with me.
Over my dead body.
That makes it even more attractive.
Oh. One more crack like that, and I'll shove that swollen zither down your noisy throat. Now, you take your hat off and state your business before I forget my manners and bop you on the smeller.
Now, take it easy, Tubbsy.
Whoop!
My name is Baxter of the Summerfield Washing Machine and Piano Company. Now, this fellow Dapple has been buying this piano from us on the installment plan, only he ain't kept up his payments.
Well, I happen to know that Mr. Dapple has been up against it pretty badly lately. Couldn't you just kind of forget the payments this month?
Forget it? How can I? I've got a memory like an elephant.
Yeah, and a hide like one, too. All right, then. How much is the payment? I'll give it to you myself.
No, you won't. According to our contract, once a payment is defaulted, the entire remaining balance becomes automatically due.
Oh, my goodness. How much does he still owe on it?
Now, let's see. I've got it right here. It's $74.
$74 more? Why, that mahogany monstrosity over there was never worth that in the first place.
Either I get the money or else the piano.
Yes, I think you mean it. Well, Charlie Dapple helped me up when I was getting started, so I can't let him down when he's just about finished. I'll write you a check for the $74. Let's see. That'll leave me with a balance of 28 cents. Yeah, now there's somebody at the back door. I better go see. I'm coming, you blasted woodpecker.
Excuse me, I'm the gas man.
Don't want any. I got enough gas.
I come to shut it off.
Shut it off? Didn't Mrs. Dapple call at your office this afternoon, probably to pay the bill?
Look, brother, I'm a guy who sticks strictly to his own job.
Yeah.
I got an order saying turn off gas at Dapple Apartment 147 Olive Street. And that's what I'm going to do, brother.
Yeah. Well, let's not be too hasty about this, brother. Suppose I pay the bill to you right now.
No, I ain't allowed to take no money. You don't understand, brother. I'm just the guy who gets orders to turn gas on and to turn it off.
Yeah.
Then I go where it says, and I turn gas on, or else I turn it off. That's all I do.
Oh, sounds mighty monotonous.
I like being monotonous.
Yes. Look here, brother. By the way, what's your name?
Herman Peebles.
Herman Peebles. Look here, Hermie. Peebles live here, too. Simple Peebles. Kindly Peebles. The salt of the earth. Things have been a little tough for him lately. And there's another mouth to feed, too.
You mean?
Yes, that's what I mean. A tiny baby named Little Gertrude. Yeah, think what it would mean to poor little Gertrude if she didn't have any gas. No hot milk. No hot water. No hot air.
It's tough.
Yes. Winter is approaching, too, Hermie. Need I say more?
No. Don't worry, mister. I'm not going to shut off the gas here today.
You're not?
No, I just can't.
Well, I'm certainly glad I convinced you.
Wasn't you, mister. Just remembered I left my tools at the office.
Going to that movie?
Just as soon as a dapple shows its nose through that door.
I done cooked this rib roast so long it's done shrunk down to the size of a lamb chop.
Well, personally, I wouldn't mind staying all evening, only I've got a previous engagement.
It's them. I'll get the door.
We come for the furniture. To take it away.
This is the last straw.
Don't let them do this to little Gertrude, Unc.
You're right, Leroy. You men can't do this to a poor little helpless baby.
We ain't doing nothing to no baby. Take the other end of this sofa, Terry. I got it. Now, get out of the way, mister.
By George, they're not going to get away with this.
Uncle, put down that vase.
I was just trying to help the men out, dear.
Don't do us no favors. We'll help ourselves out. Careful coming out that door, Terry. Okay.
Quick, Leroy. Lock the door. Now we got to figure out some way to prevent them from stripping the apartment.
Mr. Gildersleeve, a lady just come in the back way and says she's Miss Dapple. Here she comes now.
Oh, at last.
Oh, thank you ever so much, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes. That's all right. Where's Charlie?
Well, I can't imagine. Unless he's... Oh, of course.
Huh?
This was his Saturday to work late at the office. But he'll be here any minute now. That is, if he comes straight home.
He better come straight home. There are a couple of men roaming around trying to repossess your furniture.
Repossess our furniture? Well, I can't imagine... Oh, why, you must mean the moving men.
Yeah, they're moving men. They're trying to move everything you got right out of here.
Well, of course. We're moving over to Winslow Avenue today.
Oh, my goodness. How can Charlie do this to me? And what about the piano? The collector tried to take it away, but I stopped him.
Well, you should have let him have it.
Huh?
We just played it to break our lease here.
It's your lease in my pocketbook, madam.
Well, we better hurry up and get ready to leave. Oh, did the men come to turn off the gas?
Yeah, and you should have seen Unc turn on the tears.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's my husband now.
Yeah?
There's something about the way he knocks that I can always recognize.
Oh, at last. Mrs. Dapple, I've been waiting for this moment all afternoon. Do you mind if I hide in the dining room and then when good old Charlie comes in, I'll jump out and yell surprise? Please, that's all I have left.
Well, that'll be cute. All right, go right ahead.
Leroy, Marjorie, Bertie, I want you to get in on this.
Okay.
Come on, let's hide.
Hello, Charlie, darling.
Oh, you sweetheart. What's the idea of keeping the door locked?
Well, I don't know. In fact, I don't know half of what's been going on around here. Oh, but come into the living room, dear. There's a little surprise for you.
Surprise? What do you mean? Where's the surprise?
Oh, boy, surprise, Charlie, surprise. Yeah, where's Charlie?
I'm Charlie. Who in thunder are you?
Oh, my goodness.
Gee, Unc, what's the matter?
It's that man. I never saw him before. He's the wrong Charlie Dapple.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But first, I wonder why I always talk to the ladies in our audience, because after all, some of us men aren't such bad cooks. Why, I can fry a wonderful egg. I can even make pretty good biscuits. So really, we men should know about delicious parquet margarine, too. So this is for men only. Next time you men feel like whipping up a batch of biscuits, use parquet margarine, made by Kraft. You see, parquet margarine is a real flavor shortening. It adds flavor to all baked foods. So no wonder the wife's cookies and cakes taste better when made with parquet. And if you like pan-fried foods, you'll find they're tastier, too, when you use parquet margarine. And you don't have to worry about parquet spattering or sticking to the pan. Of course, you'll want to use parquet margarine at the table, for you'll like its delicate, appetizing flavor. Now, maybe you men aren't as interested in nutrition as the women are, but you should know that parquet margarine is a nourishing energy food that contains vitamin A. So, men, if you can't find parquet margarine at home, buy a pound or two tomorrow. You'll be pleased to learn that it's mighty economical, too. Just ask the dealer for parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Yes, now, just a second till I find my key, children.
Oh, I'm tired.
Yes.
Hey, somebody put a note under the door. It's for you, Uncle Mort.
Well, note, eh? I wonder who it's from. Dear pal Throcky, George Fiddy just told me you were in town, so I dropped over to see you. Sorry I missed you. Your old pal and sidekick, Charlie Dapple. Good night.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Remember an old-fashioned word, comeuppance? You can even find it in the dictionary, though it is an informal, made-up word. It means, of course, deserved reward or just desserts, usually unpleasant. See, that last is new to me. I thought it was always unpleasant. Be that as it may, I'm glad to say that in this story, it was unpleasant, and never was a comeuppance more richly deserved.
Sid, it's her or us. Now, all we got to do is get there and figure fast as we can how she goes first and saves our necks.
Alice, you're talking murder.
You better believe me. Also, it had better not look that way.
Our mystery drama, The Undying Heart, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mandel Kramer and Bryna Rayburn. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. 2,000 years ago, the Roman lyric poet and satirist Horace had this to say: "Cursed is the wretch enslaved to such a vice, who ventures life and soul upon the dice." An English poet many years later put it this way: "Some play for gain, to pass the time others play. Both play the fool. Who gets by play is loser in the end." My own comment would be, I suppose, that I never met a man who had a good word for a gambler, except his bookie or his odds maker. A man, for example, like Sid Parks.
Who's that? You better stay out of here. I got a gun. Who is it?
Take it easy, Alice. It's me, Sid.
Sid, what are you doing back in Van Nuys? You aren't due back till dinner tomorrow.
Drove all night from Vegas to get here this morning.
What for?
Will you put that heater away for Pete's sake?
I'm sorry.
What are you doing with my rod anyway?
What would you do if you wake up in the middle of the night and heard someone at the door trying to get in?
Not the middle of the night at 6:30 already. Alice, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Have you been drinking?
No, but I got a head that feels like I have. Make me a cup of coffee, will you? I got to stay awake, try to figure out what to do.
Hey, Sid, what is it? What's happening?
Make me some coffee first, then I'll tell you.
Okay.
And we got to start packing right away. We got to take it on the lam. Only what am I going to use for money?
What do you mean? You had the $200 Sam paid you to deliver the cash.
You kidding? That's gone with all the rest.
All the rest? Sid, you broke your promise. You've been gambling again.
I got took, Alice. All the way to the cleaners.
Oh, you stupid fool. You know how much we needed that dough? We owe all around the lot.
A fat chance that anyone has to get paid now.
Oh, they'll get paid off somehow. You still have your job.
No way. Not once Sad Sam finds out what I did to him. He doesn't dump me in the harbor. The boys who never got the payoff will take care of me for him.
I can't believe it. You didn't.
I'm afraid I did, baby.
All of it?
All of it. The whole bundle. 50 big ones.
You gambled away all of Sad Sam's money just like it was your own? There's nothing left?
Not a red cent.
Oh, he's going to blow the whistle on you for sure when he...
What's that?
Oh, that's just the kettle. I'll make you coffee. I guess I better have some, too.
Look, Alice, I didn't mean it. Honest, I didn't. I mean, Sam should never have given me that $200 up front. By the time I pulled into Vegas and parked the car, the money was burning a hole in my pocket.
Well, that's all it ever does with you.
You don't understand. You don't know what it does to a guy to know that he can win. To know that he can beat that wheel if he just has enough of a stake to hang in there with it.
Oh, you can't ever learn, can you?
Look, honey, first off, it was only a little flutter. I mean, I thought this trip was bringing me farm money. So I'll shoot half of it, 100, that's all. And I started to win big.
You couldn't pull out then? Just for once when you were ahead?
Alice, I got to thinking about us. I mean, like, well, you know, we're not getting any younger, and I don't have any Social Security or any insurance or anything like that. And it was going so good, I thought, here's the big chance. Make that stake. The big killing that'll put us on easy street.
Mm-hmm. Only the wheel turned sour.
Yeah. I had what I thought was a temporary run of bad luck, so I went into the other 100, and that got wiped out.
Oh.
I mean, the way it triggered on my system, you know, 1, 2, maybe 3 spins, and I had to come out winners. So I borrowed some from the payoff dough I was carrying. It was all in small bills, and
You stole Sad Sam's money?
Wasn't exactly stealing.
Oh, you filched a bookie's money that he was sending to Las Vegas to pay off some hard boy who'd knocked off Sad Sam to the tune of 50 G's.
Yes, but...
And you blew it all. Oh!
Look, I know it was a crazy thing to do, but...
Well, there's one thing anyway.
What?
You won't have to worry about brains much longer. Just as soon as Sad Sam or the hard boys get the news, they'll knock 'em out for you.
Alice, we gotta be long going out of here before then. Only what are we gonna use for money?
Where are we gonna go, even if we had it? You can't hide from the association. You're a dead pigeon, Sid. Unless... Hey, what about your Aunt Esther?
That's what I was thinking of.
You're sure you still figure in her will?
Oh, no sweat about that. That was one thing my old man arranged with her before he popped off. I'm in for a sure 100,000.
It's too bad she didn't follow your old man's example a year ago when she had her heart attack.
Ah, but look, she's like 86, 87 maybe. How long can she last?
Don't ask me. You always tell me that New Englanders never die. They just live so long, eventually they get tired and leave.
Look, right now, she's the only chance I've got.
Yeah? Well, you better phone her.
6:30 in the morning, for crying out loud.
Not back in the east. It's 9:30. I'm sure she's up and about. Now, what's the name of that town?
Melton. But it's not going to work. Alice.
Why not?
First off, what do you expect me to say? Aunt Esther, dear, how about floating me along for half of my inheritance so I can pay off a 50G tab I'm wearing around my neck? I can't get the money.
Look, why can't you say you need it to go into business? And why does it have to be a loan? Couldn't she just give it to you right now? You say the money's there.
Well, it is and it isn't.
What does that mean?
It's an insurance. I mean, that was my father's business. So when he died, you know, him and me weren't hitting it off so hot. So he left his money to my Aunt Esther on condition that she carried an insurance policy for me when she died. And as long as she pays the premiums out of what he left her, the policy is there.
So, just what are we going to do?
Look, Alice, I don't know. I mean, the first thing I got to do is hide out someplace. And there's nowhere better than with Aunt Esther. But I don't even have enough bread to get back east.
Okay, Buster. You don't know how lucky you are.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, I got my own system for beating the odds.
What?
I clean out your pockets of the odd change every chance I get. I built this a little nest egg.
What?
Enough to take us back east to your aunt and hide, if she'll take us in. Now, you better pick up the phone while it's still connected and find out if we're going to be welcome there.
Land's sake. Enough to give a person an acute attack of deafness.
Well, I'm sorry, Emmy, but there's nothing better than rock and roll for testing a speaker. If it can handle that, it can handle anything. What do you want?
Well, I got some bad news for you.
What?
Guess who's on the phone?
Why, I didn't hear it ring.
Well, how could you with all that caterwauling coming out of your loudspeakers?
Who is it, the bank again?
No, worse than that.
I'd better go answer. Maybe I'll find out quicker.
It's not for you, it's for Aunt Esther. She's talking to him right now.
Oh, your cousin Sidney.
Yes?
That's bad news, all right. What's that no good want this time?
I don't know.
Well, if it's money, he sure came to the wrong place. Ain't none of us got a dime since the heart attack. Well, come on. We'd better go up front and find out just what he's up to.
It's just so wonderful to hear from you, Sid, and to know you're coming to visit.
Well, I can't tell you how wonderful it is to hear you sounding just like yourself again, Aunt Esther. I mean, after your,
Oh, my little heart spell. Why, that was nothing. I'm as good as new now.
Well, that's good to hear. Now, tell me, you sure you have room for Alice and me?
Oh, of course. You know the house.
Well, sure, but I mean, Emma and Parker are with you now.
Oh, I'm glad you're coming back, Sid. I'm a pretty old lady now, and might be my last chance to see you.
Oh, not you. You're going to outlive all of us.
Well, I have to admit I was a mite peaked for a while. But now I feel as if I could live forever.
Well, I'm sure you will. Look, we'll fly into Boston today, so you can expect to see us tonight.
Well, you just come a-running.
You don't know how much we're looking forward to being with you. Goodbye now.
So, you still her favorite nephew?
Oh, we could count on that.
Oh, thank the Lord for small favors. Well, I guess I better start to pack while you make the plane reservations.
Yeah.
What's the matter now?
Well, I don't know. I mean, what am I going to do about the house here? The furniture, the car, everything.
What do you think we're going to do? We're going to walk out on them fast.
Yeah, I guess we're lucky we got somewhere to head for we can hold up.
Oh, that's for sure. But that won't last long. How much of a lead do you think we'll have on the hard boys you've tangled with? The most we could hope is maybe a month before they dig you up.
What are you trying to do, scare the daylights out of me?
I'm trying to make you use your skull for once in your life. To face the main fact.
What fact?
You have to come up with the do-re-mi to pay off.
Look, all Aunt Esther has is the insurance. Now, who knows how long I have to wait for that?
We can't afford to wait for it, Sid. We need it now.
Don't you understand? We can't touch it until she dies.
She's an old lady with a weak heart. If she lives a couple more years, we're dead. If she kicks off now, we're out from under.
What are you suggesting?
Just laying it on the line, Sid. It's her or us. Now, all we gotta do is get there and figure fast as we can how she goes first and saves our necks.
You're talking murder.
You better believe me. But also, it had better not look that way.
Thomas de Quincey, the English author, once wrote an essay on this subject. It was titled, Murder as One of the Fine Arts. A quote from that article is, if once a man indulges himself in murder, very soon he comes to think very little of robbing. We have the opposite side of the coin. The robbing has been done. But will murder be something that Sid or Alice can consider worth so little thinking? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Now, let me see. Where were we? A compulsive gambler has lost $50,000 that did not belong to him. Worse still, the money was in payment of a debt from a bookie to a gangster. The gambler, Sid Parks, has an aunt whose death would enrich him by twice what he owes in insurance money. And because he must hide to save his life, he has fled to join this aunt in a quiet suburb of Boston. How long he can remain hidden there from the forces of retribution is problematical. To solve that problem, and the larger one, Sid's woman has offered the only solution. The aunt, Esther Gardner, must die. The only question left now is how.
Oh, that's the phone, Parker.
I'll get it, Aunt Esther. Don't you get up.
But it must be Sid. I want to talk to him.
You will, if that's who it is. Hello?
Hello? Who's that, Parker?
That's right.
Sid here.
Yeah?
We just got in. The plane was late.
So I see.
I just wanted to make sure if we should still come on out tonight.
Well, it's pretty late. Especially for Aunt Esther to be up given her condition.
Oh, stuff and nonsense, Parker. It does me good to have some kind of fling now and then. Give me that phone.
Now, Aunt Esther, don't you think...
I think you've got to stop treating me like an invalid and go on about your business, Parker. Sid? Sid, is that you?
And Esther, I can't wait to see you.
Where are you?
Oh, right here in Logan Airport.
Oh.
Look, why don't we just put up at the airport motel tonight and not bother you?
Now, you listen to me, Sid Parks. You're coming right on out here immediately. Why, we're practically around the corner from the airport. And you're talking to family.
All right, Aunt Esther, I give in. Don't you scold me now.
Oh, I'm not scolding. I've just missed you. And now you get a bus or a taxi and you
Well, I'll
get...
do better than that, darling. I'll rent me a nice big car and I'll be there in no time.
Well, you hurry along now. I'm looking forward to meeting your wife.
Oh, they coming here?
Of course.
The woman, too?
You mean his wife?
I mean Alice.
Now, you keep a civil tongue in your head, Parker. Who is to say they're not married? Emma's getting a spare room ready for them, isn't she?
I reckon.
Well, you don't have to mooch around so about it.
That's the way I feel. But I'm thinking of Emmy, mainly.
Emmy? Oh, she's not still jealous of Sid. How could she be now?
She just don't like him much. With reason.
What reason?
The same one I count about him. Or any man who figures the world owes him a living. He's the one who's a mooch. What do you suppose is bringing him back this time?
Why, he told me he has business here in the East.
Monkey business, I'll be sworn.
Oh, don't be silly. Sid is doing very well indeed. He's even leasing a car to drive out here.
He can afford it with free room and board.
Now, that's not a nice thing to say, Parker.
The way I feel, Esther. Maybe because I don't find my cousin-in-law all that nice either.
Got the most expensive car, Alice. It builds the image. What's the difference? Doesn't cost anything out of pocket on a credit card.
Well, you shouldn't have put it on that. From now on, stick to cash.
Which we don't happen to have much of. What's the big excitement that I use a credit card?
Oh, brother. It's a good thing up to now you stuck to petty larceny. Because, boathead, a credit card can be traced.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Oh, it's too late to have any fits over it now. Just keep our fingers crossed and get on with what we have to do before any of the boys back there catch up to you. And how did the old dame sound?
Healthy as a horse.
We gotta find a way to stop her from running.
I wish you wouldn't talk like that.
I wish I didn't have to. But it's either Aunt Esther or you gonna be pushing up daisies. Are you ready to make the choice?
Will you give me a chance to figure how?
Man, you die! You die! White man! Oh, you say something, Emmy?
Say something? Oh, I've been screaming my head off trying to get your attention. What are you doing?
Oh, just fussing around with the tape deck. Pretty near got it all set up now. That was the reverb you were hearing. Got a lot of echo effects I can get. Some of them enough to scare you out of house and home. Sound like ghosts or one of them encounters
Well, now,
of the
can't you save all that for just down at the shop? It's enough to wake up the whole neighborhood.
Not with the insulation I got in the basement here.
Never mind that. And don't give me none of your electronic ghosts. I got enough of the live kind right here in the house. Ghouls, more like. They're here.
Oh, dear Sid and his new woman.
Alice. Some name for a man-eating shark.
What's he looking for? Another handout?
To hear him talk, he's on top of the world. Drove up here in a big limousine or whatever. Both of them dressed to the teeth. Claims they hit a big out west.
Well, maybe he has, Emmy.
I believe that, but they pour cement over Boston Common and make it into a parking lot.
So you don't think Sid's just dropped by for a visit?
When did Sid ever drop by anywhere for just? You know he always has what he calls an angle.
The usual one, money.
I reckon. Only one thing I don't quite understand.
What's that?
He sure brought along enough bags and baggage. Never done that before. Looks like he's got a notion to settle down here. That wife, or whatever she is busy unpacking them. Wanted to know if we had an extra closet.
Where's the cousin?
Oh, that's sweet-talking Aunt Esther. For all the good it'll do him.
We hope.
Come on upstairs, Parker. I had your hot chocolate ready. It's almost 10 o'clock and our bedtime. I don't propose to let Sid Parks change our habits any. That's because a rotten apple like him has turned up again in our barrel.
Yeah, I wouldn't want him spoiling the rest of us.
He won't. Let him find out for himself. He's already gotten his comeuppance in this household. By the grace of God.
You sure there isn't anything I can bring you, Aunt Esther?
No, Sid. Just bringing yourself back to visit is more than enough. Oh, since Emma has already turned in, if you want, like a good boy, you could hand me my pills there on the bureau.
Oh, sure. These right here?
No, those are only sleeping pills. Land sakes, I never need those. I still sleep like a baby. That other bottle there.
Oh, this one. What is it?
Oh, I never can remember those fancy names. Something for my heart. It's written there on the label.
Digitalis.
Oh, yes.
What's it supposed to do?
If you can believe it, it slow my old heart down a little.
Uh-huh.
Now, there's a contradiction for you. Though seeing you again has stepped it up a piece.
Well, I didn't guess that I'd mean all that to you still.
Sid, your father was my favorite brother. And I have to admit, his son reminds me so much of him. You've got to be a favorite, too.
Well, you know, that goes both ways, Auntie. You want to take this Digitalis now?
I suppose. Just one. I have to be careful on the dosage.
Well, how come such a big bottle?
Well, I have to take one 3 times a day. Oh, thanks.
Need some more water in the glass?
No. There's enough.
Well, what about this hot chocolate that Emma brought you?
Well, now, I'll tell you about that. Myself, I can't abide it. But Emmy's so good, I don't like to hurt her feelings. So, do you know what I do?
No, what?
Well, I keep it by me, and as soon as she goes to bed with Parker, like clockwork, 10 p.m. every night, I just get up and pour it down the sink. You won't let on now?
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. Well, I guess it's about your bedtime, too.
Oh, this is a special night. No, we don't have to rush it. There's something I want to say to you, Sid.
Oh? What's that, Annie?
Well, I can't tell you how happy it makes me feel to see you with a fine woman and so successful. Business is really good, huh?
Well, I don't like to boast, but yes, as a matter of fact, it is, yes. Auntie, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Well, here I am.
Oh, this time?
No time like the present, Sid.
Well, all right. You know, what I was thinking was about you.
Yes?
If you would like to make a little investment, let's say, like $50,000 or so, I could promise you to double or maybe even triple that within 1 year.
Oh, wouldn't I like to? But I just don't have the money.
Well, if there's some way I could help you raise it.
No chance, Sid. Matter of fact, cash is a little problem around the house lately.
Oh, how come? I thought Parker had this hi-fi business or whatever it is that's very successful. I mean, I even thought if maybe he had some extra cash lying around, I could build it up for him.
Oh, no. I'm afraid this is a family that's strapped for daily cash and just has to live on expectations. Oh, you know how your father said everything up.
Oh, sure, Auntie, I know. And look, my first night home, this is no time for this kind of talk.
Oh, Sid, you make me feel so warm and safe. The only thing I worried about was your father's way of thinking. Always the future, never the present.
You didn't let the insurance go.
Oh, no, never. Last thing I would ever do. I promised him. I try to keep my promise.
Promises. I'm sorry, Aunt Esther. I just can't wait any longer for them to come true.
What are you waiting for, Sid?
Have a heart, Alice.
We got the opportunity of a lifetime. We gotta grab it.
Not so fast. Give it time.
We haven't got time. How long do you think it's gonna take the association or the syndicate or whatever name you want to give those crumbs to catch up with you? And when they do, you better be ready.
Okay. But I gotta work things out.
What's to work out? A lady with a weak heart. A giant-sized bottle of Digitalis. All it needs is an overdose, and she goes to sleep for good.
It's not that simple. How do I give her an overdose with those two watchdogs, Emma and Parker, around?
You put the watchdogs to sleep.
How?
You said she has phenobarbital she never uses. Well, your ever-loving cousins live by the clock. 1 chocolate drink every night and off to Betty by. So, spike the chocolate. What they don't know may hurt them, but it sure won't bother us.
I don't know. How can we be sure that we'll be in the clear?
Well, that's the one thing we gotta figure out. What we need is an alibi.
What I need is $50,000 free and clear, and forget about this.
There's no other way you can get the money free and clear. So let's get down to cases. Now, what we have to worry about from now on is how do we keep our skirts clean?
I offer a quote from Alfred Lord Tennyson. Men at most differ as heaven and earth, but women, worst and best, as heaven and hell. And I can qualify it by agreeing that it is chauvinistic in general, but in particular, where these individuals are concerned, the quote is valid. Without his own Lady Macbeth to spur him on, Sid Parks would not have done what he did. I shall return shortly with Act 3. It has taken 3 days for Sid and Alice Parks to perfect their plan to murder Sid's Aunt Esther. Now all that remains is to put it into practice. The only difficulty is that planning is one thing, action another. In fact, it's questionable if it ever would have gone into action if it hadn't been for a phone call that Sid received on the 4th day.
The man on the phone asked for Sid Parks. That's you, isn't it?
Well, yes, Emma, but how did he know that... did he say what he wanted?
I didn't ask him. Unlike some other people, I can mind my own business. I wouldn't keep him waiting. It's long distance. Oh, excuse me, Alice.
Oh, pardon me if I'm in your way. Who is it, Sid?
I don't know. Close the door.
Yeah, sure. Who'd be calling you long distance?
That's just the trouble. Who else?
I told you they'd find you.
What am I going to do?
First off, you'd better answer the phone.
Yeah. Hello, this is Sid Parks talking. You wanted to talk to me? Look, I wasn't running out. I was just trying to get the dough together to make good, that's all. Well, yeah. Look, I promise. I just got to go to New York overnight, then I'll be back here from then on. Sure, by Monday. I know I can't lose you. I ain't going to try.
Who?
One of the mob. There's a contract out on Needless.
How did they find you?
What's the difference? They did.
So?
I got till Monday.
Yeah. You said we're going to New York tonight.
That's it.
That means we're going ahead.
What else can I do?
Oh, don't ask me. I told you it was what you were going to have to do since the beginning. take us to get to New York?
4 or 5 hours. We won't go into the city. Got a reservation in a motel right near LaGuardia.
I assure you set up everything?
Best I can. Some of it we'll just have to play by ear.
Well, I did my part. The chocolate is spiked with enough phenobarbital to put Parker and Emma fast asleep and out of your way. Oh, you got the tape?
I got it.
And the recorder?
Got that, too.
Are you sure I can handle that all right?
I'll show you once we get to the motel.
Well, what plane do you plan to get?
I got to make that 8 o'clock shuttle. That'll put me back at the house by 9:30. Then I'll get the 11 o'clock or the midnight back to New York out of Boston, depending on how soon the dope knocks them out.
Oh, I just wish it was over with.
Just wish I didn't have to do what I have to do.
You know what I really wish?
What?
I wish I could be sure you really have the guts to go through with it. Okay. I pick up the phone. And as soon as the desk clerk answers, I hit the button on the tape machine and hold the receiver to the speaker.
That's right. This is Mr. Sid Parks in room 219. I want to make a call to Boston, area code 617-555-4495. I'll talk to anyone who answers.
Okay. But supposing they ask a question about the number or something.
I've covered that. Now, if they do, you come right on the phone saying something like, I'll make the call for you, Sid. You better finish that presentation. At the same time, you hit the button again, and they'll hear. Okay, Alice, I better get it finished. I just want Ed to make sure Aunt Esther's all right. Then you answer something and hold on. It's just enough to establish that I'm here in New York and couldn't be in Boston. The whole alibi hangs on that.
But what if Aunt Esther answers?
No, she should be asleep. And the phone's not in her room anyway. Just don't let it ring too long.
Yeah, well, let's figure the worst. What if Parker or Emma answer?
Say that you're calling to see how she was. Make out like you're in a hurry, you see, and get off.
And how do I warn you?
Well, that's when you slip outside of the payphone and call me at the phone booth number that I gave you. It's right on the corner, about a half a block from the house. That's one call we don't want traced.
Okay. Now, what time do I call?
From here at the motel, 10:30 on the nose. Then you can try again at 10:40. And if I don't hear from you before 11, then I'll know that the coast is clear.
You really are gonna go through with it?
It's my neck or hers. What can I do?
Amy, I thought you'd never get back. Did you take Esther her hot chocolate?
Oh, yes, Parker. Tonight I made sure she drank it. Oh, she's been that fidgety ever since Sid turned up again.
I reckon we all have.
Well, I'm not tonight. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Oh, I thought I'd fall asleep before I could get out of Auntie's room.
Yeah, I feel that way myself. What time is it?
Oh, 10:15. Well, bed early for a change. Now, I can tell you, I don't mind. With Sid and that woman out of the house, we'll all sleep the sounder.
Hello? Alice?
Yeah.
Anything wrong?
No. Everything went like a breeze. I didn't even have to say anything that first call.
Good. No answer?
No. Or the second time.
All right, I can see the house from here. It's been dark for an hour. Okay, this is it. All things being equal, maybe I'll make the 11 o'clock plane.
Sid?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, how come you're so late?
Wouldn't you know that she must have drunk the chocolate, too, tonight?
Oh.
She was fast asleep like the others. I had one heck of a time getting her awake enough to take the digitalis.
But she did.
Half a bottle, enough to kill either of us.
So it's over with.
Yes, it's over.
Now we wait. And what?
If we don't hear, tomorrow night we go back like we said we would. But I left the number of the motel here when we made the reservation, so maybe we'll get a call. In the meantime, I've had it.
And no one saw you leave or come back?
No. As far as anybody's concerned, we checked in, never left the room, and slept the night through in peace. Except for the call that I left for the morning.
You do have an appointment?
Oh, yeah. It's all covered. The alibi's airtight. No way it can be broken. We're in the clear, baby. Let's get a good night's sleep for a change. Yeah?
Mr. Sidney Parks.
Yeah, that's right. Who's this?
This is Lieutenant Thomas
City Police. I'm afraid I have a bad shock for you, Mr. Parks.
A shock?
It's about your aunt, Miss Esther Gardner.
Oh, don't tell me she passed away.
We were called here on emergency by a Mr. and Mrs. Wilson.
Yeah, well, Mrs. Wilson is my cousin.
It seems that somehow your aunt took an overdose of digitalis, medicine she was taking for her heart condition.
Where is my aunt now?
Well, they've rushed her to the hospital.
She's still alive?
I'm sorry to have to say it. That's just routine. The amount your aunt took was more than enough to stop a healthy person's heart, let alone a woman with a bad one to begin with.
Well, you want us to drive back immediately?
Well, now, I don't see there's all that need. Mrs. Wilson tells me you plan to be back by tonight.
That's right.
Well, why don't you leave it at that, sir? There's nothing you can do here to help us before then. I'll tell Mr. and Mrs. Wilson you'll be back as planned. And I'm sorry to wake you with such news.
Well, that's all right. That's all right. I was due to get up in half an hour anyway. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Well?
We did it, baby. We pulled it off. From now on, we're on easy street. All we have to do now is play it cool. Almost there, Alice. Our troubles are over.
Yeah, we don't know what's waiting for us at the house.
Whatever it is, we can handle it. It's all downhill from here on in.
Well, I'm not looking forward to facing Emma and Parker.
Don't worry, we can handle him.
Or the lieutenant.
No worries about him. Okay, here we are.
Yeah, kind of late.
What time is it?
Oh, nearly midnight.
Forget the bags, huh? Let's get in and see what's happening.
Yeah, maybe we better get the bags. Looks like rain.
All right. I got mine. You handle yours.
Yeah. Hey, you got your key?
Mm-hmm.
Funny, the house is so dark.
Ah, you know Emma and Parker. I guess they turned in.
So, go ahead. Open the door. What's keeping you?
I don't know. I just got this kind of creepy feeling.
Oh, grow up. Open the door.
Okay. Just can't blame me for being a little bit, you know.
Well, it's a little late to develop a conscience. Hey, she's dead, Sid. And that's just what you wanted. Now, open the door.
Sure.
Get in, you fool. Close the door.
Scared the devil out of me.
Okay. Now let's get upstairs. Turn on the light. Come on, turn it on.
I did. It don't work. What do you think's wrong?
What's that?
I don't know.
Come on, let's find some light before we get...
Welcome home, murderers. I've been waiting for you.
That's her voice.
You didn't expect to see me, did you? Why should you, knowing that I was dead?
I can't see you.
What? Don't fall for this, Sid. Some kind of trick. Parker and his hi-fi junk.
No trick, Alice. Look toward the stairs. Here I am, at the head of the stairs. Shall I come down to you?
You can't. You're dead.
Why should I be dead?
Because I gave you the medicine, and you swallowed it, and you lay there just like I wanted it, dead.
Why would you want me to be dead? Do you hate me so much?
I don't hate you. I was desperate. I gambled away all my money the only way I could get enough to pay off.
Shut up.
No, I wanted to know that I didn't want to hurt
You fool, this is some kind of trick.
How can it be a trick? You see her, don't you?
If we see her, then somehow she's not dead. Your only chance is to kill her again. You got a gun? What are you waiting for?
Don't reach for the gun, Mr. Parks. We have you covered. Okay, Mills. Travis, put the handcuffs on them. They're both under arrest.
I still don't understand what happened. What went wrong?
I wish Aunt Esther could be here to tell you for herself. But she just can't face you, Sid, after what you tried to do to her.
And Esther is still alive?
Can't be. I mean, she took it. I saw her swallow all that medicine and go limp. I saw her die, I tell you. I saw her.
Will you keep your mouth shut?
Aunt Esther is alive.
Oh, yes, very much so.
Then that wasn't her ghost. When we...
No, that was an elaborate little hoax that Parker Wilson and his electronic equipment were able to arrange. Unfortunately, when you forced Mrs. Gardner to take the digitalis, she was also half drugged and her recollection was a little fuzzy. But hearing you convict yourself out of your own mouth cleared everything up.
And how could she not be dead? Nobody. Especially somebody with a weak heart could possibly have lived after a dose of digitalis like that.
It all looked so neat, Mr. Parks, didn't it? The perfect murder. But there was one little thing you overlooked. Something no gambler should have missed. Oh, don't look so shocked. I've spent the day checking up on you.
What did I miss?
The element of chance.
I don't understand.
I'd like to be the one to tell him this. When Aunt Esther went to the hospital last year with her heart trouble, the time you couldn't have cared less about her, didn't even waste a phone call to see how she was, they put a pacemaker in to control her heart.
And that was enough to keep her heart going in spite of the digitalis?
There wasn't any digitalis in that bottle.
But I saw the pills. She took them regularly.
They were only for her peace of mind. Because she'd grown accustomed to taking them before she went to the hospital. To make her feel secure, Dr. Brandon gave her a placebo instead. But let her think she was still taking digitalis.
I wonder now if it had been digitalis, if she mightn't have lived just the same. You know, you were dealing an awful cold deck, Mr. Parks.
Just one more thing to eat your heart out, Sid. Parker and I had to pay for that hospital trip. I took all our savings. So Aunt Esther has made us the beneficiaries from her insurance policy. Instead of you.
You see what I mean, Mr. Parks? The element of chance. That's one thing you didn't stand from the very beginning.
Sid and Alice were brought to trial and convicted of aggravated assault, which is a legal way of saying attempted murder. They received varying sentences. Alice, 5 to 10 years. Sid, 10 to 20. What Alice thought about her sentence, we don't report. What Sid did about his should be obvious. The mob has a long memory. He was better off behind bars, even knowing they'd still be waiting for him when he got out. I'll be back shortly. Another footnote to our story. Something the poet George Herbert had to say on the substance of this one. Play not for gain, but sport. Who plays for more than he can use, with pleasure stakes his heart. Sid Parks chose to stake not only his own, but an old lady's, and turned up losing not hers, but his own. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Bryna Rayburn, Joan Shea, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
You are about to hear a romantic drama, Hostage of Love, from Love Story magazine, featuring the love story girl in the role of Frances Talbot. Frances Talbot has a small apartment which she shares with her Persian cat, Ambrose. Unfortunately, Ambrose has a roving disposition and frequently disappears. As our first scene opens, Ambrose is again among the missing. Frances, dressed in rather fetching lounging pajamas, stands by the open window of her tiny kitchenette, trying vainly to see up the fire escape. It's a rather windy night to be climbing fire escapes, but then this isn't the first time that Ambrose has used this avenue of escape.
Ambrose? Ambrose? Oh, drat that cat anyhow. He's probably gone up to the apartment above again, and I distinctly told him that Mrs. Nesbit had moved away. New tenant, whoever it is, probably doesn't like cats. Oh, dear. Ambrose! Well, I suppose I'd better go up after him. Up we go. Golly, it's cold. I thought as much. The kitchenette window above is open. I bet Ambrose is in there all right. Oh, dear, I hope nobody's home. Oh, it's cold. Ambrose! Ambrose! Oh, wait till I get my hands on him. Ambrose!
Hello. What's all the yodeling?
Oh, I'm looking for Ambrose.
Ambrose?
Mrs. Nesbitt, who had this apartment before you, used to give him salmon. I couldn't find him anywhere, so I thought that perhaps...
Oh, would Ambrose be a dark-complexioned gentleman with an affable manner and luxuriant whiskers? If so, he's sitting in there in my best easy chair right now. Look.
Yes, that's Ambrose. Ambrose, you come here.
I think he gives the place a nice homey touch.
Ambrose, you come here this minute.
You know, as Ambrose is evidently not going to come out to you, don't you think it might be nice if you'd come in to him?
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
Oh, let Ambrose vouch for me. Cats and dogs and mosquitoes always like me. Evidence of sterling character or something. Oh, listen, really, you'd better come inside and get warm before you start down again, or you'll catch your death of cold.
Well, some other time, Mr.
The name's Case. Roger Case. Unattached and employed, thank the Lord. Come on, you don't have to stay, but come in just for a minute anyhow.
Well, if you'll help me through the window.
Sure thing. There you are.
Had enough exercise.
Well, we better shut out some of this wind. You're almost frozen. There. Throw His Highness out of that chair and sit down. I'll see if I can find some crackers and cheese. I'm sure I have some someplace.
How long have you had this apartment? I didn't know
I moved in here the first of the week.
Oh.
I've been sort of living around this way ever since I left college. Yes, sir. This home stuff certainly goes great with me. I didn't have much of it when I was a kid.
I didn't either. You know, Mr. Case...
Oh, Lord, no, not Mr. Case. Call me Casey, please. Everybody does. Here's the cheese. It's a little battered, but serviceable. Here, help yourself. Crackers are in the sugar bowl.
Oh, thanks. I'm starved.
Oh, that's better. Well, now, tell me about yourself. Without the aid of bifocals, I can see you're probably the prettiest girl I've ever met. I deduce you live somewhere below, and I know you own a cat, which is named quaintly enough Ambrose, but where do we go from there?
Well, I'm Frances Talbot, and another girl and I have a little flower shop about 2 blocks from here over on Jefferson Avenue, and... well, that's about all.
Imagine that, a flower shop.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I recognize exactly 4 kinds of flowers when I see them. Roses, sweet peas, chrysanthemums, and carnations. Well, I suppose I might know a lily if there was an Easter rabbit with it.
I'm afraid your education has been sadly neglected. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to go now. Come on, Ambrose. Time for bed.
Leaving so soon? Well, if you must. Hey, look here. How about having dinner with me tomorrow night? Dinner and maybe a movie afterwards.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, but tomorrow night I can't.
Well, you should be sorry. I'm an ample provider. Oh, well, skip it. Maybe some other time. Oh, good night.
Good night. Come on, Ambrose. Good morning. Would you like some Oh, you.
Oh. Is this your little flower shop?
Mm-hmm. It's nice of you to be so prompt about returning my call.
Oh, no, listen, I'm a customer. Don't you know a customer when you see one?
Not always.
By the way, where's your partner?
She's out at the moment.
Fine, then I can speak freely.
Now, what kind of flowers would you like? We have roses and chrysanthemums and carnations today, but no sweet peas.
Well, what I'm really in the market for is some nice poison ivy.
Oh. Do you want it delivered, or will you take it with you?
No, just send it to the guy you've got the date with tonight.
My dentist?
Oh, why didn't you say last night your date was with a dentist?
You didn't ask me.
Oh, it would have saved me all kinds of mental anguish. Hey, look here. Tomorrow's Sunday, and dentists don't work Sundays. How about a nice long drive in the country and dinner someplace?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, come on. It's pretty chilly up in the hills, but the view's swell. You'll love it. What do you say?
All right. I'll go.
Good morning, sunshine.
Oh, hello, Casey.
I see our drive yesterday had no ill effects. You seem to be your old business-like self.
Oh, it was a swell drive, Casey. I had a wonderful time.
Say no more. As a matter of fact, I didn't come to receive your congratulations for being the perfect escort.
Oh, no?
No, I'm no longer Casey, the Sunday afternoon playboy. I am now Casey, the Monday morning man of purpose. To be more explicit, I want to buy 24 red roses.
Oh, will these be all right? They just came in about an hour ago. They're very fresh.
Perfect. Please send them to Mrs. Viva Kramer, 639 Parkside Boulevard.
Oh. Want to enclose a card?
Absolutely. Here, I'll write it out. Ought to do.
Now, let's see if I have this address right. Mrs. Viva Kramer, 639 Parkside Boulevard.
Right. Her birthday's either today or the 27th of next month. I never can remember. How much?
$3 a dozen. That'll be $6.
You know, this Mrs. Kramer practically raised me.
Oh?
Yes. Very nice motherly soul. By the way, have you got a date for tonight?
Why, yes, I'm afraid I have.
Was there any chance of breaking it?
Well...
The boss just gave me tickets for the symphony, and I hot-footed it right down here.
Well, listen, call me here at the shop in about an hour. Maybe I can arrange it.
Good girl. Symphony tickets don't drop in your lap every day in the week. See if you can't make it.
Good night, Casey, and thanks ever so much for the concert.
Did you like it?
Oh, it was wonderful. You know, when I hear music like that, it puts me in seventh heaven.
Mm-hmm. The management should furnish parachutes to get back to Earth with. Oh, Fran, you're the most adorable, beautiful girl I ever met in my life.
Oh, Casey, please.
Darling.
Now I've got to go in. Good night, Casey.
Wait a minute, Fran.
Good night.
My goodness, Fran, you're late. Here it is almost 11 o'clock.
Oh, I know, Aggie. I overslept. I went to a symphony concert last night and it sort of relaxed me, I guess. I knew you'd be here in the shop, so I didn't worry.
Well, nothing much has happened, I must say.
No.
Nobody came in, nobody called. Kind of a quiet morning. Just been sitting here reading the paper. Say, Fran, didn't that young man that's been hanging around you send some flowers to a Mrs. Viva Kramer?
Yes, he did a few days ago. Why?
Well, I thought I recognized the name.
Where?
It's here in the paper, right on the front page.
Well, let's see.
Mrs. Viva Kramer wins a divorce.
Oh.
Mrs. Viva Kramer, 31 years old, of Parkside Boulevard, was a... Well, Fran, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Well, you look awful.
Well, I'm all right.
Speak of the devil, ain't this your young man coming in now?
Oh.
Hello. Didn't expect me this morning, did you, huh?
No, I didn't.
I left some office papers home, had to come back for them, so I says to myself, I'll drop around to Jefferson Avenue and tell Fran
How much Mrs. Kramer liked the roses?
Huh?
I can imagine the old soul was quite overcome by your thoughtfulness.
Why, well, that is... I haven't heard. I probably won't hear. So many people send her flowers, you know.
Poor dear. She's probably too deaf to use the phone, and the rheumatism in her hands keeps her from writing.
Say, Fran, there's a swell show at the Garrick. How about going...
I'm sorry. I don't believe I can.
I didn't even tell you when.
That wouldn't change things any.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I'll be running along.
My, Fran, what in time were you two talking about then? I couldn't make head nor tail out of it. Well, Fran, you're crying. What's the matter?
Oh, Aggie, shut up. Who is it?
Mr. Raymond, from the front apartment.
Oh, just a minute. I'll open the door.
Sorry to disturb you this early in the morning, Miss Talbot, but I smelled gas in the hall. Want to be sure you were all right.
Gas? Oh, my goodness, it's strong.
I hope nothing's wrong. Well, it isn't this floor. Maybe it's the floor above. I'll go see.
I'm coming with you.
Now, Miss Talbot, you don't need to
don't
come...
argue. Come on.
Yes, it's stronger up here, all right. Seems to be coming from under this door. It's the apartment right over yours. You know who lives here?
That's Mr. Case's apartment. Oh, quick, do something.
A Case! Hey, he doesn't answer.
Maybe he isn't in.
Well, I saw him coming in about an hour ago as I was getting up. Must have been out all night. Case!
Oh, do something, please, please.
Something's wrong, all right. No time to look for the pass key.
Oh, break down the door. Do something.
All right, here goes. There, it's open.
Oh, there he is, in that chair beside the stove.
Oh, this gas is terrible. I'll get the window open.
Casey, darling.
There, that's better. We'll air out in a minute. Where was it coming from?
The stove. I turned it off. Oh, you think he...
No. I think he'll be all right. Lucky we got here in time. Looks as if he put the coffee on and then went to sleep waiting for it. Then it boiled over and put out the flame. You stay here with him. I'm going to get a doctor. Now, don't leave him.
Don't worry, I won't. Oh, Casey, don't die. Please don't die. Nothing matters if only you don't die.
I'm not worth a single tear, darling.
Oh, Casey, it's Fran.
Of course it's Fran. Who else would it be?
I thought... Maybe you thought it was Viva.
Viva? Oh, Sis is halfway to Chicago by now. Didn't I spend the whole night getting her packed so she could leave? That's how that darn gas got me. I was making coffee to keep me awake till I could see you.
Is Mrs. Kramer your sister?
Sure. Didn't whoever put you wise to the Case family tell you that?
Oh, no one told me anything. I thought you were interested in Mrs. Kramer. You sent her roses the day she got a divorce. Oh, Casey, I'm so ashamed. Why didn't you tell me she was your sister?
Thought you might disapprove.
Disapprove?
Sure. Didn't anyone tell you about the marrying Cases?
No.
Oh. Well, you see, Dad was married twice and Mother 3 times. This is Sis's second marriage. I thought you might think it ran in the family.
Oh, but Casey, why do you think that would make any difference?
Because I wanted you to believe that I fell in love with you on sight the night you came up the fire escape. I didn't think you could believe it, not if you knew my family history.
Oh, Casey, darling.
That's why I didn't rush you very hard, didn't even kiss you. That is, for a whole week. Fran, will you marry me? Even if I am one of the Case family, this'll be for life.
Oh, life's terribly short, Casey, when you're as much in love as I am.
You have been listening to a romance featuring the Love Story Girl and presented with the permission of Street and Smith, publishers of Love Story magazine. Listen for the Love Story Girl in a new romance next week.
Now, Mr. Barry Sullivan on the Hollywood Star Playhouse. Hollywood Star Playhouse. Tales of suspense, thrills, adventure by Hollywood's finest writers with Hollywood's top stars. Brought to you each week by the American Broadcasting Company. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Orville Anderson. Welcome to the Hollywood Star Playhouse. Barry Sullivan is appearing tonight by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Rich, Young, and Pretty, starring Jane Powell, Daniel Daryou, and Wendell Corey. Back in his cub reporter days, he thought he'd written his last obit. Well, then he got a police beat, and finally all the way up to a byline and the Pulitzer Prize. But now it's come full circle. Listen to Barry Sullivan as a reporter named Cathcart calling in his last story, An Obit for Joe.
Phone. Where is it? Now, cigarette, match. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. Now. Walter, dear Walter, come home to me now.
Time City desk done.
Joe Cathcart.
Joe, for crying out loud, where have you...
Shut up. You got a pencil?
Pencil?
Yeah. You were a rewrite man 30 years ago, Waller. Let's see how much shorthand you remember.
Joe, are you loaded?
Up to here. You're missing a wonderful party. You ready with a pencil?
Look, what is all this? Are you...
Here we go. Head it up. Add Obit.
Hold it. Obit. You don't mean obituary?
Indeed I do.
Whose?
Mine. Right from the start, you wanted to make something out of it, Waller. With me and 99 cops yelling you were crazy, and it wasn't a story. It was a statistic. So it was a story. The least I can do now is play it like Gallagher, the boy reporter, so you can make with the big type you love so well. It begins, of course, with the blonde. Attractive, early 30s, nice figure. The third from the end. The third slab from the end, that is, in the city morgue.
Well, there you are. Unidentified. Picked up off Pier 23, foot of Greenwich Street, 3 p.m. yesterday. M.E. thinks she hit the water Tuesday night around 8 o'clock.
Okay, Lieutenant. Suicide?
What else?
I'm asking.
If we decide different, we'll let you know.
Hey, what's the matter? Wife overcook your eggs?
Just forget the circulation buildup, that's all. I don't want to read any headlines about the police being baffled in the death of a mystery beauty. It's a suicide. Dame got to moping and jumped in the bay.
Yes, sir.
We've had 12 just like her so far this year, and par for the course is 20. So we'll have 8 more between now and Christmas. No mystery threats now, or dark foreigners or anonymous phone calls to your city desk.
Lieutenant Halloran, you have a nasty, suspicious mind.
Why shouldn't I? What's Walter Dunn's top staff man doing on a routine suicide like this one? Right after I spend all morning with a little finishing school job answering 1,000,001 questions about...
Hey, wait a minute. What finishing school job?
Tweed suit, horn-rimmed specs, hair in a bun. You know her, Joe. I thought she was your leg man.
I don't know her. And my leg man is me. What's her name?
You got me. Ask Walter. He sent her.
Okay. Oh, thanks, Halloran.
And write it honest, will you? Just this once.
Which was the first I'd ever heard of Julie Burgoyne, Walter. How I wish it had been the last. Our old man owned a hatful of downtown real estate. She had $500,000 in her own name, and she wanted to play a reporter like Marie Antoinette played shepherdess. Somebody gave her a job on the classified ad desk. Unquestionably the worst break of my career.
Mr. Cathcart, you must believe me. I'm sure I know all about that girl
Look,
anymore.
sweetheart, why don't
now,
you
hold
go...
it, Joe. The kid has something. That blonde in the bay...
It's a suicide. Waller, I just talked to Lieutenant Halloran. He says on this one, we don't beat the drums.
He doesn't have to sell papers. Did he tell you who she is?
They don't know.
That's just the point. I do.
Oh, you do?
Yes. Her name's Ellie McClure. She came in last week to place classified ad.
Mm-hmm.
She wanted to sell some personal things, some jewelry and stuff. Well, she was acting so strangely I couldn't help remembering her.
Despondent?
No. She was afraid.
Afraid of what?
Well, I think she was afraid someone was going to kill her.
Hey, you better go back to your classified ad.
No, the kid's got something, Joe.
You see, I couldn't help saying what a shame it was to sell personal things like an engagement ring and a bracelet and a locket and so on. But she said it didn't matter anymore. She said if she got money out of them to pay the rent for 2 more weeks, that would be enough. Because in 2 weeks, she'd be either rich or dead.
Well, what do you make of it?
Hey, she was playing the horses, maybe. Went broke. How would I know?
I think you'd better find out. What's her address, Julie?
Foxwell Apartments on Bush Street.
Well,
what?
you got your lead.
There's one way of looking at it.
Shut up and go. If it blows, I'll buy you a drink.
Well, hey, what about me? It's my story, isn't it?
You follow him around and you might learn something. Beat it, both of you. City desk done. Larry, for Pete's sake, get the lid out.
I could have put up an argument, Walter, but you were wearing your try-and-stop-me look, so I took Horner-Imms by the elbow and steered her downstairs into a cab. Foxwell Apartments, driver, 1280 Bush Street.
Hey, how'd you know the address? Mr. Cathcart, how'd you know?
I looked it up.
Oh. Well, say, I hope you don't mind that I'm...
I do.
But just think, Mr. Cathcart, maybe it'll be big. My first story. Maybe it's a scoop.
Scoop. Oh, just like the movies.
Well, it might be.
First off, little one, who told you it was your story?
Well, isn't it? I got the lead.
It's a long mile from there to a byline.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Look, let's understand a couple of things, shall we?
Yeah.
If you've got newspaper ink in your veins instead of blood, fine. If you were born in the theater lobby between acts of the front page, congratulations. But I'm for real, honey. I've been making a living at this for some time now, and I know a dud when I see one. And more important, I've got to get along with the police department, and when they say lay off, I lay off.
So you want me to lay off, too?
I want you to go back to your classified ad desk or whatever you were playing at when you dreamed this up.
I didn't dream it up. That girl was murdered, and I'll prove it to you.
Okay. It's your ball, honey.
Miss McClure's apartment's down to the end of the hall. Sorry to make you walk, but the elevator's busticated today.
Oh, well, we don't mind, Mrs.
Huh? Oh, it's Donovan.
Donovan.
Don't think you'll find her home. Can't tell you much about her. Only been with me a couple of weeks. Oh. Here we are now. Hoo-hoo. Miss McClure.
Mrs. Donovan.
Huh?
We knew we couldn't find her home.
Well, great night. Why'd you make me pump up them stairs then?
Well, you see...
Hey, Mrs. Donovan, when did you last see Miss McClure?
Well, let me see now. How does Tuesday night sound?
Exactly right.
Exactly right for what?
Never mind. Where'd you see her Tuesday night?
Come down to my rooms around 5, I think it was. Wanted to borrow my iron to press her dress.
Uh-huh.
Well, then she was going out somewhere.
Well, she said so. Happy as a lark she was. Big evening.
Happy. You see, now, does that sound like a girl who's gonna...
Yeah. Go ahead, Mrs. Donovan. Who'd she go out with?
How should I know? Some old flame, she said.
An old flame?
What's this all about? Is something wrong?
Well, it depends on your viewpoint, Mrs. Donovan. It's this way.
It's Julie, look, let's keep a level head, shall we? Mrs. Donovan, you're sure that's the last time you saw Tuesday around 5?
Well, I heard her after that in her apartment.
All right. When?
Oh, around midnight, I guess. I heard her moving around in there, and I thought I'd get my iron back, so I knocked, but she didn't answer.
Moving around? You mean she was opening drawers and things, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mrs. Donovan, did you think it was strange when she didn't answer?
In this department, you knock once and go about your business.
Well, it's too bad you weren't more curious, Mrs. Donovan. It wasn't Ellie McClure in her apartment. It was the old flame. The man who killed her.
Killed?
Julie, shut up.
What do you mean? She was killed.
Where's the key? I want to look in this apartment.
Oh, Halloran would love that.
Well, aren't we?
Without a warrant? No.
Miss McClure's dead, you say?
Yeah, she's dead. Here, Mrs. Donovan, it's $20. Keep this under your wig, understand? Let's go, Julie.
But I still think we ought to at least look in the apartment. After all,
Dead.
Joe, we might find something
Miss
very
McClure. I didn't know she was dead.
I don't know. Maybe the kid did have something, Walter. We had 2.5 hours until the paper went to bed, so we stopped off at the top of the mark for a strategy session over a couple of scotch and sodas by one of the windows. Night had settled over the city. Market Street was a neon stripe now from Twin Peaks to the Embarcadero, and the bridge lights stretched from there across the bay like a string of yellow beads. Enough to make most girls sentimental, but not Julie.
It was murder, Joe.
Maybe.
Positively. I think I can put it together now.
Uh-huh. How does it go?
Blackmail.
It's always been good. Who and to whom?
Ellie and the old flame from Kansas City.
Kansas City? Why pick on
They
a town
found a
like
store label in one of her shoes.
Huh.
She knew him in Kansas City. They were mixed up in something crooked, maybe. Anyhow, she had something on him. Something big.
Then what?
Well, so she found him out here, maybe living under another name. And she needed money, badly. She decided to blackmail him. That's what she meant when she told me she'd either be rich or dead.
So she made a date with him, pressed up the party dress?
And he killed her. Then he went back and searched the apartment for anything that might connect the two of them. That's what Mrs. Donovan heard. How's that sound?
Pretty tired. They do it every month in the Black Mask magazine.
Oh, Joe, you're a cynic. He's somewhere down there right now, in that maze of buildings with murder on his conscience, wondering what's going to happen next, waiting for the axe to fall.
She was wrong, Walter. He was closer than that. His drink was sitting next to hers, and he was holding her hand, wondering when her 16-cylinder intuition would come up with the clincher. The clincher that Joe Cathcart, Pulitzer Prize winner with a rich wife in Hillsborough and a garage full of Cadillacs. Joe Cathcart put that dowdy blonde in her place on the third slab from the end in the city morgue. Yeah, Walter, I was the old flame.
We will continue with Act Two of Hollywood Star Playhouse in just a moment.
Though there are more graduate nurses in service than ever before, constantly increasing needs for nursing personnel, including the growing requirements of the armed forces, have created a demand for still more. The opportunity for a professional education and the chance of working with leaders in their community and serving humanity awaits thousands of alert girls who choose nursing as their career. If you are a young lady seeking a future with meaning, go to your nearest hospital for information about the career of a graduate nurse.
Now, Act Two of An Obit for Joe, starring Mr. Barry Sullivan.
Yes, Joe, it was murder. And he's down there somewhere, waiting for the axe to fall. Joe, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing. How about another drink?
I beg your pardon, sir.
Oh, what is it, waiter?
There's a gentleman who'd like to talk to you, sir.
Gentleman, where?
Other side of the bar.
Oh, yes, I see him. I'll be right back, Julie. Bring the lady another drink, will you?
Yes, sir.
This a coincidence?
Nope. Drink?
Thanks, no.
I saw you and the dame go into the apartment.
Sticking around pretty close, Bert.
Well, in my business, it pays. You find things out that way.
So what?
So I better set you straight on what your $5,000 bought you.
Why don't you get up on a stump?
No, don't get nervous. There's no one around. Yet. That money got you dead blonde. Didn't buy you a newspaper scoop.
You think I'm crazy?
Well, I didn't. Till I saw you at the apartment.
It's the kid over there. She jumped in with both feet.
Well, pull her out. By the neck if you have to. How much does the landlady know?
She heard you around midnight.
Me?
Yeah. Snooping around, opening drawers.
Well, she's lying. I never went back.
You what?
I didn't have to. Ellie had a purse with her, big purse. There were letters, a couple of snapshots, marriage license. So if you think you can hang this on me and stay clean yourself, think again.
That works both ways,
Oh, I'm happy with my $5,000. I won't shake you down. But get this. Nothing in the papers, understand? If this ever hits page 1, my little brown bundle gets dumped in the lap of the DA.
If it ever gets going, it'll take more than me to stop it.
Well, you better try, Joe. You better try. So long, Joe.
I watched him walk out like he owned me, which he did. Turn and give me a wink as he stepped into the elevator. I beat my head there for a minute trying to figure out the next move, but there just wasn't any. And it was a waste of effort anyway because Julie made the next move. When I got back to the table, she was gone.
Joe, where is she? Julie? Who else? Well, don't jump down my throat. I thought she was with you.
I asked you a question, Walter. Where is she?
Out burning up the street somewhere. Hey, the kid's great, Joe. She called me about the landlady.
She's crazy. Who, the landlady? Both of them. Did she mention the landlady was drunk? Huh? Sure. Her name's Donovan. I've seen her at night court half a dozen times on drunk and disorderly raps. She's one of those crazy characters who'll do anything to get her name in the paper.
You think she's lying?
I know she's lying. The minute she found out we were from the Times, she shot off like a phonograph. Invented that cock and bull story about Ellie McClure and the old flame and the iron and the dress. Waller, I'll make a bet with you. $50 says Ellie McClure isn't even dead.
What?
Look, you've only got the kid's word the blonde is the McClure dame. You want to go out on a limb, Waller? Smear it all over page one and have McClure turn up laughing?
Well, sit down. City desk done. Huh? Really? Good girl. Good girl. Phony, huh?
What is it? Well?
Joe, my boy, Julie's at Pier 23. She's got a witness. A guy who saw another guy pull up at the foot of the pier at 9 Tuesday night and dump something big in the water.
Jimmy Randolph, his name was. A merchant seaman, and she had him staked out in a little bar on the Embarcadero. I found him leaning over a beer alone. You Jimmy Randolph?
That's right.
Joe Cathcart, Times.
Oh, yeah, she said you'd be along.
Oh, she did? Where is she?
Said she had an errand uptown. I guess she went the dope on Tuesday night, huh?
Yeah, you told her you saw a guy pull up in a car.
Yeah, I had a couple of drinks at the bar here. Walked out about 9. Saw this car pull up across the way. Didn't pay much attention. Then a guy got out and opened one of the rear doors and hauled out something.
Couldn't make out what it was, could you?
Well, might have been a body.
It might have been a sack full of rubbish, too, mightn't it?
Well, I don't know.
Say, Jimmy, you're a seafaring man, aren't you?
Maybe, President Monroe.
Doesn't pay too well, does it?
What's on your mind, pal?
Well, it just happened to hit me, Jimmy. If you were to suddenly decide it was a sack of rubbish instead of a body, you might find a stray $500 bill in your duffel bag tomorrow morning.
Are you kidding?
Okay. Let's make it 1,000. How's that?
Oh, holy criminy. What a chump I've been working my head off on the ship. All I got to do is sit here and I got it made.
Hi, Cathcart.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
You must be in good form tonight.
Funny man.
Some people think so. Who are you?
Jimmy Randolph.
Oh, yeah. You're the one who saw the body go into the bay, right?
We were just talking about...
Shut up. You say you were in here for a couple of drinks Tuesday night and saw it happen on your way home. You right, Randolph?
More or less.
Mostly less. Tuesday was election day. This joint was closed. How much did he pay you to say that?
Pay me? Him?
Yeah.
Look, Lieutenant, I haven't...
Anything for page 1, huh,
Lieutenant,
Joe?
I tell you, I had nothing to do...
Don't hand me that. We got it all from the landlady at the Foxwell Apartments. Hornrim slipped her a C-note for the performance.
What?
When Mrs. Donovan found that it involved a dead girl, she got scared and called us.
Wait a second. Randolph. Randolph, did she...
Okay. It was 150. So what?
Why, that little...
You mean this wasn't your idea, Joe?
Randolph, where is she? Where did she go uptown?
I can help you there. We found her waving a handful of bills under the nose of the tenant next door to Ellie McClure. She's out in the car.
Hello, Joe.
All right. How much of it was true?
Well, she did come into the department and place the ad.
Yeah, what else?
That's all. Well, I had to take it from there, Joe. Too bad, isn't it? We would have had such a tremendous, big, wonderful scoop.
Scoop? Why, you knuckle-headed... Where's the phone? Oh.
Times City desk done.
Walter, this is Joe.
Well, I got news for you, baby. The kid came up with a play-by-play account of what happened when the guy called for Ellie. It seems the tenant next door heard them.
Kill it.
Kill it? Why?
It blew up like I said it would. They're bought and paid for, all of them. She did it with a little bankroll.
Huh? You mean Julie?
I mean Julie.
No.
say it ain't so, Joe.
He's sitting out in the squad car right now. If they feel like it, they can file bribery charges against us. So kill the whole thing, understand?
Joe, I can't.
You can't. Why not?
The paper went to bed an hour early. We're on the street.
His name was Bert, Walter. That's all I knew. I'd found him in a pool room in North Beach. Took me 10 minutes to get there. I shook up a wino sleeping in the doorway. Yeah, he knew Bert. Used to drive a taxi for the Green Cab Company. Oh, you did it up round, Walter. There was a newsboy on every corner along the way, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Mystery Beauty keeps date with killer." 10 more minutes gone. The dispatcher at the Green Cab Company remembered Bert. Albert Bracamonte, his real name was. I found it in the phone book. A dingy walk up on Fillmore Street. Bert! A drab, dark stairway lit by a single naked bulb led from the street up to the second floor. Felt empty, like no one had lived there for a long time. The door was open. I went in. Stupid? Yeah, I guess so. But all I could think of was the brown bundle, wondering if he'd jumped the gun, hoping it wasn't stuck under the DA's door. There was a broken-down dresser in the corner, a nightstand, and a closet. If it was here, it'd be in one of the three. I started on the dresser.
You rat, you dirty, stinking rat.
Wait a minute, Bert. You got it wrong.
I got it right, Joe. I got it right.
Bert, no, don't! Oh. Give me that gun. Wait, no, you don't. Let go of my... There.
Don't do it, Joe. Don't do it.
That's it, Walter. Final, thrilling chapter in the life of Joe Cathcart, boy reporter. Give my love to the boys, huh?
Joe, I don't know what to say.
Don't be too hard on horn rims. You know, looking back at it now that it doesn't matter one way or the other, the kid is great.
Joe, can I...
Straighten her out, Walter. Hold her down a little, and you'll have a great reporter.
Joe!
Barry, after a finish like that, it's almost a surprise to have you here at the microphone again. But I'm glad you are, because it gives us a chance to thank you for a great performance.
The pleasure was all mine, Orville, even though I did have to die in the end. But don't forget these live characters around here. Mary Jane Croft, Will Wright, Ted Von Elst, Jane Morgan, Frank Gustel, and Sheldon Leonard. Thanks, folks.
Thanks again, Barry. Tonight's play was written especially for Mr. Sullivan by Harold Swanton, with music by Basil Adlam. The entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. And now, here is the star of next week's thrilling story on Hollywood Star Playhouse, Miss Claire Trevor.
The stillness is deathly. Outside our windows, the sea heaves in thick, syrupy swells. A sea of vengeance. And racing towards us from below the dark horizon, the wave, waiting for us if we try to escape. And our only hope, the launch, is baited with exploding death.
Claire, you have us on the edge of our seats already, and we won't miss the wave next week. Thanks. On tonight's program, all characters and incidents were fictitious, Any similarity to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. And now, this is Orville Anderson saying good night for Hollywood Star Playhouse.
This is Barry Sullivan again, reminding you that our good friend Ted Mack is coming your way next on ABC with his original amateur hour. It's a grand show. I hope you'll all stay tuned.
Transcribe.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
You're still sleeping, and it's a deep, peaceful sleep. The Smiths of Hollywood was a short-lived situation comedy starring Jan Ford, Brenda Marshall, Harry Von Zell, and Arthur Treacher. It ran from 1946 to 1947 and told about a family headed by Hollywood attorney Bill Smith and their British uncle Cecil. In Honesty in a Used Car, Cecil tries to buy a car, and the rest of the episode is a hilarious tale about his bad luck dealing with a car salesman. It aired on April 18th, 1947. Next is Storm in a Teacup from the Ford Theater, which ran from 1947 to 1949 and did dramatic adaptations of plays, books, and movies. This episode is a comedy about a small-town reporter who tries to bring down the town's corrupt and egotistical mayor, who's running for re-election. It stars Les Tremayne, Adelaide Klein, Wendell Holmes, and several others in supporting roles. A really great story with a very heartwarming ending. And then our last show is The House on 56th Street from Warner Brothers Academy Theater. This show only ran for a few episodes in 1938, but it was extremely well written and acted. It was created as a forum to showcase new and upcoming stars from Hollywood, and each episode was a dramatic adaptation of a Hollywood motion picture. In this episode, based on the 1933 film, a woman is wrongly convicted of a murder that she didn't commit and spends 20 years in prison. When she finally is released, her husband has died and her daughter has been told that she is also dead. It stars Sheila Bromley, Kay Winters, and Margaret Lindsay. This is a wonderfully written adaptation with incredible voice acting. Even if you've never seen the film, this radio version of the story will mesmerize you with its emotional and tragic plot. And now, continue to wander peacefully in your dreams.
From Hollywood, California, we offer The Smiths of Hollywood. Greetings from the Smiths, ladies and gentlemen, portrayed as usual by Jan Ford as daughter Bumps,
Mom, did you hear the earthquake last night?
Brenda Marshall as Nancy Smith,
Earthquake, darling. That was Uncle Cecil coming home quietly from the Rosebud Bar and Grill.
Harry Von Zell as Bill Smith,
Yes, Uncle Cecil, what do you have to say for yourself this morning?
It wasn't my fault, William. I had a bottle of scotch and ran into some bad companions. 3 friends who didn't drink.
and that was Uncle Cecil from England, played by Arthur Treacher. Sit down, forget your problems, and enjoy a different half hour of radio, as introduced by the music of Charles Hathaway and the orchestra. But first, a word from the management. And now, without further noise and hubbub, the Smiths of Hollywood. First, meet Uncle Cecil.
Cecil, if you please. Greetings from Hollywood, the home of the smog-kissed oranges. Strange town this, you know, only place they don't talk about the housing shortage. With 2 families in every garage, they call it a garage shortage. Wonderful opportunities here, however. Every growing boy has a chance to make a fortune, either as a movie star or as an undertaker. And you know, you never can tell what will happen next in Hollywood. Yesterday I had an amazing stroke of fortune. I made $200 in 2 minutes. I almost lost it in 2 minutes also, by mentioning it to the family.
Garbage.
What a disrespectful way to talk about $200.
200? What? Uncle Cecil, where did you ever get such a wad?
I bet he stuck up a filling station.
Ooh, what a nasty example of a small human being.
Let me see that money. Uncle Cecil, did you fleece some veteran of $200?
You mean there are still veterans left with $200?
Never mind. How did you get that money, Uncle Cecil?
The most amazing thing happened, William. I was walking down the boulevard, you know where that broadcasting station is?
Yes.
When suddenly a long, hairy arm reached out and seized me.
A gangster?
Worse than that, the master of ceremonies on one of those radio quiz shows. Well, I was snatched inside, asked a few leading questions, and handed a bowl of goldfish.
Come to the point. How did you get $200?
Very simple. For every goldfish I ate, they gave me $10.
Gosh, how did they taste?
Well, with peanut butter, you'd be surprised. I must confess I never made $100 easier.
100, but you said you had $200.
I consider that second 100 hard-earned money. Goldfish, oh. I managed 18, got through 19, and even 20.
And then what happened?
I went off the gold standard.
Uncle Cecil, now that you're wealthy, I'd like to remind you that there's an IOU in my piggy bank for $3.28.
What do I care where you keep your IOUs?
And that reminds me, you said last week if you ever got any money, you'd help me with the expenses. I'll give you 3 days to pay your board.
3 days? Fine. I'll take Christmas, Easter, and the 4th of July.
Now, just a minute. Before that money is all gone, Uncle Cecil, how about what you owe me?
I'm sorry, William. I won't be able to pay you this week.
That's what you said last week.
Well, I kept my promise, didn't I?
How about my piggy bank? I think anyone who would take advantage of a small child's trust should be prosecuted.
Ooh, what a vile child. Why don't you go outside and play with one of your little friends?
I only have one little friend, and I hate him.
Uncle Cecil, don't dodge the issue. Now, how about your board bill?
I was happier when I was poor. You know, you remind me of a pack of vultures.
Vultures don't come in packs. You want to see the IOU you gave me for $45?
All right, a herd of vultures. I find nothing more boring than the old IOUs.
Who ever heard of a herd of vultures? And here in my wallet is another IOU, the one you signed last Saturday night.
William, no court of law should hold a man responsible for what he does on Saturday night. Is it a covey of vultures?
It's a covey of quail.
Oh.
Someday you'll want to borrow more money, too.
I never wanted to borrow money in the first place. Could it be a school of vultures or a bevy?
It's a school of fish and a bevy of grouse. Serves me right. If I see a penny of that money, I'll be lucky.
There, William, you're lucky. I say, would one say a flock, a gaggle of vultures?
A gaggle? The vultures don't come in gaggles.
Or what do vultures come in?
Politics. No, Uncle Cecil, I'm asking you now for the last time. Are you going to pay me?
No. Thank heavens we don't have to talk about that anymore.
I intend to collect that which is due to me if I have to carry it to the highest court in the land. Now, how about that IOU?
Take your hands out of my pocket, you ugly little growth. William, is that the real estate page? Pass it to me, will you? I'm thinking of investing in land.
Oh, Uncle Cecil, at California prices, $200 wouldn't buy you a mud ball.
Well, of course, on the other hand, I may buy a car. Are the new Cadillacs out yet?
You might be able to buy the horn.
Then I could go around blowing my own horn, couldn't I? Ha, 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 ha. I say that was rather foul, wasn't it?
Yes.
Listen, Uncle Cecil, what do you need 2 cars for? Mine and the one you're going to buy.
William, you speak as though I'd taken over your car. You use it almost as much as I do.
The only car you'll be able to buy for $200 these days is a kiddie car.
Oh, nonsense. Haven't you heard the announcements on the wireless? They're trying to give them away.
Oh.
No money down, no co-signers, no red ribbons.
Red ribbons?
Yeah.
In America, Uncle Cecil, we say red tape.
Oh, yes.
And listen, you mustn't believe everything you hear.
Why, yesterday I heard of a chap named Honest Al. Says he wants everybody to have a car. Says he promised his poor old mother before she died that he'd sell all his cars at a loss. Come in and make an offer.
I know, but listen, Uncle Cecil, I have heard plenty of times that a lot of these used car places are just rackets, run by a lot of crooks.
Honest Al, a crook?
Well,
How could a man who loved his mother so much be a crook?
Honest Al would probably sell you his mother if you made him an offer.
Yes, but what would I do with Honest Al's mother?
Seriously, Uncle Cecil, if you're really going to buy a used car, be sure to choose a reliable dealer.
Honest Al is reliable. He said so himself. You know, I think I'll go down and have a look at those cars he's selling at a loss. I prefer convertibles. Something not too flashy. Perhaps a conservative brown to go with my brown tweed suit.
Or something green to go with your complexion.
Ooh, what a vile child. I say, William, now that I'll be using the garage, you'd better think of something to do with your car. Cheerio. I guess that must be Honest Al's establishment there. I say, what a novel way to advertise. 3 bear traps hanging out in front.
Uncle Cecil, that is a junkyard. Honest Al's is on the other corner.
Why did you have to come along?
You might need a co-signer.
Now, you leave the business end to me. I know how to deal with these fellas. I don't want him to know I have all this cash.
I think you were awful smart to pin it to your underwear.
Oh, snap your bubble gum and be quiet. I say you, where would I find Honest Al?
What do you want with him?
Well, I'm thinking of making him an offer.
Oh, you want to buy a car? Well, come in, friend. Step right in.
Said the spider to the fly.
Yes, I was interested in your ad. About all those cars you must get rid of at a loss.
Well, I'm certainly delighted to meet your friend. And you too, little girl.
What an oily handshake.
I'm Honest Al. What's your name, little girl?
At school they call me Square Deal Smith.
Ha ha. So we want to buy a car, do we?
Do I look that stupid? He's the one who wants to buy a car.
What a cute little thing. Here, take this nickel and go buy yourself a lollipop. Don't hurry back.
What an oily nickel.
Now let's get down to business here, shall we? How much is that tan convertible?
Well, friend, that car's a good, clean job. The best buy in the lot. Was owned by an old lady who only drove around in her own backyard.
Well, now, how much is it, old boy?
Well, friend, Honest Al never haggles over money. Give me $3,000, you can drive it off the lot.
Yes, well, now, for $3,000, I ought to be able to fly it off the lot. My dear fellow, you're not serious, are you?
Well, make me an offer, friend.
$200.
My dear friend, you're not serious, are you? $200.
Why don't you two stop wasting each other's time? You're both serious.
I'm friend to tell you what I'm going to do. Come on over here behind this billboard. And now, there's something I don't show to everybody who comes in here, you know.
Really? I don't blame you. What is it?
What was it?
Go get your lollipop, small fry. Our friend, this beautiful car belonged to my mother. A sweet, dear old lady who never drove over 20. I have a special sentimental attachment for her.
Yes, well, now, how much is it without the special attachment?
My friend is the best buy in the lot. Of course, it needs a little paint. That's the original finish.
You're so right.
You know, I really wanted a convertible.
Oh, this is more fun. It's a collapsible.
Well, friend, would you like to start her up?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I would. Where's the starter?
Here's the crank.
Gee whiz, look at that thing with the bulb.
That's the horn. Why, just listen to that, friend. Beautiful. They don't make horns like that anymore.
No. I say those are odd-looking lights. How do you turn them on?
Simple. Just light a match to the wick. You never have to worry about the glare.
How do you dim them? Blow?
I say, this isn't one of those hot rod jobs, is it?
This one isn't even warm.
Didn't I give you a nickel for a lollipop? Now, friend, this car has another feature. A radio. I'll switch it on. There. Slip these over your ears.
Earmuffs on a hot day like this?
Those are earphones. Here, listen, I'll plug them into the dashboard.
And that was In My
Hathaway and his 23 musical delinquents. Now back to Skidoo Hathaway and his...
Here are your earphones back, Honest Al. I don't believe this is the car I want despite the radio. A later model, perhaps. How about that sedan over there?
That one? Ah, friend, that proves you know your cars. Why, that's the best buy on the lot.
Yes, you're fond of that sentence, aren't you? How much is that Best Buy?
Well, as a matter of fact, friend, I hate to sell that one. You see, I got the back seat rented out to a couple of veterans.
2 veterans live in the back seat?
Yes, a paratrooper and a whack. At first, one rented the front seat and one rented the back. But they decided to get married and save money.
God bless our happy sedan.
My friend, he used to have every car in the lot rented out, but the government is ruining business.
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
Well, the Veterans Housing Project. My tenants got to demanding all the conveniences of a Quonset hut. I tell you, friend, the government shouldn't interfere with free enterprise.
Were you in the war, Honest Al?
I certainly was. Why?
I was just wondering which side you fought on.
People like you ought to be investigated.
No friction, please now. Honest Al, how much is that car?
Well, friend, to tell you what I'm going to do. Let's lay a cards on the table.
My dear chap, I'm not here to play gin rummy. How much is that car?
Well, let's be honest. How much do you intend to spend?
Well, I had in mind about $200.
Well, there's a coincidence, friend. That car you picked out. For $200, you can drive it off the lot. Why, the motor purrs like a cat. Furthermore, when you buy a car from Honest Al, you get a blanket guarantee.
Really? Well, I think I'll take the car.
Fine. Give me the cash and I'll get the formalities to sign.
Yes, if you'll pardon me, I'll get the cash.
Uncle Cecil, if you're smart, you'll leave that money pinned to your underwear.
Quiet, you little income tax deduction. Al, let's get the paperwork over with, shall we? I want to show off the car to my nephew. I say, Bunce, I got myself a bargain, didn't I? Ever ride in a better car?
I still don't believe it. You better knock on wood.
What is
Gee,
that?
this is a smart car. It's doing the knocking for you.
I say, what's coming off here?
Maybe the wheels are. You think we can make it home?
Oh, I say, listen to that.
Put it on automatic and let's bail out.
Well, thank heavens the car is guaranteed. Hang on, dear. We're going back to Honest Al's. But Al, dear Honest Al, we didn't get 2 blocks before the car broke down.
You were lucky. Your deal's a deal. Now quit bothering me.
And what about that blanket guarantee you mentioned?
Well, read it. It's just what it says. A blanket guarantee. It protects you from ravel, rip, moss, and the shrinkage at the dry cleaners.
Uncle Cecil, I think you've been had.
Bumps, I think we need a lawyer. Come on, let's go and consult your father.
Hey, good heavens. What was that?
I don't know. It came from the driveway. Look! It's Uncle Cecil. He must have bought a car.
Well, then what's he doing with that thing? Nancy, come on.
Well, hadn't I better take the fire extinguisher?
Uncle Cecil, are you all right?
None of your crude humor, William.
Where did you buy the flamethrower?
This was the best buy in the lot. Only $200.
I should have made you walk home.
It would have been a pleasure.
William, I'd like your legal opinion. I seem to be in a bit of a jam.
Uh-oh.
These papers that rascal had me sign, just what do they say?
Well, here, let me see them. Hereinafter referred to as, whereas party of the first part reads...
Bill. Bill. Why do legal documents sound like that? Why aren't they written in language people can understand?
Nancy, don't be silly. What would happen to us attorneys if we made contracts so just anyone could understand them? Oh, brother.
What's the matter now?
Honest Al. Guys like that ought to be shot.
Tell me what I signed.
What didn't you sign? You've got 2 years of payments. And at what an interest rate. Look at this. And insurance. Now, here's a new one. Hail insurance.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
I tried to warn you, Uncle Cecil.
What a jip this contract is. Even the fine print has fine print. And this guarantee. Now, there is a laugh.
William, I want you to help me send that scoundrel up the stream.
Did you tell him the car broke down right after you got off the lot?
I told him, all right.
Well, what did he say?
Well, he said, isn't it wonderful what a little sawdust will do for a transmission?
Yes.
And the highbinder had the nerve to say he'd buy the car back for $75.
He did. Well, listen, you had better take it. You'll lose your whole $200 if you miss one monthly payment.
Monthly payment?
Yes.
Oh, what have I done? What's so confoundedly funny?
A few minor expenses.
I say we won't let the chap get away with it, William, will we?
Well, Uncle Cecil, you can't help yourself. You're stuck, but good. You owe $290, and Honest Al seems to have his own finance concern.
Darling, if he's a crook, how can he stay in business?
Nancy, dear, I am just a lawyer. I don't write the laws. Uncle Cecil, if you can sell it back to that fellow for $75, believe me, take it.
And lose $125? Do you think I'm a fool?
Oh. In basic English, yes.
Ooh, that scoundrel is going to be sorry he crossed swords with me. Why, I was a scoundrel before he even ever thought of it. But I'm going to get my money back.
How, party of the first part?
Oh, you little homespun scarecrow, mind your own business.
Well, you better stick to goldfish, Uncle Cecil, and leave sharks alone.
I'm going to get my $200 back somehow. If I could find someone as dumb as I was...
That would be hard.
Yeah.
Maybe you ought to advertise. Honest Cecil, make me an offer.
I say, what an idea. William, is there any car paint around?
Oh, no. Listen, you are not going to doctor that thing up and sell it to some other innocent soul.
That thought had never occurred to me. I say, I think I'll look in the garage for some car paint.
Uncle Cecil, just because Honest Al is a crook...
Well, I might even double my money. Well, I'm off to the paint parts. Uncle Jimmy has got a beautiful...
Bill, darling, lunch is ready. Are Bumps and Uncle Cecil out in the garage?
I don't know. I'll look. Should be. She was helping him paint. Hey! The car is gone.
Impossible. They couldn't have driven off in that thunder machine without us hearing.
Well, they could have coasted down the driveway.
Uh-oh. William, old boy, will you come and tow me home?
Now, Nancy, that isn't particularly funny. Hello? Teacup Carry Tow Service. We've just gone out of business. Tow your own car home.
Hey, does Cecil Smythe live at this address?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Yes, he does.
Well, this is Honest Al. I've heard what he did with that car I sold him.
Well...
Now, if he'll come in, I'll be interested in making a deal with him. He knows my number.
Okay.
Who was it, darling?
Honest Al. Sounds like he wants to buy the car back, all right. Willikers, Uncle Cecil must have done a fine paint job. Hello?
Hello. This is the Daily Times. Could you tell us where to find Cecil Smythe? We want to get pictures and a story about his car for the evening edition.
Hello, this is Honest Al again. Look, tell that Smythe character I've got to see him at once. I want that car back.
From a drugstore at Sunset and Vine. Uncle Cecil, he's out in the car. I think you better come down right away. What's happening? Here, listen for yourself. Oh, you better hurry, Pop. Bring a tow rope and a writ of habeas corpus.
That mob. Hey, isn't that Uncle Cecil's car?
Yeah, parked right in the middle of the intersection.
Oh, look at him, standing on the hood.
What's he doing?
He's making a speech. listen to him.
Well, let me get in there closer. Hey, Nancy, look what he's painted in red letters on the side of his car. This is an Honest Al bargain.
Sawdust in the transmission.
Paper in the brake bands.
Monthly payments for 2 years. Honest Al belongs behind prison bars.
Gabriel, Steve, let's listen to what Cease is saying.
False advertising is the root of all evil. It lies, cheats, and bilks an innocent public out of its hard-earned savings. Honest Al? What a misnomer. Honest Al has made thousands by his false advertising. False advertising should have a coat of arms emblazoned on all its products. A smiling liar riding a guarantee rampant on a field of fine print with the legend beneath, cheat the buyer. I speak as one of the bilked. You see before you an orphan whose last cent went into this tiddy tangle of misrepresentation. And if you don't believe me, only examine this guaranteed car, which is broken down here in the intersection an hour after I bought it.
Uncle Cecil?
1 hour, that's all.
Uncle Cecil, listen.
Get away, child, you bother me. Let me tell you about Honest Al's blanket guarantee.
Uncle Cecil, I got a message from Honest Al. He says he'll take the car back.
Scramble, child.
He'll give you double what you paid if you'll just shut up and get off the street.
Beware of Honest Al's friendly credit terms. You'll go hungry for years. What did you say, child? Honest Al wants to buy the car back?
Yes, that's right.
Where is he?
He's on the outskirts of the crowd with his hat pulled over his face.
Oh, cowed, eh? Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received a communique from Honest Al himself. He's trying to buy my silence. Another man would be tempted to accept.
He's offering $400.
I accept. I say, advertising does pay, doesn't it?
Cecil, you baffle me. Half the time, you're as bad a scoundrel as Honest Al himself. Then all of a sudden, you come through with flying colors.
You certainly gave Honest Al a setback, Uncle Cecil. I hope it teaches him a lesson.
Gee willikins, Uncle Cecil. 400 smackers. That certainly proves honesty pays.
Yes, well, what are you going to do with the money? Pay us off, I presume.
Yes, how about that IOU in my piggy bank for $3.28?
You little vulture.
Yes. How about my collection of IOUs?
And how about what you borrowed from the food kitty?
You're a pack of vultures.
Vultures don't come in packs.
I don't want to go through that again.
No.
I tell you, I need this money.
Oh, now, you're not going to buy another used car, are you?
No, William. But I'm thinking of going into business.
What?
Square deal, Smythe, cars sold to the loss. Ho, ho! Make me an offer.
Oh, no.
This is the Ford Theater, an hour of radio drama presented by the Ford Motor Company, makers of Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln cars, and Ford trucks, tractors, and motor coaches. Today's play, Storm in a Teacup.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Howard Lindsay speaking on behalf of the management of the Ford Theater. The people who make a business of counting radio audiences, or trying to count them, tell us that ours is growing very nicely each Sunday. And so, for the benefit of several 100,000 newcomers who have dropped in on us today, perhaps I should repeat this salient fact about our program. Our plays from week to week are drawn from all the possible sources of dramatic material for radio. From the stage and the screen, from literature old and new, and from original work done especially for our use. Today's play, Storm in a Teacup, is a comedy. It began life in pre-Hitler Germany under the title Sturm in Wasserglas. Then an English playwright, James Bridie, changed the setting to Scotland, and the new play, called Storm Over Patsy, enjoyed successful runs in London and New York. Next, a fine English movie version was made. Upon the picture, Storm in a Teacup, our radio adaptation is based, with a setting in these United States. And that brings us down to date on Storm in a Teacup. Time, the present. Place, an American town we'll call Plainsfield. Plainsfield has a population of some 10,000 souls, more or less. More if you consult the local citizenry. Less if you look it up in the last census. Whatever the exact figure, Plainsfield is big enough to support a flourishing weekly newspaper, the Herald. And it is the Herald office and press room we are visiting now, in company with a young man who seems to be looking for the editor.
Your name, Burton?
That's right.
My name's Charlie Logan.
Glad to know you, Charlie.
You going to be working on the paper?
I applied for a job on the staff.
It ain't much of a staff, even for a weekly paper.
How many are you?
Well, counting you and me and Mr. Irving, the owner, 3.
Charlie, is that Mr. Burton out there?
Yeah.
Well, send him in.
Go on in.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Burton. This place is a madhouse today. 1,000 things to do, and I'm supposed to make 6 o'clock train to Washington.
Well, you've got exactly 18 minutes.
I've checked the references on the New York papers you gave me. It looks like you're the kind of reporter I can use.
And this is the kind of paper I've always wanted to work for. There's something about a small weekly newspaper.
The Plainfield Herald may be small by a big city standards, Burton, but it has a position of great trust among the people of this state.
Well, that's why I came to you for a job. I'm a little tired of working for big newspapers.
Good. Now, to begin with, I want you to do an article on the mayor of Plainsfield, William Gow. Feature story stuff. Give him a nice build-up.
Why?
What do you mean, why? He's the mayor of Plainsfield and our next governor.
Oh, it's in the bag, huh?
I think so. He's got Scarry backing him.
Who's Scarry?
You'd better check up on the political layout around here, Burton. George Scarry is the man people mean when they talk about candidates being picked in smoke-filled rooms.
Oh, sounds like quite a boy. I must get to know him.
You will, but first get to know Mayor Gow. I promised we'd give him a big spread in our next edition.
Okay. Gow for governor. I'll get right over to his office and have a talk with him.
No. Tell you what, he's presiding over a city council meeting at Town Hall tonight. Sit in on that. Then you'll get the personal interview tomorrow morning. Don't forget, make the story nice and friendly.
William Gow. That's not a pretty name, but leave it to me. I'll make our mayor positively lovable.
No, Harris, these campaign posters won't do it all. Pictures make me look too stern. I want a picture that'll make me look,
lovable?
Well, I'd hardly say that's the exact word, but I would like to look human.
Yeah. We'll take some new pictures first chance I get. How about the rest of the poster?
That's good. William Gow, loyalty and service to the people. Devoted loyalty, perhaps? No, that's redundant. Let it go the way it is, but do something about that picture. Tell the printer, whoever it is, to put a little more hair on my head. Retouch it a bit.
Yeah. How about a pompadour?
Don't be flippant. Let's take a look at the billboards. I hope that you...
Hello, Father.
Vicky, my dear.
Hi.
Harris, I don't believe you know my daughter. Victoria, this is Tom Harris, my campaign manager.
How do you do?
Glad to know you.
Victoria's been in England for the past year, Harris, working with the various European relief organizations. You don't know how I've been looking forward to having my little girl back home again.
I can imagine.
Well, that'll be all for now, Harris. I'll see you at the council meeting tonight.
Okay. Nice to know you, Miss Gow.
Goodbye, Mr. Harris. Talking of meetings, you might have met me at the station.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Vicky, but it was absolutely impossible. I've been so busy lately. You know I'm running for governor.
I know. I saw a few posters.
But you don't know why I'm running. You see, Vicky, these are exceptional times. They require exceptional measures and exceptional men.
Here.
Being mayor of Plainsfield is all very well in its way. I've done what I can for the place, tried to make it up to date. I have built them a new town hall, an amusement park, the only one in the county.
You have been busy.
They said in the Plainsfield Herald I'm the best civic administrator in the state.
I'm sure you're a great success.
Well, thank you, Vicky. I don't mind telling you that my chances for election are very good. George Scarry is coming for dinner tomorrow night.
That should be dull.
Well, he's an important man, Vicky. And you'll note that he comes to see me. I don't go to see him.
This may mean big things for you, Father.
There's no saying how big it may be. If I become governor, a time may come when I may be, well, Scary told me that I might possibly find myself running.
Mr. Gow, Your Honor, excuse me for breaking in this way, but I've got to see you.
Who are you? What do you want here?
Honoria Hegarty is my name, Mr. Mayor, Your Honor. The same who lives down at the corner of Fleet Street and River Place, over the butcher shop. If I seem to be out of breath, it's because I ran every foot of the way.
Get out of here this instant. Who let you in?
What's the trouble, Mrs. Hegarty?
It's me Patsy, me darling Patsy. And him as innocent as a newborn angel.
What's he done, Mrs. Hegarty? Has he been arrested?
Arrested, is it? The police have got him in the jailhouse, and they've probably beaten him half to death. Him that hasn't got a vicious bone in his body. Oh, Mr. Mayor, Your Honor, 'tis you that has the power to tell him to give Patsy back to me.
Get out of this house before I have you arrested. How dare you walk into my home and make a scene like this? Now get out.
But, Mr. Mayor, Your Honor, listen to me.
Out now.
Oh, it's a massacre, that's what it is. It's thieving. It's a poor widow woman, no rights at all. Mr. Mayor, please.
And don't you ever dare annoy me this way again. As mayor of the city of Plainsfield, I hereby call to order this special meeting of the city council. Secretary will read the order of business on the agenda.
Item 1, the matter of new equipment for the street cleaning department.
We'll table that till next meeting. Go on.
But, Mr. Mayor...
I said we'll table it. Next item.
Appropriation for repairs to the roof of the firehouse.
Mayor, I personally investigated the extensive damage to the roof, and I think...
That's your trouble, Mr. Hodges. You think too much. Appropriation denied. Next item on the agenda.
Excuse me, miss. May I put my overcoat on the seat next to you?
Oh, of course.
Thank you. I have to take notes up here in the gallery, and an overcoat draped across my knees makes it a little difficult.
One moment, Mr. Warren.
I'm sorry.
I place the name of George Wilson in nomination.
Mr. Mayor, it's out of order for anyone but the council members themselves to nominate.
All in favor, George Wilson?
Aye. Point of order, Mr. Mayor. You can't nominate
Will you
a
be
candidate.
seated, Mr. Ward? I have suggested George Wilson.
That Mayor Gow is a little dictator, isn't he?
Please be quiet. I'm trying to listen.
Sorry.
An application from Sam Ross, night watchman at the city hall, for a raise of $2 a week.
What grounds?
Same grounds as last year. His wife has had a pair of twins.
Not again. Application denied. We grant the application. We're only asking for a fourth set of twins.
May I ask what you're doing at a city council meeting?
I'm interested in my city government.
It looks like Mayor Gow runs this city single-handed.
Will you please be quiet?
Sorry.
Vote, Mr. Mayor.
We'll table the matter, Mr. Ward. Now, gentlemen, we'll take up my plan for building a new wing on the Plainsfield Civic Auditorium. You've been given copies of the memorandum I drew up, and I'm sure you'll agree that the Gow Auditorium, as I like to think of it, can
The
become
nerve of him. Builds it and names it after himself. I'm beginning to hate that man.
More urgent building projects that we...
Of course, you gentlemen may not consider it appropriate to call it the Gow Auditorium. Do I hear any other suggestions?
They wouldn't dare.
None. Well, in that case, let's examine these sketches that I've made here. Now, the entrance...
May I have my coat? While lovable Mr. Gow talks about the entrance, I'll make an exit.
Good morning, Dad. I didn't think I'd find you up so early.
Oh, good morning, Vicky. I'm up early every morning these days. Any more coffee in that pot?
Mm-hmm. Here you are.
Oh, thank you. That council meeting last night lasted until after midnight. This morning I've got to see a reporter from the Herald. I'm speaking at the Women's Club at noon. I tell you, Vicky, politics is hard work.
Only until you're elected.
Vicky, that's when my real work will begin. But I'll be happy to sacrifice my personal comfort for the good of the people. A man in public life cannot know the pleasure of leisure, of relaxation.
Yes, I know, Daddy. It's only 9 o'clock now. Your speech isn't scheduled until noon.
Vicky, I don't think you appreciate the responsibility that I...
Mr. Mayor, Your Honor, I've got to see you.
Mrs. Hegarty, are you back again? I thought that front door was locked.
I came round the back way. Mr. Mayor, Your Honor, if you don't help me, Patsy, I'll kill myself by suicide. That I will.
Mrs. Hegarty, of course my father will help Patsy, but what is it? What did he do?
He did nothing at all. He's an angel, him with his curly hair and blue eyes. But if he goes, I go too. Up to the heavens above with the blessed saints. And it'll all be your fault, Mayor Gow.
Mrs. Hegarty, I warn you, if you don't get out of here this instant...
Now, just a minute, Father. Mrs. Hegarty, calm yourself. Perhaps if we went down to police headquarters to see Patsy...
They won't let me in to see him. Oh. Only 4 years old he is, and they've got him locked up in the cellar like a criminal.
Only 4 years old, and he's been arrested? Oh, perhaps if we talk to him...
Sure, if we talk to him, he'll bark at you.
Bark at us?
Mrs. Hegarty, the case of your dog is closed once and for all.
Dog? You told me it was about your son.
No, I ask you, did I ever tell you anything of the kind? Not but what he's like a son to me. And now they're going to kill him in the gas chamber.
Oh, kill a little dog nonsense.
Pay the fine. They'll give Patsy back to you.
Pay the fine, he says. Where's the likes of me going to get $25? Me barely scraping a living together at me newspaper stand. Ah, Mr.
Now,
Mayor,
Father,
Your
surely you can give Mrs. Haggerty a little leeway. Call police headquarters.
Victoria, please go upstairs. Let me handle this woman.
But, Father...
Vicky, I want you to go upstairs.
Very well. Don't worry, Mrs. Haggerty. My father will do something for you.
It's a darling gay you are, and may you find a kind and handsome husband.
Now then, do you know what I'm going to do, Mrs. Haggerty?
What, Your Honor?
I threw you out once before, and I'm going to do it again.
How do you do, Mr. Gow? My name is Burton. Mr. Irving asked me to do an article on you.
Yes, I know. Sit down. Get your notebook out.
Well, Mr. Gow,
Will you stop jumping around like a French poodle? Sit down. Stagnation in public life.
I beg your pardon?
I'm dictating. Take it down.
Well, don't I take notes and then write it up?
Write it up?
Put it into English.
Don't be impertinent. And kindly put down exactly what I say. Are you ready? During Mayor Gow's term of office in Plainsfield, he has scrupulously maintained the principle that all people, great and small, are equal.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say something?
No, nothing. Go on.
William Gow is concerned with the well-being of every individual in the community. To William Gow, great and small alike can bring their problems, confident that he will do all in his power to assist them. It is his firm belief that...
Mr. Mayor, Your Honor.
Look very good in print, wouldn't it?
Not from a would-be governor.
No, of course not. Well, let's get back to the article for the Herald. Where was I?
Well, let's see. You were saying the great and the small can bring their problems to William Gow, and he will do all in his power to assist them.
Oh, yes. And it can be truthfully said that no man has ever been more anxious to lend a helping hand, to give aid and comfort when needed, to show by word and deed that he is truly a friend of all the people in time of need. Yes, William Gow's love for his fellow man is exceeded
There you are, Charlie. Feature story on Mayor Gow.
Okay.
Well, don't stand there reading it. Start setting it up in type. We go to press in 20 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Burton, you only started working here yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, why?
You ain't going to be working here tomorrow.
Why not?
Oh, on account of this. You really want the Herald to print this story on Mayor Gow?
I didn't write it just to practice typing.
Now, look, Mr. Irving owns this paper, and he's a very good friend of the mayor's.
I see what you mean.
I'm only a printer, Mr. Burton, but I think you're cutting your throat by writing this.
Not Mr. Gow's throat?
His, too. But don't you care about yours?
Charlie, a long time ago, some bright fellow said that truth is a two-edged weapon. Sometimes it kills the man who uses it and the man he uses it on.
So?
So set up this copy in a manner befitting our great mayor. A front-page spread for lovable Willie Gow.
Look where you're going.
Why don't you watch the light? You almost ran me over. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Remember me? I sat next to you at City Council meeting last night.
I remember.
Well, now that you've almost run me over, the least you can do is give me a lift to where I'm going.
Well, all right, hop in.
Lucky you've got good brakes. I guess I was jaywalking.
Oh, no, it was my fault.
Oh, it was my fault, I insist. Next time it can be your fault. Well, what's that building over there?
The Civic Auditorium.
Oh, yes, the one Mayor Gow built. Wonder why he's so proud of it. It's a monstrosity.
I think it's lovely.
And that little mass of bricks shaped like a mushroom is the library, I take it?
That's what it says in great big letters over the door.
The William Gow Public Library. He's a modest fellow, isn't he?
Well, he gave the money to build it.
He probably had more than enough left over from the profits of the Civic Auditorium job.
You don't think much of Mayor Gow, do you?
I think, briefly, that he's a louse.
Now, just a moment.
Oh, now, I know he's the man you probably voted for, but we all make mistakes. Fact is, the man is a disgrace to this very nice little town.
Well, You're new here, but you know exactly what's going on, don't you? You haven't been influenced by any chance by that article in the Herald this morning.
A little. I wrote it myself.
Personally, I think that... Did you write that vicious, disgusting trash?
With my own 2 little typing fingers.
Oh! Get out of this car.
Now, wait a second. What are you getting so burned up about? I wrote the article about Gow, not you.
May I introduce myself? I'm Victoria Gow, Mayor Gow's daughter.
You're his... Oh, you're kidding. I mean, of all the people in this town...
Are you going to get out of my car, or shall I yell for help?
No. Just wait and listen. I'm not backtracking on a word of that interview. I really meant it when I said your father is a hypocrite and a political hack.
What?
But you've got to understand why I wrote what I did.
You slandered him. You know that, don't you? What harm has he ever done to you?
To me? No harm. It's hard to explain.
No decent action is ever hard to explain.
Perhaps not.
You don't mean to say that idiotic business about the dog.
You think it was idiotic?
It's so small.
Oppression is never small.
No, but this doesn't make sense. You'll lose your job. You'll never get another one. And all because you got sentimental about a silly old woman and her mongrel dog.
Well, wouldn't you have?
I did. I mean, why did you do it? What sort of a man are you, anyhow?
Did you ever know a decent sort of man who could tell you straight off what sort of a decent man he was?
I've never known a man who did the mischief you've done for no reason at all.
Look here, if you really want to know, I'll tell you something I've never... No, wouldn't do any good. Goodbye. I guess I'd better take the bus after all.
Oh, wait. Tell me.
Well, when I was a kid, I lived at the foot of a steep hill. Wagons used to go up the hill with heavy loads. Sometimes the horses couldn't take the load, and then the drivers hit them. On their flanks, their bellies, their eyes, and nostrils. One day I couldn't stand it. I was scared out of my shoes, but I went for one of the drivers. He just put the flat of his hand against my face and sent me spinning into the gutter. I was only a little kid. So I said to myself, when you grow up, you'll hit out. Every time, no matter what it costs.
And you've done that?
Yes. Well, here comes a bus.
No. Let me drive you. I don't know where you're going, but I'm going that way, too.
We await with some pleasure the return of Mayor Gow to Plainsfield, where a storm is brewing and things are ready to break wide open in Act 2. In the meantime, a familiar figure emerges from the wings. This is Kenneth Banghart, who speaks for the Ford Motor Company.
In the 44 years since the first Ford cars began rolling over the roads, millions and millions of Americans have learned from their own experience that Ford cars mean dependability and economy. Millions have come to expect remarkable performance as a matter of course when they own a car made by Ford. However, quite often, Ford owners take the trouble to write the Ford Motor Company about the way their cars have served them. Recently, Mr. J.R. Kuntz of Nashville, Tennessee, took time off from his electrical repair business to write about his experience. I started using Ford in Model T days, he wrote, and they get better each year. My present car is my 24th Ford and the best I've ever owned. I've driven this car 40,000 miles, and outside of gas, oil, and lubrication, I've not spent one nickel on it. I average 20 miles to the gallon on trips and 18 miles to the gallon on city driving. I never add oil between changes. And Mr. Kuntz concluded, my Fords have always served me dependably and economically. I'm looking forward to the delivery of my new Ford, which will be my 25th. That's typical of the letters the Ford Motor Company has been receiving for 3 generations now. Typical of the way owners of Ford products feel about their cars. Typical of the performance Ford products give. You can depend on Ford. Act 2 of Storm in a Teacup will be heard after a brief pause for station identification.
The Ford Theater, Storm in a Teacup, Act 2. Scene: the very small apartment of Mrs. Honoria Hegarty, the same who lives down at the corner of Fleet Street and River Place over the butcher's shop. Mrs. Hegarty is alternately sipping a cup of strong tea and murmuring strong words against the heartless men who have stolen her Patsy away. For Patsy, unlucky dog, is still in jeopardy. A visitor arrives.
Come in. Me place is a mess, but come in anyway. Well, now, Mrs. O'Connell. And what brings you here this hour of the morning?
To see excitement all over town. That's what, Mrs. Hegarty. You're famous.
Whatever are you talking about?
Here, look at this week's Herald. Read yourself.
Here, let me... Well, now, the saints be praised. If that isn't my own name all over the page in letters the size of a great whale itself that swims in the wide ocean.
Will you listen to this now?
Let's hear.
'Tis high time our local bumbles learn to administer the law with decency. And what's a bumble, will you tell me?
Well, what do you know? And listen to this, Mrs. O'Connell. It was beneath the mayor's dignity to set her mind at rest. It wasn't beneath his dignity to kick her out of doors.
This dull bully loves to make a grand parade of his principles. They're not good enough for us, and neither is he.
Come back later. I'm busy. Oh, no. I mean, come in. Oh, it's so excited I am. I don't know what I'm saying. Come in.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Hegarty.
Oh, Officer McKinney. Mrs. O'Connell, this is a brave policeman who took Patsy away from me unarmed and single-handed.
Oh, now, Mrs. Hegarty, I was only following orders.
Well, you sure started something, I'll tell you that, Mr. McKinney. You've seen the paper, no doubt.
I certainly have. Did you go to the newspaper office to tell your story?
Of course not, you numbskull. Can't you read? This reporter fellow was in the house when I came to see Mayor Gow. May the devil look him straight in the eye. The mayor, that is, not the reporter.
Well, there's a fellow who'll be looking for a job soon. The reporter, that is, not the mayor. Nobody in this town criticizes Gow and gets away with it.
Well, now, if that's all the news you've come to bring me, there's the door, McKinney. Take yourself and your uniform right out of here.
Oh, no, wait, Mrs. Hegarty. I just came by to give you some information. Unofficially, of course.
What's that?
If Patsy's license fee and the fine aren't paid within 48 hours, they're going to...
McKinney, are you telling me that they're going... Oh, no, they couldn't do that to me, Patsy, me baby, me love.
Well, that's the law, Mrs. Hegarty. I thought I ought to warn you.
Where's me shawl? Oh, Mrs. O'Connell, you're sitting on it. Get up, woman.
Oh, now, Mrs. Hegarty, calm yourself. Where are you running off?
Out of me way. I've got to see Mayor Gow again. He's got to give me a little more time. I'll plead with him. I'll get
you
down
can't see him, Mrs. Hegarty. He's out of town.
Oh.
Won't be back until time for his political meeting tonight. And he'll be too busy to talk to you then.
I know what I'll do. I'll go see that reporter fella, the one who wrote the article. He'll think of something. He's educated. He'll help a poor widow woman. Oh, Patsy, me darling, don't despair. Your mother will save you, no matter what.
Harris, this rally was supposed to get started at 9 o'clock. The hall is jammed, but where's Gow?
Oh, sit down and keep quiet, Irving. He'll get here.
I just called the station. His train came in 10 minutes ago. He ought to be here any minute.
I suppose he hasn't seen this week's Herald?
No, don't you mention it to him before his speech. The second he gets here, hustle him onto the platform and let him start talking.
He's going to find out about that article you ran, Mr. Irving.
I didn't run it, Miss Gow. I was out of town, and I gave the assignment to Burton, the new reporter I hired. Oh, will I take care of him first chance I get. I'll fire him so fast and so far he'll never be able...
Hello, everybody. Vicky, Harris. Hello, Irving. Great night, eh?
There's a tremendous crowd in the hall, Father.
Come on, Mr. Mayor. We can't keep him waiting any longer. We can get to the stage through this side door. Too big a mob out there.
You got your speech all set?
Of course. I didn't like the opening the way you wrote it, Harris, so I rewrote most of it.
Naturally.
Do you hear that? Hear them?
So they're calling for their Willie, eh? Well, they shall have their Willie. Who's going to introduce me tonight?
I will. Come on, the crowd's getting restless. I'll give you a very brief introduction.
Yes, well, not too brief, but, well, you know. I'll come out just as soon as you mention my name.
Okay.
Good luck, Father.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know you have been waiting patiently to hear tonight's principal speaker. He needs very little introduction from me. After all, you all know him. So I will only say that there is no one who has done more for Plainsfield than Mayor Gow. And tonight I want you to show him what you really think of him in your hearts. As Robert Burns so wisely said, Oh, want some power the gift to give us to see ourselves as others see us. Yes. Now, you can give your mayor the power to see himself as you see him tonight. I give you Willie Gow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think I may call you my friends. I'm sure I may call you my friends.
What's the matter with him, Irving? Keep talking.
We live, my friends, in exceptional times, and such times require exceptional measures. Ah, my friends! What is needed today is a firm hand at the helm. A man who will go on and up and up. On and up, keeping always before him the best interests of the whole community.
Oh, where can he be? With his tail cut short and his ears cut long. Oh, where can he be?
Order! Order! Mr. Irving, what's the meaning of this?
I haven't any idea, Mr. Gow.
I'm getting out of here. There's something very strange about this, and I intend to find out what it is.
Father, will you please stop pacing up and down that way?
You keep out of this, Vicky. Mr. Irving, I told you to have Burton here in your office at 10 o'clock. It is now 10:15.
He'll be here. I sent Charlie Logan to get him. Now, Mr. Gow, you understand I had nothing to do with the article. I was out
You
of town.
told me that 20 times. Where's Burton?
If you'd done the right thing, Father, you'd have paid that woman's fine yourself. It's all so trivial.
Trivial. Look at this. Look at this on the front page of the New York Bulletin.
Oh, this is awful. Political candidate barked down at town hall rally.
They think that's funny.
What's going to happen tonight at your dinner for George Scary?
Oh, Scary. I forgot about him. Where is Burton? I'll break that fella.
You'd better be careful, Father. I don't think you know Mr. Burton.
Are you defending him, Victoria? Before I'm through with him, he's going
Good morning, gentlemen. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, Miss Gow.
I'm on the welcoming committee.
Mr. Burton, I'm going to ask you a few questions. And I'd advise you to stick to the truth.
Is this the headquarters of the Gestapo?
You'll find out where you are.
Soon enough.
Burton, how much did they pay you?
What are you talking about?
You needn't act so innocent. We know who's backing you, Burton.
What exactly was it worth to you?
Go on, man, speak. The opposition paid you to get that muck into the Herald.
And you were in back of that riot at Town Hall, too?
The plot unmasked, eh?
So you don't deny it?
I wouldn't spoil your fun.
It'll be no fun for you. You're going to sweat for this.
Look here, I came here of my own free will because I thought I'd help you out of your mess, though heaven knows why I should. But after your childish insinuations...
Wait, you see this? This is withdrawal of the statements in your article. I'll read it to you. I, the undersigned...
You needn't bother.
Of course not. It's quite an order. Just sign here at the bottom.
Are you serious?
What do you mean?
No.
What do you mean, no?
You mean you refuse?
That's what I'm trying to convey.
But why not?
Because every word of what I wrote is true.
Burton, do you know what this lets you in for?
No, and I don't care.
You can consider yourself fired.
I considered myself that yesterday, Mr. Irving.
You won't find another job. We'll see to that.
I'm sure you will.
You realize this means an action for
slander.
Slander?
And not only civil action, but criminal proceedings.
And 10 years in jail and 20 lashes 3 times a day. I don't care. Mr. Gow, I'll tell you this. You're not a bad fellow at heart, but you've got to remember one thing. The people of this country are the most patient on God's earth. They'll put up with humbug, hypocrisy, shilly-shallying, and hardship. They'll pull in their belts if they think it's their duty. They'll go to the 4 corners of the earth and be blown to bits if need be. But 2 things they will not stand. Bullying and cruelty. And if you've forgotten that, I'll make it my business to remind you. Hello, Miss Gow.
You haven't answered my question. May I come in?
If you want to.
You're, packing your clothes, I see.
You're very observant.
Where are you going?
Where people usually go after they've messed things up. Away.
What are you going to do?
Look for another job, I suppose.
If you can get one. What are you going to live on in the meanwhile? Have you any money at all?
Nope. Cigarette?
No, thanks. You may need them. Frank.
What did you say?
Well, don't get excited. I want to ask you something.
Yeah, but you called me Frank.
Well?
Well, that's my name.
So I thought.
It's the first time you've spoken my first name.
What about it?
It's the first time you've called me Frank.
Frank, listen. I want to...
Oh, well, here he is, gentlemen. Imagine, we looked all over town for him and never once thought of looking where he was sure to be right at home.
How are you, Burton? I'm Joe Phillips, Charter Chronicle, and this is William, Universal Press.
Hiya. Reporters, bless them. Oh, the way they've been writing down every word I've been saying, and the picture and everything. And now they want to talk to you, Mr. Burton.
Mrs. Haggerty, I've done what I can to help you. Now let's forget the whole thing.
Huh? Forget it. Say, are you out of your mind? This is the sweetest little human interest story we've had in 10 years.
We're going to plaster your name all over the country. A modern David fighting a political Goliath.
Go away.
Oh, and this is Her Honor the Mayor's daughter, gentlemen, Victoria Gow.
Hello. Hey, there's even a romantic angle. Whose side are you on, Miss Gow? Your father's or your boyfriend's?
Frank, this is ridiculous. Can't you...
Look, boys, give me a break. Lay off until tonight. Maybe I'll have a real story for you.
You mean after the dinner Gow is giving George Scary?
Yes, come back here at midnight. I'll give you the whole story then, okay?
Right. See you later. So long, Miss Gow.
Come on, Mrs. Haggerty. So long, Burton.
Come over to my house, gentlemen. I have a photograph of me beautiful Patsy that I'd like you to print in the paper. It was taken on his birthday.
Frank, why did you ask them to come back here after the dinner party?
I didn't want to talk to them now.
Oh, I was hoping you'd tell them that your attack on my father was all a mistake.
You know I'm right. You said so.
I never said you were right. I said your motives were. Frank, you've made your protest, and it was a fine thing to do.
Well, thanks.
After all, it's something in these days for anyone to risk his career for fair play, but there's no point in going on now. That's pig-headedness. It's as old as the pigs.
Did you come here to make a speech?
Frank, be generous.
What?
You gave Father a pretty hard blow. You've made him look foolish. The worst thing you could do to him. Why not call it a day?
But what about Patsy?
Well, put it this way. If he behaves decently to Mrs. Haggerty, you'll sign the statement withdrawing the article.
Supposing he won't.
He will.
He may break his word.
Then we'll both tell the world what we think of him.
Both? Then you're in this with me.
Yes.
Oh, it's a deal, Vicky.
All right, talk fast, Mr. Burton. I have some very important guests inside. We're about to have dinner.
I would have come at another time, Mr. Gow, but this is urgent. It's about Mrs. Haggerty.
What about Mrs. Haggerty?
Well, if you'll make amends to her for the way you've acted about Patsy, I'll sign a withdrawal of the article I wrote.
Apologize to Mrs. Haggerty? Are you crazy? Me apologize to that crow after the trouble she's caused me?
Well, all you have to do is admit that you acted hastily, give her an extension of time to pay the fine, and it's all over.
You have your nerve. I made a decision regarding that woman and her flea-bitten hound. It's going to stand.
Mr. Gow, I want you to be fair.
Fair? You're not giving orders to me, young man. You've lost your job in the paper. Now get out of my house before I have you kicked out.
Good night, Mr. Gow. Your political career, if I may say so, is rapidly going to the dogs.
Going to the dogs? What does he mean by that? Oh, he's put me in a fine mood to entertain Scary.
Father, who was that?
Oh, was there nobody important? There's a fellow asking for a charity donation. Have another drink, Mr. Scary?
Don't mind if I do. To your health, Miss Gow.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Scary.
Now you sit here, Mr. Scary. This chair is more comfortable.
Yeah, thank you. Now, about your adoption as official candidate.
I thought it was all settled.
I had hoped it was. But tell me, what's all this about a dog?
I don't understand.
I've heard things. It would be awkward if
you mean? Oh, that. It was just a storm in a teacup. A woman refused to pay her dog license, and some young kids made a sort of joke of it. Exuberance of youth, you know.
I see. It wasn't an organized thing?
Oh, no.
The papers made out there was a riot.
A riot? Wait, it wasn't a riot, was it, Harris?
Oh, no. Just fun and games.
I understand you're very highly respected in this neighborhood, Mr. Gow.
Well, there's nobody more respected than the mayor. His word, so to speak, is law.
Popular, too?
Extremely popular.
Well, you know, popularity's a tender plant. The tactless handling of a situation might be the end of us.
I assure you, Mr. Scary, the whole childish affair is finished and done with, and I...
Well, if you, I say, if you really think... What's going on out there?
It's our neighbor's dogs. Vicky, close the window.
All right. Father, the lawn is full of dogs. Look how they're jumping into the room.
close the window. Good heavens, the hall is full of dogs, too.
Somebody left the door open.
Get down. Get away from me, you beast.
Where did all these dogs come
Get out of here. Get out of here. Scat. Get out of here. Mr. Scary. Scat. I'm terribly sorry.
Now, Mr. Scurry, don't move, or that Airedale will go for you.
Exuberance of youth, eh? Respected, eh? Popular, eh? Call my car.
But, Mr. Scary. Harris, get these animals out of here.
You need a dog trainer, not a campaign manager.
Mr. Scary, don't go like this. Please. It's all a mistake.
Good night, Mr. Gow.
Victoria Harris, get these dogs out of here.
Father, what can't you trip over that poodle?
Going to the dogs, that's what he was talking about.
Who was talking about it?
Burton, that reporter, he arranged all this. Vicky, get my lawyer on the phone, will you?
Your lawyer, what for? What are you going to do?
I'm going to have that Burton arrested.
Oh, no.
I'll charge him with mayhem, disorderly conduct, breach of the peace, slander, assault, defamation.
The tempest over Patsy begins to gather force as thunderheads as threatening as the mayor's purple countenance roll up on the horizon of Act 3 just ahead of us. In the calm before the storm, we'll turn to the peaceful, persuasive accents of Kenneth Banghart, spokesman here for the Ford Motor Company. Kenneth has a particularly important announcement for your attention today. Ken?
This week, you'll be able to see for the first time the new 1948 models of a famous Ford product. This Friday, Ford dealers all over the country will have on display the new 1948 Ford trucks. Very soon now, you'll be seeing them on the road. And whether or not you buy or operate trucks, you'll be interested in the new 48 Ford trucks because they will have new beauty and power, and because they will serve you better. Life insurance experts have proven that Ford trucks last up to 19 6/10% longer. That is their record of past performance. But these 48 models are designed to be even better. The new Ford trucks will embody to a new degree the engineering principles that assure even longer life. They will be bonus built. According to Webster, bonus is something given in addition to what's usual or strictly due. And that's what bonus built means. The new 48 Ford trucks are designed and built with a bonus of extra strength in every vital part. This extra strength means work reserves in 48 Ford trucks. They will have a greater range of use, an ability to handle extra heavy loads. And bonus built also means that the new 48 Fords will do their jobs more easily, with less strain and wear. They will last longer because they are built stronger and work easier. You are served by trucks every day in 1,000 different ways. You will be served better and more economically because trucks are built better by Ford, the company that has built more trucks than any other. Watch for the new 48 Ford truck, built stronger to last longer. Bonus built by Ford.
As the final act of Storm in a Teacup begins, our hero, Frank Burton, has joined Patsy in municipal custody. On a warrant drawn up by Mayor Gow, an outraged person, he's been arrested and tossed into the clink for all the crimes the mayor could find under the general heading of libel and slander. While he languished in durance vile, however, the Patsy case has been crowding politics and inflation off the front pages of the land. The storm has grown to nationwide proportions, and a great wind is sweeping across the world. A few voices out of the rising chorus.
Let's see. Butter, pot cheese, cornflakes. Oh, yes, and let me have a can of dog food.
I'm all out of it, Mrs. Pitney. Since when have you got a dog?
I haven't, but I wanted to send a can of food to Patsy. You know, that little dog out in Plainsfield.
Why do you think I got no dog food left in stock? Everybody in town's been sending dog food to that food.
Members of the Ladies' League for the Protection of Precious Pets, I move that we dispense with our annual boat ride and picnic and donate the money to the aid of Mr. Burton, the defendant in the Patsy case. After all, we must remember our motto: a dog, cat, goldfish, canary, or other pet is man's best friend.
Members of the Friends of the Feathered, the Four-Footed, and the Furry. I understand that the members of the Ladies' League for the Protection of Precious Pets have volunteered funds for the defense of the Patsy case. We who are friends of the feathered, the four-footed, and the furry cannot permit a smaller organization such as the Ladies' League for the Protection of Precious Pets to outdo us. So let our answer be that the FFFF will double the donation made by the Ladies' League for the Protection of Precious Pets. All in favor say aye.
Ah, there's good news tonight. The continent of Europe is a seething cauldron of distrust and animosities. But here at home, there's a bright ray of sunshine. Yes, a reporter in the little town of Plainsfield has taught us that simple honesty and American courage burns as bright as ever. And the you man
The chair recognizes the distinguished senator from the South.
Somebody, I say somebody, has been behaving like a hound dog. We gotta get together here and take care of Patsy. Patsy, that is.
We are speaking to you now from the Luxembourg Palace in Paris, where the Council of Foreign Ministers of the Big Four Powers has been hurriedly called together in special session. Sir Fosdick Algernon on Tewkesbury, representing Britain, has the floor.
On instructions from His Majesty's government, I wish to go on record as casting an affirmative vote for the measure at hand in re the dog Patsy. The British people is on the side of the underdog, and as a matter of fact, on the side of all dogs generally, wherever they may be found, more or less. Thank you.
Si le cher Patsy continue d'être la victime de l'infâme Mergot, le gouvernement français a l'intention d'inviter M. Frank Burton et Mme Honorière Égarté à devenir citoyens de la République française. Vive le pauvre petit chien de Mme Égarté! Vive Patsy!
And vive la France! Gentlemen, the people of the United States, whom I represent, look to us assembled here to take positive, immediate, and unequivocating action in the case of Patsy. I address the representative of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Shall we make our decision unanimous?
For this one time, positively yes. Hurrah для собаки в Patsy!
Burton, as long as I've been a reporter, I've never seen anything like it. Everybody's talking about the case. While you've been cooped up in this 2x4 jail, you've become a national celebrity.
Oh, well, thanks for telling me. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like to get a little sleep. And don't slam the door of the cell on your way out.
Oh, Mr. Burton, I'm terribly sorry to find you with this miserable cell, but you'll be out in no time. My name is Watkins, National President of the Feathered, the Four-Footed, and the Furry.
National President of what?
The FFFF. And we have collected enough money to provide you with an excellent lawyer at your trial.
I don't need your help, little man. When I want to become a publicity stunt for your Federation of Futile Fatheads, I'll let you know.
Hey, what are you talking about, chum? This guy's outfit wants to go to bat for you.
It can go to... Look, what started out as a perfectly honest personal issue has become a national entertainment. I don't care whether I win the case or not. I've lost my job, I've lost my future, and I've lost my... Oh, will both of you please get out?
Oh, I quite understand how you feel, Mr. Burton, upset and nervous and all that. But the Friends of the Feathered, Four-Footed, and Furry is going to defend you, whether you like it or not. This, Mr. Burton, is a flaming cause. Good day, sir. I'll see you in court tomorrow.
Proceed with the case of Gow versus Burton. You are the attorney for the defendant?
I am, Your Honor.
The defendant, Frank Burton, is charged with violation of Section 4 of the Corrupt and Illegal Practices Act of 1878.
Your Honor, I wasn't even born then.
Quiet. Do you understand the charge, Mr. Burton?
I think so.
How do you plead?
Does it make any difference?
My client pleads not guilty, Your Honor.
Call the first witness.
Will Charles Logan take the stand?
I'm Charlie Logan.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Logan, you are a compositor working for the Plainsfield Herald?
I am.
That is, you set up in print the matter appearing in the paper?
I do.
On the night in question, you were given by the defendant an article to set up?
I was.
Was the defendant the author of the article?
I was.
Silence. Mr. Burton, how dare you?
I was only trying to save time, Mr. Menzies.
When I defend a case, I expect my client to behave himself.
I didn't ask you. I wanted to defend myself.
Really?
Leave him to me, Mr. Menzies. Mr. Burton, you must not interrupt the hearing. Go on, Mr. Menzies.
The witness may step down. I now wish to call Mrs. Honoria Haggerty.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Burton.
Hello, Mrs. Haggerty. You look mighty stylish today.
Don't I, though? Oh, I've been buying myself clothes like a daft one. What with everybody contributing donations for the defense of Patsy. But the publicity's told so on the nerves of him that I've had to put him in a nursing home to have a rescuer, and he's going to...
Stop that chatter, Mrs. Haggerty. You've been called as a witness.
Oh, I know, Your Honor. But it's only polite to say a word to this poor, unfortunate man, who's the best friend I ever had, who stands up for others, the widow and the orphan, the poor and the needless.
Mrs. Haggerty, you are showing contempt for the court.
Oh, it's plenty of contempt I have, Your Honor.
What?
I mean for the case, of course, not for you personally. Well, now, young felon, what do you want?
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Well, I like that. Do you think I'd be coming here to tell lies?
Answer yes or no.
All right, yes.
Counsel for the defendant may proceed.
Mrs. Haggerty, exactly what happened on the day of August 18th, 1947?
Well, now, it was on that morning that I went to see Mayor Gow, the stiff-necked, flat-faced ape that he is.
You must not express animus toward the plaintiff, Mrs. Haggerty.
Now, is that what I did?
As a writer, I think that Mrs. Haggerty's powers of description are excellent.
Mr. Burton, you'll have to be silent when another witness is on the stand. We apologize, Your Honor.
Whose side are you on, anyway?
I'm trying to help your case, Mr. Burton. Thousands of dollars have been contributed for your defense.
We all know where the money is going, Mr. Menzies, don't we?
Order, order. This exchange between counsel and defendant is outrageous. Mr. Menzies, can't you control your client?
You told me to leave him to you, Your Honor.
Don't be impertinent, Mr. Menzies. The next person to laugh will be turned out of court. Mr. Burton.
Excuse me. Go on with your story, Mrs. Haggerty.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Burton. It's a fine writer you are. And that article of yours was a great comfort to me. You know, I've had it framed and hung on the wall between a picture of President Truman and a colored enlargement of the late Mr. Haggerty that was, God rest his soul.
Mrs. Haggerty, you're on the witness stand.
Well, it's the truth I'm telling. It is hanging on me wall between a picture of President
Mr. Menzies,
Truman
if you do not get on with your case, I shall...
Your Honor, there's nothing I can do.
You could go home, Mr. Menzies.
Are you telling me?
Yes, and I'll even help you pack up your papers.
But, Mr. Burton...
Nice to have had you with us, old man. Your Honor, my attorney is withdrawn. From this point on, I will handle my case myself. Mr. Watkins, will you kindly stop trailing me around the lobby?
But, Mr. Burton, the FFFF is passionately interested in your case.
Your organization is a collection of nitwits. Now go away. There's someone over there I want to talk to.
Well, I must say, you are the most stubborn young man I have ever...
Well, fancy meeting you here, Miss Gow.
We meet in the strangest places, Mr. Burton.
You've come to see me hanged?
Oh, Frank. Why have you been acting so childish in the courtroom? You seem determined to throw away your own case.
My own case to do exactly what I like with. As to what happens to me, nobody but myself gives two hearty hoots.
Don't be so sure of that.
You mean you do?
Of course I do. It's why I don't like to see you make a fool of yourself in court.
It doesn't matter. I'm as good as convicted right now, and you know it. Your father would never have pressed charges if he weren't absolutely sure of himself.
Isn't there anything to be said in your favor?
Not that I can think of. I wrote the article. I can't deny that. Now it's simply a matter of your father proving that it brought him anguish, damaged his reputation, and all the rest of that stuff he cooked up.
Can he prove it?
If he has enough witnesses, and I'm sure he has, His campaign manager, the publisher of the Herald, and plenty of other stooges, they'll all swear that my article wrecked his life.
Frank, if I can...
Mr. Burton, you can't talk to a witness for the prosecution.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I didn't know you were going to be a witness, Vicky.
Yes, I am. You see,
That was pretty clever of you, trying to find out what defense I had, if any.
Frank, I had no such thought.
After Papa parades all his other witnesses, daughter Vicky will step up and nail the lid on my coffin.
Don't say things like that. I couldn't help being called as a witness. I'm his daughter.
Oh, I understand. But now I've got some news for you. I was pretty deliberately throwing away my case before. Now, Miss Gow, I'm going back into that courtroom and fight.
And so, Your Honor, Burton deliberately set out to persecute me.
Mr. Burton, do you wish to cross-examine?
I should say I do. Mr. Gow, as mayor of the city of Plainsfield, you are also its chief magistrate?
I am.
In the matter of Mrs. Haggerty and her dog, Patsy, you could have, if you wished, helped her by setting aside her fine until such time as she saved up enough money to pay it.
When a woman breaks the law, I refuse to help her go on breaking it.
Is it true that you might have helped the poor woman by paying the fine yourself?
She didn't really need my assistance. As for being a poor woman, judging from the way she's all dressed up today, she seems to have done very well for herself.
Oh, very insolent of her, Mr. Gow. But Mrs. Haggerty did need help.
Mr. Burton, if I happen to be distressed by a leaky water pipe, let us say, I don't take my problem to Washington. I go to a plumber, in a manner of speaking.
Well, in a manner of speaking, Mrs. Haggerty probably thought you were the plumber.
Mr. Burton, I ought to warn you that this sort of thing is impressing me very unfavorably.
I'm just trying to get at the truth. Why can't he be a man instead of a canting humbug? Why does he go sneaking around persecuting widows and little mongrel dogs? He's even dragged his daughter into the case as a witness for the prosecution.
I
am not. You have been called as a witness, Miss Gow. Do you refuse to testify?
I do.
On what grounds?
I can't testify against Mr. Burton.
Why not?
Because Mr. Burton and I are husband and wife.
Now, Vicky, let's be calm. This is the last recess the judge will give us. We're all alone here in his chambers. No one can hear us. So let's go over this quietly. Did you say you and this man are married?
Temper, Mr. Gow, temper.
I can't have a son-in-law serving 6 months. What do you mean by marrying my daughter?
I haven't.
When on earth did... You're not married?
Not that I know of.
Vicky, then why did you say you were?
To stop you and to save you. To save you both from your stupid pride.
Oh, but Vicky, they can have you for contempt. Oh, for good Lord, it's worse than that. It's perjury. They can send you to jail for this.
Yes, they can jail me for perjury if you insist on continuing the trial.
I won't stop the case. I can't stop it.
Of course you can. Just drop it.
Oh, but Vicky...
Otherwise, they can prove that I perjured myself. Well, that won't be very nice for you, will it?
Oh, yes. Yes, I think we'd better get back to the courtroom. Briefly, Your Honor, the statement I wish to make is this. In my considered opinion, Mr. Burton was perfectly justified in writing that article about me.
Hooray for Mayor Gow!
Go on, Mr. Gow.
I realize now that a man in public life is very apt to get above himself. And Mr. Burton has brought me down to earth. In the case of Mrs. Haggerty and her dog, Patsy, I forgot to apply one of the great guiding principles of my life. And that is, every unit of the state is a living, breathing soul. Yes, a living, breathing soul, each with rights that are justly his. In these days, a leader must have that sixth sense. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, to you who have gathered at this town hall to support me in my campaign for governor, I say that a leader must have that sixth sense that enables him to see into the hearts of his constituents. He must stand by the little man at all times
And if I am elected by your votes,
Vicky.
Yes, Frank?
I mean, Mrs. Burton.
Yes, Mr. Burton.
You know, that father of yours is going to get himself elected governor.
Shh. I want to hear the speech Father's making.
Oh, those speeches. Vicky, as soon as your father is elected governor, let's do something.
What?
Let's move to another state.
Patsy, by the way, also lived happily ever after, refusing all movie offers in order to remain in residence with Mrs. Honoria Hegarty over the butcher shop. Mrs. Hegarty was played today by Adelaide Klein. A prominent radio character actress for the past 16 years, Miss Klein has played everything from comedy show Stooges to Dowager Queen Mary before the microphone. You may have seen her on Broadway in Uncle Harry or overseas in Blythe Spirit. And you may well see her soon in her first motion picture, Naked City. Frank Burton was played by Les Tremaine, one of radio's busiest performers, currently playing the title role on The Falcon, acting as master of ceremonies on the Reader's Digest show, and announcing the Drew Pearson News Period. Mayor Gow was Wendell Holmes, whose memorable performance as Mr. Peters in A Coffin for Demetrius was one of the highlights of the Ford Theater of 1947. Next week, the Ford Theater presents its second musical production, Girl Crazy, with a great wealth of famous tunes by George Gershwin. First produced in 1930, Girl Crazy brought fame to Ginger Rogers and Ethel Merman, and added I Got Rhythm to the list of all-time Gershwin hits.
Storm in a Teacup was adapted for radio by Will Glickman, edited by Howard Teichman, with continuity by George Faulkner. The music was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. The entire production was under the direction of George Zachary. Others appearing on today's broadcast were Brad Barker, Jackson Beck, Frank Behrens, Sanford Bickert, Jeffrey Bryant, Art Carney, Eva Condon, Carl Eastman, Arthur Cole, Gene Leonard, Daniel Ocko, Ted Osborne, Amzie Strickland, and Carl Swenson.
Gruen, Gruen. The Precision Watch dedicates to the radio audience of America Warner Brothers Academy Theater. Transcribed from Hollywood.
Warner Brothers Academy of Acting presents the dramatic story, The House on 56th Street, with Sheila Bromley, Kay Withers, and the Warner Academy Players. As guest star of the evening, Miss Margaret Lindsay. Yes, once again, you are invited to join our exclusive audience in the Academy Theater, and your host for the evening is Gruen.
Now that summer weather is here, the call of the outdoors is hard to resist. Some of us shoot a round of golf right after breakfast. Some strike out for the woods and streams. Some read or just doze in the sun, while others get in a game of tennis or softball right after work. No matter what the activity or the time of day, a Gruen Curve X wristwatch takes to sports as quickly and easily as you. And here's the reason why. It's curved to hug your wrist and never slides around or gets in your way. What's more, this streamlined beauty gives you the accuracy of a pocket watch because the movement, as well as the curse, is curved. You get a sturdy, full-size precision movement that entirely fills the walls of the gracefully arched wrist-form case. When your Gruen jeweler shows you the Gruen Curve X wristwatch, when you see how its practical streamlines seem to fit the needs of any outdoor activity, you'll understand why it is known as the world's first true wristwatch. And when you see how these revolutionary timepieces are handsomely designed for men and styled to appeal to women, you'll understand why Gruen Curve X wristwatches are perfect gifts for everyone. So whether you spend your time indoors or out, you'll want to possess a Gruen Curve X. Look for the name CURVEX on the dial of every Gruen Curve X wristwatch.
The House on 56th Street with Sheila Bromley, Kay Winters, and the Warner Academy Players. The curtain rises.
The story of the House on 56th Street has its beginning when Dolly Martin, beautiful Floridor girl of the gay 90s, meets the suave and sophisticated man about town, Lyndon Fisk, for the last time.
More champagne?
No.
Oh, you're serious. Has something happened? You're not upset about anything.
I want to talk to you, Lyndon.
And I'd say it's about time. 3 nights this week I missed seeing you. I'm even beginning to believe that patience is my virtue. And I never thought I had any virtues. Well, you better have some more champagne, Dolly, and then we'll drop in at Delmonico's. And...
Lyndon, listen to me. We're going to say goodbye.
Not for long, I hope.
Forever this time.
I understand. It's Monty Van Tile, hmm? He's cutting in on me. Well, he has youth on his side, and youth must have its fling.
I'm in love with him.
If you'll take the advice of someone who's been around a lot, Dolly, you'll not let your feelings for Monty go too far. I've loved you a long time in my own way, but Monty, in a year, he'll be tired of you. Naturally, he'll amuse himself with you until the right girl comes along to marry. Then over you go.
We're going to be married next week.
Oh. But you'll never make a go of it, Dolly. I know the Van Tile family. They'll not let you get away with it.
Monty loves me. I know he does. And I'm not marrying his family.
I'll miss you.
And I'll always be grateful to you for these years.
I'm not going to give up. I wish you happiness, Dolly, but somehow I can't give up.
And so the story begins. We first see the house on 56th Street as Dolly, the radiantly happy Mrs. Monty Van Tile, sees it as they return from their honeymoon.
There it is, my precious, our house. How do you like it?
It's beautiful. Oh, it's the loveliest house
Well, come on. Let's go up the stairs and open the door.
Oh, yes.
Wait till you see the inside. All the time that we've been away, they've been building this for us to come back to. Oh, I think I have a key here someplace.
Oh, I'm so excited. Monty, I hope I don't cry.
Oh, here it is. There. Oh, but wait. A good old custom says that a bride should be carried over the threshold of her new home.
Oh, dear Monty.
Here you go. And down you go. Welcome, Mrs. Van Tile, to your house on 56th Street.
Oh, I want to see everything all at once. Upstairs, downstairs. It's such a wonderful house, Monty. I'd like to sit right down on the floor and pat it.
If it pleases you, Dolly, that's all I can ask for.
I know. I know that I never want to leave this house. I want to live here always.
And so you shall. You belong here, Dolly. Somehow it fits you. This will always be your house, no matter what happens. It'll really belong to you.
2 years pass by. Dolly and her husband have been supremely happy, even though the Van Tile family has steadfastly refused to recognize the marriage. Then, one eventful morning...
Mother. Well, this is really a surprise.
Hello, Monty. I simply had to come. Tell me, how are they?
Well, this is the first time you've been in our house. Is this a peace offering or just curiosity?
Monty, that's all forgotten now. I want to see Dolly and the child.
All right, Mother. I know Dolly will be happy that you're here. She's looked forward to this day for a long time.
Oh, she's beautiful.
We think so, don't we, dear?
You bet. Of course, it's a little early to know if she's going to look like me.
Monty. As a matter of fact, I can see quite plainly. She's a living image of her grandmother.
And so happiness came to the house on 56th Street. 4 more years went by. Dolly took her place in the social life of the Van Tile family and their friends. The child Eleanor grew into a fine youngster. Then one morning there came to Dolly an awakened echo from the past.
Here's a note for you, Madame.
Thank you, Clark.
It came by messenger. The young man is waiting for an answer.
Oh, well, just a moment. I'll read it.
And Mrs. Van Tile is waiting, too. She asked that you come down because tea at the Ralstons is at 5.
Tell her I'll be right there. Oh, Clark, will you tell the boy...
Oh, darling, I do hate to rush you, but something wrong?
No. No, Mother, but I can't go to the Ralstons. Do you mind?
Well, they're expecting you.
But something's come up.
Madame, what message did you say there was for the boy?
But never mind. I'll go tell him myself. Goodbye, Mother.
It was good of you to come, Dolly. I knew you wouldn't fail me.
But your note said that you were desperately ill.
I am.
Well, surely the doctor didn't tell you to get well on champagne.
Oh, this. Will you have some?
No, thanks. This wasn't fair of you, Lyndon. I came because your note was alarming. I shouldn't be here. I hate hiding things.
After 4 years, Dolly, you don't give me much encouragement.
I shan't see you again.
Please. It means so much. I'm old and tired. Terribly tired. I've little enough to look forward to. Some mornings when I wake up and realize there's another day ahead of me, I think I can't go through with it.
You mustn't talk that way.
Why?
Well, because you have all the money you'll ever want. You can go places and see things.
I didn't lie in the note I sent you, Dolly. The doctor has given me 6 months, maybe less.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Now it's all right. I've seen you again.
But the champagne, oh, you should take care of yourself.
Oh, it's the first I've had in a long time. It reminds me of the last night we were together. Are you happy, Dolly?
Completely happy.
I passed your house on 56th Street. I've stood and looked at it more times than you'll ever know. And I wondered if you were happy.
Lyndon, if you take care of yourself, perhaps...
When they pass sentence on a man, they give him anything he wants. The doctor passed sentence on me this morning. Oh, what a fool I was to give you up. I could have asked you to marry me. That was my mistake. I know that now. You're the one person on earth I've loved, Dolly. Loved desperately, passionately.
Oh, you're being unfair. I'm going, and I shan't come back again.
So you're passing judgment on me, too. There is a way. I've been thinking about it, planning it. In this drawer, there is something even more final than your goodbye.
Lyndon, what are you going to do? Put down that gun.
This gun will do something that you won't. End my loneliness.
Stop, you mustn't.
No, go away.
Lyndon, I won't let you.
Stand away from me. You can't stop me.
Lyndon! Oh.
Will the attorney for the prosecution please continue his questions to the defendant?
Mrs. Van Tile, is it not true that you deliberately and at your own will went to the apartment of the deceased Lyndon Fisk?
Well, yes, but only because I received a message that he was...
But you have failed to produce that message in court.
Yes, because I tore it up and threw it away.
You threw it away because you thought your husband would be angry, isn't that right?
Well, I thought he might not understand.
Would you expect a husband to understand his wife's actions when she goes to visit her former lover alone in his apartment?
But that isn't true.
You did go to his apartment.
Yes, but he...
And he was your lover. Answer, Mrs. Dolly Van Tile. Was Lyndon Fisk your lover?
Yes, but... Oh, that was years ago. Years ago.
Now tell the court this. Didn't you shoot Lyndon Fisk because you were afraid he might tell your husband that you'd come to see him again?
No, that isn't true.
Then why did you shoot him?
But I didn't. I tell you, I didn't shoot him. He took the gun out of the drawer. I struggled with him. I tried to stop him, but he pulled the trigger.
As an answer to that statement, I'm sure that we need only remind the court that when the sole witness in this case, the butler of the deceased man, came into the room, Mrs. Van Tile was standing over the body of Lyndon Fisk with the gun in her hand.
Extra, society woman convicted in big murder.
Extra, Dolly Van Tile found guilty.
Extra, convicted woman given 20 years in Auburn prison.
Miss Van Tile, there's someone to see you.
No, I don't want to talk to anyone.
It's your husband.
Oh.
He's through there in the next room. He's arranged to see you alone. You'd better talk with him. We'll be leaving for Auburn early in the morning.
I will talk with him. Thank you.
Right through there.
Hello, Monty.
Darling, I tried to see you before, but they wouldn't let me.
I know. They're taking me to Auburn tomorrow.
Sit down here. Do you feel all right, dear?
Yes. I'm through crying. There's only an empty feeling left. How's Eleanor?
Fine, just fine. She didn't know anything about the trial. She's with Mother.
Oh, take care of her, Monty. Please take care of her.
You won't have to worry about that.
Oh, why did this have to happen to us? We were so happy, Monty. There can't be any reason for such a horrible thing to come and take away our happiness. Oh, there's so much I want to tell you. Oh, there's so little time.
I talked to the lawyers this morning. They're doing all they can. Maybe even now.
No, it's no use. It's sweet of you to give me that hope, dear. But I know.
I'll wait for you,
Oh,
darling.
you mustn't do that. Forget me. It's best for Eleanor. And 20 years, Monty. That's too long to wait. Monty, it can't change things, but it would help if you believed I told the truth when I was in the courtroom.
I do. I never believed anything else for an instant.
I'm glad of that. You see, I couldn't live through those years ahead thinking that you believed like the others.
Oh, I love you so. I always will.
Darling. Now tell me about the baby. I have to know that. You have to take care of her, Monty. She's so very little.
Mother wants to take her and bring her up. Send her to school in Europe so that...
So some stupid fool won't tell her about me. And that's better. But when she does find out, and someday she will...
Well, Mother said that we should...
You don't have to say it, Monty. I understand. If she grows up into a fine young woman, and I know she will, you tell her, Monty, that her mother, well, that she doesn't live anymore.
We're closing up the house on 56th Street. I could never bear to walk into that house again.
Sorry, but your time's up.
Oh, darling. Darling.
I'm going now, Monty. Oh, no, don't say goodbye. You just sit there and look out of the window while I go.
And the curtain falls on the first act of the Warner Academy presentation, The House on 56th Street. The curtain rises on the second act of The House on 56th Street.
Slowly the years roll by. Slowly for the convicted girl who lives in a world of 4 blank walls and iron bars. But the world outside spins at a dizzy pace. The United States enters the World War. The armistice is signed. The 18th Amendment adopted. And still the convicted girl sits quietly in her own locked-in world until one day...
Did you want to see me, Warden?
Yes. Come in, Dolly. Come in and sit down. This is Mr. Baxter. Dolly, you're going to be released next week. The parole board has recommended it, and that's final.
Oh, Warden, you're not just saying that. You wouldn't do that to me, would you?
Of course not. You're going to be free, Dolly. One more week, and you will be into the world again.
With no strings? You mean I can just walk out of here like that?
Just like that.
Say, I think I will sit down. I feel awfully weak all of a sudden.
Mr. Baxter here is an attorney.
I represent the Van Tile interests.
Oh.
When we were notified that you were to be free a few days ago, I came to perform a mission that has been entrusted to me since the death of Mrs. Van Tile.
Can I ask about Monty and the baby?
Well, she isn't a baby any longer, but a young lady and very happily married to a fine young man named Burgess. But we both understand, Mrs. Van Tile, that you're to make no attempt to communicate with your daughter.
No, of course not. And Monty?
I thought you'd been notified. He was killed in action during the war.
I'm sure he was a fine soldier.
And now I have the pleasure of informing you that a check for $5,000 is to be given to you the day you leave here. Your husband made the arrangements. He took a policy out in your name when he went to war.
Thank you. Thank you, Monty.
Freedom, and another year passes. Dolly Van Tile has assumed the name of Mrs. Stone to avoid publicity. And because the temptation to see her daughter was so great, she has deliberately kept out of New York, traveled for a whole year. But now she returns, her money nearly all gone, and on the very first day of her return, she is drawn, as if by some unseen magnet, to the old house on 56th Street. She who once lived there stands in front of the house in the early afternoon, a flood of memories rushing about her.
Looking for someone?
What? Oh, no.
You got any business here?
No.
Well, we don't open till around 5.
You don't know. I don't believe I understand.
Say, what is this? Who are you? What are you doing standing here on the steps?
Nothing. Just looking. I once knew the people who lived in this house. I was wondering who lived here now.
That's a laugh. I thought everybody in New York was wise to this layout. Yeah, you look okay. Come in and I'll show you around. Say, if you got a few bucks, we could have a little game before the crowd gets here.
Once again, the door to the house on 56th Street swung open for Dolly, but only her memories were the same. New York and the pleasure-mad post-warrior of speakeasies had found in the old house a perfect setting for a fashionable gambling salon. Blaine, the man she met on the steps, took a quick interest in Dolly, and after showing her through the house, took her to the private office of Benelli, the boss.
Benelli, I want you to meet Mrs. Stone.
How do you do? Your first time here?
Yes.
Well, it's a little early yet, but if you'd like to play, why...
Wait a minute, Benelli. Mrs. Stone didn't come here to gamble. I found her on the steps. She used to know the folks who lived in this house.
Oh. Well, we're not accustomed to purely social calls.
Wait, you don't get it, boss. Mrs. Stone is busted. Broke. I asked her if she wanted to play, and she said she didn't have any money.
Sounds like a trick to me. Who sent you here?
No one.
She'd make a great front for the layout. I thought we might give her a job.
You want to work in this house?
Yes, I do.
Take a look at her, Benelli. You can see for yourself. She looks like she belongs here.
All right. Stick around. We'll see.
And the wheel of fate decreed that Dolly should once again be the hostess in the house on 56th Street. Night after night, the crowds came to laugh, to drink, and gamble until dawn. Mrs. Stone did her job well. Benelli watched her. And then one night, the wheel of fate took another dizzy turn.
Mrs. Stone, I called you in here to tell you that I'm going to give you another raise. Just to show you that I appreciate the job you've been doing for me.
Thanks.
There's something strange about you. I can't make it out. You work here all night, then you hang around the house most of the day. Don't go anyplace. You must like it here.
I do.
Yeah. Big crowd tonight?
Yes. I haven't been downstairs yet, but Blaine sent word up that there's a big society crowd in the front room.
Come in.
Oh, Benelli, I think you better know about this. There's a dame downstairs losing plenty. She's out of dough already, and we've taken $15,000 of her IOUs.
Who is she?
Yeah, her name's Burgess. She's married, but her husband's not with her. She's with a crowd. Eleanor Burgess, that's her name.
What?
I said Eleanor Burgess, that's her name.
What's the matter, Mrs. Stone? Anything wrong?
No.
Well, what'll I do, boss?
See if you can get a line on her husband. If he's got plenty of dough, keep on taking the IOUs. He'll settle. Don't worry.
Okay.
Oh, just a moment, Blaine. I'll, go down with you.
So it was that Dolly saw her daughter once again. She stood by the table while Eleanor played, desperately trying to regain her losses. Time and time again, she started to speak to the girl. She wanted to tell her to stop, that she couldn't win, but she held back, afraid that she would betray her own emotions. Later, when the others had gone, Eleanor Burgess sat with Blaine and Dolly in Benelli's office.
But I will pay you.
When? $25,000 is a lot of money.
Well, in a week or two. Oh, I've explained a dozen times. I don't dare tell my husband about losing the money. But if you'll just be patient.
Why don't you let her go home, Blaine? She can come back later and we can talk about it.
Nothing doing. Say, maybe I'd better call your husband up and tell him to come right over. He could write out a check.
Oh, no. You wouldn't do that. No, you couldn't.
Just a minute, Blaine. I'm going downstairs and find Benelli.
He's busy. He's checking up.
Well, I'm going to get him anyway. Don't worry, dear. We'll manage this.
Look here, youngster, cut out the stalling. You had your fun and you've got to pay for it. You had no business losing that money if you couldn't come across.
But I will. Only my husband mustn't know.
I think he'd better. I'm going to call him up. Knowing his wife is down here with a bunch of IOUs, it might call for a little action.
Please wait.
It'll surprise you to know that I got his number right here, right in this drawer. I found out all about your husband while he was losing that money tonight. You see, we don't take chances. See? There it is. Now, what are you looking at? Oh, the gun, huh? Well, we keep that in the drawer, too, just in case of a tie.
No, you mustn't do that. You wouldn't understand.
Hello. Hello, I want to speak to Mr. Burgess.
Stop. Please stop.
He doesn't know me. It's personal.
Do you hear me? Stop.
What are you doing with that gun?
If you talk to my husband, I'll shoot.
Give me that gun.
Go back or I'll shoot.
Give me that gun, you little
No,
fool.
no.
Give it to me. You hear? You little... Oh.
Eleanor, darling, what's happened?
Well, he was calling my husband.
You've got to get out of here.
Is he dead?
I don't know.
I saw the gun in the drawer. He was phoning. He grabbed my
Stop
wrist.
it.
But you don't know. It's what my mother did. She shot a man, killed him, and went to prison.
Don't worry, dear. Everything will be all right. Go back to your husband and stay out of places like this. I'm not going to let your life be ruined as your mother's was.
I didn't expect you to be my friend.
I hope someday you look back and know I was the best friend you ever had.
Well, he's dead.
Yes, I know.
Too bad. How'd it happen?
We had an argument and I shot him.
You're lying. The girl did it. I saw her running out when I came upstairs.
Oh, no, Bonelli, you're wrong. There wasn't any girl here. I did it.
I like a woman with nerve. And I liked you anyway from the very first day. I guess you knew that. Well, I don't hold any grief for Blaine. He was just a guy. A couple of the boys can take him for a ride, dump him off someplace, and the cops will say one of the gang bumped him off. Okay?
Thanks.
What happened to the IOUs? Did the girl that wasn't here take them with her?
I tore them up.
You're a strange woman. But I guess you're worth it. Anyway, you kind of fit this place. All I ask is that you stay here and work with me.
I will.
Well, see you later. You drift around for a while I take care of him.
Thank you, Bonelli. I'll see you later. Monty. Wherever you are, I hope you know. I remember what you said that day. This is your house, darling. You don't have to leave it. Ever.
And the curtain falls on the story of The House on 56th Street. We are certain that you enjoyed the many fine performances and that you'll further enjoy meeting Sheila Bromley and Kay Winters in person in a few moments. Also, Miss Margaret Lindsay is coming on the stage to say a few words to the stars of tonight's show.
While we're waiting for Margaret Lindsay, we want to point out that summer is in the air, the time when every man turns to his favorite sport. Maybe it's horseback riding or casting in deep, cool pools. Maybe golf or midsummer skiing on northern mountain slopes. Whatever sport you follow, you'll find the new Gruen Wrist Side Curve X a perfect companion. Why? Because of the way it's made and the way it's worn. This wristwatch is deeply, steeply curved to give a sure, snug fit. Moreover, you wear it not on the top of your wrist or under the wrist, but at the side of your wrist, the natural place to wear a watch. A Wrist Side Curve X doesn't slide around. In a moment of tense action, there is no awkward twisting of your wrist to tell the time. You see the dial at the drop of the eye. Now, you might think that a wristwatch so steeply arched could not have a full-size movement. But this Wrist Side Curve X has, and what a sturdy, accurate movement it is. Curved to entirely fill the wrist-form case, this large precision movement gives you pocket watch accuracy in a wristwatch of ultra-modern, streamlined beauty. See your Gruen jeweler at once and strap a Wrist Side Curve X to the side of your wrist. It's the perfect wristwatch for any man. Remember, a Wrist Side Curve X is a wristwatch made exclusively by Gruen. Gruen, the proudest name in time.
One of the most charming and one of the busiest of Hollywood's leading ladies is Margaret Lindsay. Recently, she finished the role of a gal press agent in The Garden of the Moon, starring with Pat O'Brien. Now she is making 3 Broadway girls for the Brothers Warner, and despite this rush of activity, she very graciously accepted our invitation to join us at the Warner Academy Theater tonight. And here she is now, Margaret Lindsay.
No amount of work could have kept me away from this stage tonight. You know, The House on 56th Street is my favorite picture. And my first role on the Warner lot was that of Dolly's daughter. And Kay Winters, you were grand. I'm sure Kay Francis is listening tonight, and I know she'll be proud of you too, Sheila.
Thank you, Margaret. When are they releasing that picture about astrology that you made? What was it called?
When Were You Born? I imagine it should be in the theaters any day now.
Oh, that's the picture Manly P. Hall wrote, isn't it? I heard one of his lectures. Do you really believe in astrology, Margaret?
I haven't quite made up my mind about it yet. But think of this. Lilly, an English astrologer, forecast the plague of London 6 years before it actually happened. And there was Raphael. He forecast the Long Beach earthquake, and he's an Englishman who's never been in America.
I've heard that Benjamin Franklin was an astrologer.
He was. But the most astonishing astrological forecast in American history was the James Hope prophecy by another Englishman. In 1732, he forecast the birth of a man across the sea who would lead both bond and free.
And George Washington was born that year.
Uh-huh. James Hope forecast the date of Washington's death, the Civil War, and Lincoln's assassination.
He did all this by the stars?
So they say.
Then there may be something to astrology. I can't wait to see when were you born.
Well, my stars tell me that I've got to go now. So good night, and thanks for having me here.
You can see Margaret Lindsay and When Were You Born at your local theater this week. Don't miss this amazing picture, which for the first time presents astrology in its true aspect as one of the oldest sciences known to man. Decide for yourself whether or not the stars can and do rule your life. See When Were You Born at your local theater this week.
And now the Gruen Watch Company joins with your Gruen jeweler to bid you farewell as we come to the close of our final Academy Theater broadcast. We hope you have enjoyed our program, our stars, and our stories. We hope, too, that you have become acquainted with the Gruen jeweler in your neighborhood. And as the balmy summer weather draws you out of doors, remember Gruen's master craftsmen make watches to fill every need in social life, business, and recreation. So with best wishes for a delightful summer, the Gruen Watch Company says goodbye.
This series has been transcribed from Hollywood through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, a feature of the Trans-American Broadcasting System.